Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Hello, beautiful people. How are we? I say hello to all the beautiful people and Dana. How are we, everybody? Where are we at here? We got Kelly in the house. Let's go, Kelly. Hope you're well, my darling. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Yes, I hope you all did. Good morning, Robin G. Oh, I've been second spot now. Oof. How are you doing, Robin? Hope you're well, my darling. Amy in Boston. Boobies. Thank you so much for renewing your membership. I do really appreciate it. I do. Thank you so much for your support. It means the world to me. Thank you so much. Bev, good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Hello to you, Denise. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well, as always. Lovely to see you, my darling. Disney Queen. Good morning, Dylan. I'll chat. Hope you're feeling better. I'll explain a little bit what's going on in a second now. I want to get through everybody. How are you doing, my darling? And what talented nieces do I have? Whoa, that is an unbelievable niece. What the nieces do. Wow, I'm gobsmacked. Daffodil, hello to you, my darling. You're early for once. Daffodil comes early. That's what they all say. Right, Daffodil, you're awake. Good morning to you, Ruka. How are you, Sabrina? Hope you're well, my darling. This case was too much last week. It's an interesting case. We'll see how it goes now with the defense. Obviously, today we'll see Robin G. Sarah P's in the house, which, whoa, this is a first. Sarah P's on time. I'm joking, Sarah P. Lovely to see you, my darling, as always. That was a chuckle at Dana Leonard. He sent me something which was quite funny. Who else we got here? Ashley, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you, my darling. Hippie Chick, as always, love to see you, my darling. Keith's in the house, everybody. How you doing, fella? Hope you're well. As always, Keith, lovely to see you, my friend. Rhode Island's on fire. Deb, I did see you on there, Resisted the Silence last night. I did say hello to you. I'm not sure if you saw it, but hello to you, my darling, as always. Here you go. Rhode Island Toots. How are you? Hope you're well. Last one, Jason. Who's Jason? Jason. Where's Jason? Who's Jason? Am I missing something here? Am I missing something in chat? Because my chat is the... Oh, my chat is different chat. I'm not sure if I'm going that. Oh, I think I know what you mean. I think I know what you mean. Good morning, Tootsie Wootsie. Tootsie Wootsie, Deborah, Sarah, Corn Pole. Pope, how are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Hope you're all well. Good morning to you, Amber. How are you? Yeah. Good morning to you, Amber. Lovely to see you, my darling. Sorry that there you go. No worries. I was in and out, shaking all about. I was. So I hope you did see it. Yeah. As soon as I said, "What's that?" I was like, damn, that's what it was. It's funny, isn't it? That's from Dana. I'm great. Hope you're well. Yes, well, we'll get into that. So, people, just so you know, right. So, last week I was struggling. Well, for many weeks I've been struggling. Last week, especially, I was on my knees. Like, and not in a good way on my knees. Do you know what I mean? Normally, on your knees, you're doing something. It wasn't that kind of on my knees. I got tested positive for COVID. So, that's why I was so fucking ill. I was on my knees, people. I was done. I was spent. I couldn't do it. I was like, my God, what's going on? Why am I so much? The world was ending. I had the Rona. I had the Rona. So you got the Rona on top of sleep apnea. No wonder I was just absolutely out of it. I was delusional. I'm honest to God, right? I was delusional. I'm still not 100%. I'm still not 100%, but I mean, I'm glad that I know now what it was. Do you know what I mean? Because I was really worried because I was like, this is not good. This is not good at all. Because I was worried about my health. I was like, oh my, why am I like this? I'm sleeping literally on, or I still sleep on stream. I'm still recovering, but at least I now know what it was. Do you know what I mean? Because I was really worried, really worried. That shirt looks great. Oh, thank you, thank you, Disney Queen. I appreciate that. No wonder. Yes, I did. Well, I took some time. I should have taken more. If I knew I had COVID, I would have taken the week off. If I'm being honest with you, I was struggling. I don't know what. I just didn't know what was wrong. Yeah, no wonder. You're right. At least you now know. Hopefully, you feel. Yeah. So I'm still not 100%, but I'm a lot better than I was. A lot better than I was. Thank you, people. But I'm not 100%, so I'm not going to push it too much either. But I was. Yeah, I was. Woof. Between everything, I was just like, oh my, this is the worst week of my life. Good morning. Oh no, that's a bummer. At least you know why you feel. I know. Well, it's not just. They said it's been my system for a while, as in probably a few weeks. But because I've been feeling bad for weeks and weeks, and I'll be honest with you, my plan this week was I was going to end this. Once I finished the stream, I was going to finish it. I wasn't going to stream for weeks, until I got better, because I was literally worried what was wrong with me, and I hated it because every time you guys were coming on stream here, all I was doing was whinging like fuck about my health and stuff like this. I was like, it was not the kind of stream I want to watch. Do you know what I mean? So, I'm even though I'm whinging now, that's fucking great lesson for myself. But at least now I know roughly what's wrong. So, which is good. Which is good. Delaney, you're fucked. Not as fucked as you are, Dana Leonard. Corn Pope's going to talk in code in a few minutes. To be fair, Corn Pope, you're talking fucking code anyway. Only you understand it, I think. Sassy Bartender, how are you, my darling? Lovely to see you. Nice. I'm glad you found out what was wrong. Yeah, so it's one of many issues, but at least that explains a little bit of it. Go for it. Yes. Use more hand sanitizer. Hey, next time, Daffy. It's your fault. You pass it on to me, I think. No, I think it's before my holiday, to be fair. Because I've not been feeling myself for weeks now. Thanks, Denise. Hey, do you know my bro's name is Sean too? Hey. Goof morning. Hey, Les, how are you? Good morning to you, my darling. Jeez. We were worried too. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. I'm gonna say I was gonna announce this week I was gonna take a few weeks off because I'm probably gonna stream less for a little bit because I'm still not obviously 100%, but at least I now know what it is. Because can you imagine the worry of not knowing what it was, and you're just drained consistently, and it's like I know sleep apnea is one part of it, but I mean I've been battling sleep apnea for over a year, and I've not felt that way for ages. I was really on my knees. Thank you, Ruka, my darling. Thank you, hippie chick. Yeah, we were a really long match. You do look much better. Hey, Daffodil, you put a smile on my face this morning. Me and Daffodil had a FaceTime this morning. She stripped, and I was like, "Oh, yay, Daffodil!" Hello to you, Dana Leonard. Wait, it was COVID. Goddamn COVID pushed Seth out. Out for weeks. Then I got it for a week at Christmas, and I was just extra bitchy. Yeah, this is what I mean. I think I've had it for a while. I'm still not 100%, but yeah. So COVID on top of sleep apnea, on top of, do you know what I mean? No wonder. No wonder. I think I'm relieved more than anything that I now know what it was. Do you know what I mean? So. So Compos, love yourself, P. How does the D feel? Shaking my head for real. Why does he have to read them? Do you know what I mean? How does the D feel? D feels alright. I'm in my boxer shorts. The D feels alright. A bit loose, but bit to the left. Bit to the left this morning. But it's okay. It feels alright. Nice and tight, compact. Lol. Got your blood work done. Oh, that's not me. Oh, me. Get your blood work done. A full CBC. Yes. So I'm getting my blood work done in the start of the year because I've only just had it. So doctor said we will redo it in February, I think. So I've just had it all done twice, actually, in the last 6 months. And it's all clear. So, except for, I think my liver fats were a little bit high. Everything else was fine. You hopeless. Don't say that. Don't say that. You sound better though. Do you feel a bit better? I feel much better. I feel like 70-80%. Where last week was like 20%. So I feel a lot better. I'm not 100%, but a lot better. Hello, David. What is this case? This is a case about a mother that stabbed her 13-month-old son or daughter. I forget. Baby, and the defense, I believe, are on today. They should be on today, tomorrow, and they should be resting either Tuesday or Wednesday. So that's where it is. There's a cult involved in it as well. Cult baby murder trial. The cult is out. She's saying it's insanity because the cult had it, basically, and made her do it. So it depends on how you read it. I hate these kind of trials. These kind of trials, because I think it should be an expert doing these things and us saying who's insane and who's not. But from the testimony we've seen, dude, that guy, the piss, drink his own piss. Yes, absolutely. That's good, buddy. Thank you, my darling. That's what she said. It's working, lol. You sound better, more like you said. Thank you, Madara. Thank you, Patrick. I do. I honestly, I can only apologise. Last 2-3 weeks, I've been grumpy as fuck, but it is because I've just been not knowing what's going on. But I do feel much better. Thank you, Madara. No, that is you. Nice and tight and compact. There you go. Free flowing. Know what I mean? Quiet, if I understand it correctly. If you want help, I'm saying print down your blood work, send it. I could give you some things to look at. Oh, thank you, darling. Yeah, they never tell me. They just tell me the doctor just tells me yes, no, great, blah blah blah, more tests on this and stuff like that. I love my doctor. I've been with my doctor for 4 years now. I like him. With us in the UK, you never guarantee the doctor. I always get him. He's the best. He's the best that I've ever had. He's good at explaining stuff to me as well. So. Yes. What's zinc? When you say zinc, I think of zinc. Zinc, and he's looking to zinc. This case be wild. Sorry, how does the dog feel? Read the chat going left. I don't know what that means. Vitamin D and zinc. So vitamin D, I think I'm alright. Zinc is another one, yeah. God, don't apologise. Geez, you weren't well. No, I know. I'm still not well for a little bit, but I will be better. I'm feeling much better. Thank you. Kim, Dylan, hope you feel better. Thank you, Kimmy. That's a lovely picture of you, by the way, Kim. I meant to say that to you on Friday as well. Lovely picture of you, my darling. Hope you're well. Tootsie Wootsie, thank you, my darling. Look at that, Tootsie Wootsie. Congratulations to K Jen. K is silent, McCabe. Okay. Jen McCabe. Cowgirl 33. Just Irish, Crafty Cow, and KD. There's a few names here that I used to be here for the Can Read stuff. Crafty Cow Just Irish, Cowgirl. There you go. KD going. Oh, KD, yeah, KD going. There's a few there. That's quite nice. That's lovely. Thank you, Tootsie Wootsie. Welcome to the newest members. Yes, welcome to all the newest members. Thank you for being here. There's a little zinc tab as that teeny tiny. You talking about what? Zinc or something else? Teeny weeny. And get better up here. I need to look at the zinc then. So zinc gives you a teeny weeny, and Heather likes teeny weenies. Da, 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 da. So sweet, Katie Gower and Dylan COVID times. That's what I saw. It is, as I say, I'm still not right. So forgive me, people. I'm still not right, but I'm a lot better than I was. You got to get the blood work. I'm thinking possible low iron, and the doc will really tell you. It took me 7 years to find out I was anemic and my boyfriend was pre. So they do the diabetes up separate for me because I've got family history of diabetes. He's normally quite good. He goes through them all for me. Not that I understand them, but he does highlight some stuff and he does do extra tests for me all the time as well. And because we just did another one, he said like February, I think we need a whole host of new tests as well, just to monitor it. But yeah, I think my blood for my liver was high, slightly high, not massively high last time. Everything else was within the guidelines, he said. But what he does well with me is he tracks it. So he's like, from last time, he always puts it on screen so I can see it both sides, last time and this time. So we can see what, if something goes up, I can ask, oh, what's that mean? He goes, explains then what it means. Because I haven't got a clue, obviously. Yes, Heather. Right. Thanks, Corn Pop. A Crafty Cow. I've not seen Crafty Cow for ages. Welcome to El Chatty, yes. You'll never be 100%. Not with you here. No, I won't. Okay. Thanks, Corporal. I know you love the tea. Thank you, my darling. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate all of you. People have reached out and everything as well. I do appreciate it. Right. This is here. We are about 10 minutes away from starting, so don't worry. Be happy. I mean, you're sleeping one, so I hope that he will give you good advice. Even though we need to get Mr. Draper, Dr. Draper, to take his own advice. Don't we? We need to get him to take his own advice. But yeah, you've been good as well. When I thought I was going to die with my finger, Disney Queen came to the rescue. So we fixed that. You guys are great. You guys are great. Thank you. I do appreciate you. And say once I get my sleep apnea test out of the way as well, I'll be very, very happy then. Very, very happy. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I was planning to do or announcing this week, but I'm not anymore because now I know what it is. I can, because I was going to do shorter streams because I was like, I can't last. That's what she said. But now I know, like, it's all good. So there will be there will be times where I might drop. Like, for instance, what I'm going to do today lunchtime, I'm not going to be on screen today's lunchtime. I'm going to make sure I take a proper break during lunch breaks and stuff like that. So you've got to make sure that I take breaks. So I will. I need to stop trying to do everything. So he's stubborn. Well, you know what's going to happen. You got to stick your finger up there and test it out and say, well, what should he look like? Daffodil wants to play doctor. Of course you do, Daffy. Of course you do, Daffy. Never thought I would be a part of a circus, but I love the yogs. So I would never, but the fracture is going to get worse. I'm about to talk about it. in the sea. How does he feel? Love, Sarah P. C. Hart. Kim, though, just all this deeds. Daffy Dill, I love playing Doctor. Haha, and he has a real stethoscope. Yeah, I don't ask too much. You got a nurse's costume as well, haven't you, Carol? So next time you wear it, send some pictures up. I'll put them on screen for everyone to see. Oh, Jeepers Creepers. Jeepers Weepers. Jimmy Wine logic of the same. Oh, let's look at this. What's this? Let's have a look here. Oopsies. Verified. Thank you. Done. Thank you. Oh no. Tesla's doing well in the stocks. No wonder Elon Musk is. I sold mine too early, I think, but I made a nice profit though, so it's fine. But damn you. But there we are. Don't be moaning. Yes, I know you got a nurse's outfit. You said you wear it for his birthday. Hello, Gary. How are you, fella? Hope you're well, my friend. Nurse kept running into everyone trying to use a stethoscope. I'm sure it's a stethoscope is what they were after. Right. Yeah, got the. Yeah, I saw mine probably about a month ago. And I obviously had to go up that much then. Yeah, but to be fair, I'm not greedy. I made a very good profit of it. I made a very good profit. So I'm not, I'm not big. Like obviously, if I stayed, I made a hell of a lot more. But I think sometimes you just can't think like that. You just got right. Did you make a profit of it? Yes, I did. Thank you very much, Tesla. Move on. You know. Yeah, 6.4 today. Trust me, I know. I had about 80 shares and I sold them all. 70, 80 shares, something like that. Oof. Rhode Island's on fire. Beep, 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 beep. Right. I want to wish this frigging thing would start. Wish this thing would start. Come on, let's start it. Very nice. It is nice, but I wish on that I would have stayed with it though, Ruka. Do you know what I mean? But beggars can't be choosers anyway. So we got this Chloe driver. Let's go. Come on, Chloe. Let's hear. They might rest today. We don't know. The judge said that they were on course to give the case to the jury mid-week. But we'll see. Okay. And if you haven't seen them, look at what Dana Leonard. Look at Dana Leonard in this turkey. Turkey worky. Twerk. He's been twerking. He's been twerking along, singing a song. Dana's in the turkey costume. Hello, Dana Leonard. Hello, Robin G. Day one. No, Joe, I've not had the energy. I'm not watching it at all. I've not. Greg, how are you, sir? What's shaking, Dilly boy? It's good, sir. How are you, sir? Hope you're well. I just can't get into stocks, to be fair. It's not my kind of thing. Well, the only reason I got into it is because obviously it was better than saving accounts and stuff like that. Because obviously the saving accounts for stocks and shares is a lot higher than banks. Banks are like 0.1%, and stocks isn't just about buying stocks. You can also save through various other ways as well. So that's why I got into it. And also in the future, as we all know, probably cash is gone. So I want to start doing a portfolio so I can have that, because they predict in 20 years there'll be no cash or anything anymore, and it'll all be either Bitcoin or online stuff. So that's why I want to get a portfolio now or start doing something. So I got something up there anyway, or something. Corn Pope. Boom. I was what I thought you say I was wonking or one. So miss some, but did have it on. Been watching the Lincoln Riley trial. It's a bench trial. It's a bench trial. Yeah, I think he knows what's coming. Do you know what I mean? Me too. If you research and study and you want stock, you should try it. Money's good. Can be good, yeah. Just don't invest in all in one stock. Spread it out, and there's lots of different things. There's people to help you out and stuff as well. It's quite good. Glad you have a good weekend. Keith, how you doing, fella? Good girl. Right. I was hoping this would start on time. We not watched the bench trial before. But they're okay. They're okay. They're okay. The last bench trial I watched, it took forever for the judge to come back with a verdict. So I was like, for fuck's sakes. But yeah. 20 years, I don't have cash now. Now do I know. But yeah, they're weighing out the cash, aren't they? Do you know what I mean? Everything's going to be probably stocks and shares, accounts, and all that Bitcoin. And, you know, back when COVID first hit my sister and I got a mild case, but her hair was falling out for months. Like we had juice. No. What? The hair on top of your head or hair, other hairs as well? Good morning, Rhode Island. I struggle is real. I know it is real. Trust me, I know. Combo wasn't too bad. I hope you had a great weekend yourself. Oh, I just wanted to start. Oh, let me put it on. Let's get it started. Let's get this party started. Let's get the cult started. Do you know what I was not seeing? I've not seen Katie, Amy Lynch, Lisa Reed, Rebecca. Who else is there? Crystal. I've seen Crystal for a while. Luby Lou is out. I know Luby Lou is out. She's taking some time away. Unicorn. Who else is there? Yeah, there's a lot of people that. Joe is another one. I've seen Joe. Joe's here every day. I've seen her for ages. Hey, here she is. Katie Santos is here. Hey, how are you doing? How are you doing? You see, I don't forget people. You see, Katie. How are you doing, darling? Jessica, Fritz, all these people. There's lots of people that I miss. I hope they're okay. I've seen them in other chats here. They look at that little dob in the morning going, yeah, they're cheating. No one's a bigger cheater than Daffodil, I know. Sarah P, no problem, thank you. There you go. Right. Ooh, baby, please. I'm good, just waking up so quiet. It's all good. It's all good. I just, I don't see you in chat for a while, that's all. There's a lot of people. They might be here, but I forget. Lisa Reed, I don't know where Lisa Reed's gone. She is absolutely disappeared. I know one person is still here, though. Josie and Mustaf, they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely. Sarah P. And Shari D's another one. And I miss our Shari D. Dumpster Juice, that's another one. Me too, DQ and Touch, where did you watch it? Happy Monday, Josie. Happy Monday to you. Right, come on, Court. You should be starting. We're a minute, 50 seconds away from starting. I need to start so I can take a sip of coffee. I feel like a bit of coffee today. Oh, Josie, I did say to everyone, I've been, I now know officially I caught COVID. So that explains why I was like grumpy as fuck for the last week or so. So it wasn't Sarah P's fault as everyone else thought. Everyone thought I was grumpy because of Sarah P. I mean, that's partly true, but no, it was, you know, she's a big part of it, the reason I'm grumpy, but yes, so that was a little bit of a, oh, okay, that makes sense. Apparently, I'm going to get snow tonight. Whoa! Snow is falling all around Gary, over in Stoke. Gary. Wow, Gary. Sarah, pee, 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 pee. 70 degrees here today. I can say the same about you, what? I'm awesome. Go boop. Go boop, 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 go boop. Right. That is awesome. Christine. Hi. One degrees. Ooh, so whatever that is, I forget. Gary, not looking forward to that, but it looks like they don't have any yet. There you go. I'm not a big fan of snow. Do you know what? I don't mind snow and ice and stuff if it comes down enough so that you can't go anywhere. Because in the UK we're not used to snow or ice. So we only have one set of tires. Obviously, some people have another set of tires, winter tires, but people just drive like they normally do. It's like, well, no, it's different type of driving. So I hate it because that's where accidents happen and stuff like that. So I rather when snow comes down, nothing better than seeing all the children go out and sledding and doing whatever, snow, whatever you call it, snowmans and stuff like that. And you can just relax, no need to risk your lives out there. I know it's different in America. You guys are more used to it in certain parts of America, but certainly here we're not used to it. A little speck of snow, and we look out the window, going, "Oh, we might be locked in for a week now." Oh, 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 Sarah Pee, Sarah Pee. Why is this court late? I don't know why this court was late. I don't know why this court was late. Oh. Definitely not used to snow. Nope. Fuck. Good luck to Laura Murray today. Laura Murray. Do we know what happened to Laura Murray? Dana, any updates on Lauren? Lauren is in court today. Laura Murray, we love you, Lauren. Good luck to you today, my darling. Lauren. And rest in peace, Toby, as well. Toby. Lauren's had a hell of a weekend. She lost a dog, Toby. He died, and now she's in court today as well. So T's and P's with you, my darling. I love Lauren Murray. She's one of the good people, and so hopefully she's okay. I'm not sure how we went in court today, or does anyone know how we went? Please keep us updated if you do. I love Lauren. So Dave, if you know or anybody else knows, keep us updated, please. On that one. It's 9 o'clock, I think. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So they're probably out of there. I don't know what. Let's see if we can see anything then. Ba, ba. Ra, ba, 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 ba. Oh, do, do, do. Oh, hello. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, my darling. For those who don't know, this is Lisa. This is Tracy's sister, Tracy Murray's sister. Hello, Lisa, my darling. How are you? She's still in the quarters. Thank you, my darling. I didn't know anything about it. I forgot. So good luck to her. If you are there, Lisa, are you there, Lisa? Are you in the court? What the fuck? Is that a sweat? What the fuck? No, it's not. That's not. I'm not sweating. Oh, fuck. Is that sweat patch? Just had a fucking shower. I don't think it is a sweat patch. It looks like it, but it's not. No, I'm not sweaty at all. Good. It looks like a sweat patch, though, all because of this. Native. I use this every day. I love it. Lisa, if you are the court, send Lauren our love. Say that Dylan of the alternate corner and all of us here wish her luck, and we all love her. If you do see her, if not, don't you worry. Go and teach them some good stuff. Thank you, Lisa. See you in a bit, Disney Queen. You can charge money for those pit pics. I will. I will. Thank you, Lisa. Maybe you can get native spawns. It's fucking, I need it because this is costing me something like $25. Is it $25? But 20 odd dollars anyway. It's about £18 for one of these. £18 for one of these motherfuckers. I've shaved my armpits though, Ruka. Does that make a difference? I've shaved them. I got rid of all the hair. I'm not sure if that makes a difference or not. If it was Lavina, hello to you. If it was sweat, it would be under the moobs. No, yeah, no, there's no sweat there. It's fine. £18. So hang on, I'll tell you how much it is now, Sarah P. £18 into USD, just as a thing here. GBP to USD. Yes, accept. Does Sarah P do any work? No. Fine. I could do that there. What the fuck? I don't want to try for 1 week. I just want to fucking. Hang on, wrong site. Fine. I will go here. The currency exchange. Wise. Right. $22.74. It's equivalent to $22.74. That one pack is. So the weirder the better. There you go. I should do an OnlyFans. So yeah. Hello, Lady Di. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. As always. Is that a deodorant antiperspirant? Antiperspirant. It's great. I love it. I swear by it now. I love it. You guys have swapped me. You guys have turned me. I'm a native guy now. That's a lot. It's less than $10 here. What kind of scents do you like? I'll send you some. Yeah, well, when I'm coming out to America, I'm just going to buy a load. So this one, I love this one. Vanilla. Coconut vanilla. I love this one. It's my favorite one. It's only this one I've tried, really. The others I've not tried yet. But this one I will try. So no, you don't need to send me any. It's fine. But I will. I will be buying when I'm in America. I'm going to be buying a shit ton of this stuff. They're great. I mean, on your pits, on your balls, on your ass, wherever you need to put it, it keeps it dry. Under your boobs, it keeps it dry. The only thing I was impressed with, where is it? This one. So I got this much left, right? And it came off. It came off. I can't use it anymore. It came off. So I was impressed with that. But the scent and everything, I'm very impressed with. Very, very impressed with. Now my fingers smell nice as well. For the States, so you don't spend that much. Yeah, well, so when I'm in Boston now, I've got 2 here now. So, but I need to I probably go through 1 a month. So, I'm going to need to really stock up on it. Yeah, $12. So I mean, it's $23 here. It's basically double the price. Essentially, double the fucking price. But it is what it is. Sweaty coconut juice. Dove spray. I try to keep it simple. So I've got Lush, like coconutty hair bar shampoo. I've got this honey dew thing for my body bar, and I've got that. I'm trying to get healthy stuff. Yeah. 'Cause, 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 Import duties. Yes. So, but I'm hoping I don't have to pay that though. Do you know what I mean? As in, when I could bring it back, I don't think, do I? I'm native. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of native. I am definitely a fan of native now. I will definitely buy stuff for native. The hell you sticky. It's your fault. You do not next time, Daffy. You do not stick your fingers up my ass. Then it wouldn't be so sticky, would it? That's your fault. That was not me. That was nothing to do with it, honey. That was just you. You just wanted to get into every hole going. Jeepers. Daffy, no more Daffy. No more of that. Right. Still not started. But anyway. Yeah, so native. I need to. Oh, hang on. What other native is there? Hang on. Right. Well, fuck me. I'm gonna do right. Yeah, that's it. I'll do members only. Fuck it. I'll go do members only later on this week. I think once I know. Got some news. I think we shall tell the members first. Then, but Les and all them, you can stream it to Daffodil, so Daffodil gets to see it. So, where probably will be a little bit more open with stuff. Right. What am I looking for? Native, 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 native deodorant, right? Native deodorant. So I know. You see, no. Oh shit! Native charcoal. Fuck, native charcoal. Right? Do you know how much that's costing me if I want it? 25. No, sorry, that's wrong. 19.99. So that's $25.26. And it's on discount at the minute. It's on discount. If I want to pay the full price next time, it would cost me $31.58. Cheapers. Yeah, so definitely when I'm out there, I will be grabbing some of these native stuff. That's just too. So I've not tried charcoal yet because it's just too expensive. $30 odd. Fucking robbing cunts. Busters event, sorry. Oh my god, no! Crap! They're now going to cost me $27.80. $27.80. £22. Fuck. Yes, one thing of it. So, hang on. Let me show you. Oh, they're both here. Right. I'm going to show you. No. Right. I'm not shopping for anything. It was just showing the price has gone up again. I didn't realize the price has gone up. So this is what I have now, purchased in this month. It's gone up now to £22, which is $28. £22, $28. And the charcoal one, just for one. The charcoal one is 19, so $20 a minute. And that's on discount. That's on discount. It's £20. So okay, vegan. Okay. Well, do I buy it? No. Okay. I agree with you. I agree with you. But like even then, it's so fucking expensive. I might just keep it. I might just keep. Just wait now until I'm in Boston. Looking around the Christmas tree because that's ridiculous. I'd rather smell than pay that prices. Cheapest. Sliding around the fourth floor, doing dancing. But how different is that in prices between America and the UK? Because I imagine there's stuff in the UK that you guys have to pay a ton for as well. Do you know what I mean? Can we just make our own 200? I know. Next year, I'm gonna go. Next year in 4, Lisa's gonna inform us. Hang on. I know that's not a good plan. I know. YouTube, but that was my only negative experience when the whole thing came off. Hang on now. Nope. No, nothing there. Okay, that's fine. Can we just make the 4th? Put any stock in Daffy. That's not a great plan. I know. I don't want to stink, but I don't want to play those prices either. Health kits for starters. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yes. Yeah, that's true. I just use links are very cheap. I used to as well. I'm trying to look after the environment and myself. I'm trying to do everything vegan, as in deodorant stuff now. So that's why there's too many chemicals and stuff in links for me. I only learned that how bad it was for me. So I'm trying to go do the right thing, but it's expensive to do the right thing. What's not a great plan? Must have me stinking, not using deodorant until I get to America. Morning, Christoph. Morning, Heather. To just stink, not stink is not a good plan. No, I don't want to stink. I don't want to stink. I will. I will have other stuff. Something to the World Book kind of post is on strike. Yeah. But also, it's like sending stuff as well around the world is so expensive. You think it'd be cheaper, but it's not. So yeah, once what I'm going to try and do is bring out some biscuits with me, not your biscuits, my biscuits. So people that meet up will try and get a little buffet going of all the good stuff. And yeah, I definitely need to go shopping and get some native stuff and stuff like that for my body care. And also, Ghost, is it? Ghost? What's that? And because we don't get Ghost here, we have to pay like $10 for a fucking can. So I need to try Ghost out there. Sue, hello, my darling. How are you? Good morning to you. I find the vegan stuff way more expensive now than I used to be. Oh, 100%, yeah. It's because it's good for you, they say. So that's why they yank up the prices, the bastards. They're not. These cookies are different, but oh, fuck's sake. This is why I need to educate you. That's why I need to bring biscuits out to educate you. I did a paper in college, my ethics class, I believe in unions, except don't get me started. Yes. That's crazy how long that has been going on for. I never sneak in. Right. Yeah. I would say unions are normally quite good for, on the whole, very good for workers. It's shit when you got shit workers and they get protected so much, but yeah. But that's neither here nor there. The pink lemonade one is the best. then red Sour Patch Kid, then blue raspberry Sour Patch Kid. Well, yeah, you're going to be there, aren't you? You're going to be in Boston, so you can explain it all to me. Explain it to me, Heather Taylor. What will be, will be. Oh, it's magic. I'm just the only, yeah. Another one, Steph as well. Where's Steph gone? Steph, I've not seen Steph for ages from Godalmite, Australia. Luby as well. There's a few. Quizzical Girl. I mean, a lot of people gone, obviously, but there's a few people. They normally say hello. I've not seen for a while. Miss, another one. But yeah. What's the second? Rebecca, what? From West Virginia, Mountain. I forget. She's not been here for ages. Rebecca, I forget her name. Also protects corrupt cops, teachers, etc. We could do a party Zoom. We'll be doing like some stuff from there, probably from the Sweeneys. Where's Lisa? I don't know. I don't know what Lisa's missing. I don't know where she is. Next hearing is December 23rd. Surrender hearing to revoke bail for Christie. They can't do anything yet because she hasn't been charged yet. Magistrate hearing November 25th in Leinster. So December 23rd to revoke the bail hearing, though. So she's not because she hasn't been charged. So she's not definitely going to be going to jail and just monitor it on the 23rd. Magistrate hearing November 25th in Leinster. I don't know where Leinster is, but don't know where Leinster is. We'll see. Yeah, thanks for that, Lisa. Send her our love. Tell her the altar caller. Everyone sends our love to Lauren. We love Lauren here. Thank you, Lisa, for that update. Okay, so if they find probable cause, fine. So they could 23rd. Hopefully they do. Michelle Roy, hello to you, my darling. How are you? Good morning, Dylan. I'm worried about Sean. Don't worry about Sean. He's fine. Sean. Yeah. But yeah, I'm sure you'll appreciate that, Michelle. Hope you're well, my darling. As always, nice to see you. So just continue today. I was telling Miss H. Gold, for some reason, I always thought she was Australian. Do you think Miss H. Gold is Australian? Okay. Yeah, no, I don't think you have the foggiest of reasons for half the stuff that you do. I don't think. Like the stream, please like the stream. How many people have we got liking the stream? We've got 35 people here, 28 likes. Thank you very much, people. Please like it. If they find probable cause, there you go. Heather Taylor. Lemonster. There you go. Thank you. How the fuck can you educate me? I've got to take lessons from Heather Taylor, potty mouth. Lemonster. West of Boston. Lemonster. Good day. Hey, King of Campton. How are you? How are you, sir? I don't think she, which makes me so mad. Outwear TV, there you go. Will do. Thank you, and again, thank you everybody that doesn't know Lisa. She is Tracy's sister. So thank you, Lisa. Send our best to Tracy as well, and just let her know we do feel for her that she has to deal and live with Dana. We can only imagine the sacrifices she has to make. So thank you for that. Corn Pub Right. Continue to December 23rd. Facts Corn Pub Law. I'm so slow with chat. I don't know what people are talking about. I take my self-appointed pronunciations coach serious. Tracy's sister, yes, she was. Lol, Dennis. Robin G, good to see you. I'm going to get my coffee and something for breakfast. No worries, Daffodil. Someone has to take a job seriously these days. You are right. You are right. Then I heard Miss H Gold, and she's without a doubt an Australian. She's not Australian. She's not Australian. 100% Australian. Dennis Sweeney driving home for Christmas. Yeah. Safe journey back home, Dennis Sweeney, and send my love to the Queen, Brenda Sweeney. Hey, no worries. Florida Tim's in the house. Florida Tim is in the house. Hello to you, Florida. Tim, he's been in Houston looking after people. Nice to see you. I think you're on holiday for a week or something. So I hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you are okay. Nice to see you back in chat. I know that people in chat that were here ages ago will remember you. Yeah, you were a stalwart here. You were here for ages, and then obviously work took you away from us. What happened today, Dennis? Discontinued to 23rd December. Dennis, discontinued till the 23rd of December. In Leominster. Hi, Dana Leonard. What the? Wait, Dylan. How do you say the letter H? Miss H Gold. Do you know? Miss H Gold. Is that all right, Heather Taylor? So when you see her, she's not Australian, but you just say Miss H Gold. Miss H Gold, who's not Australian. Back in Florida for a week, then back to Houston. Happy days, Tim. You vanished, yes. But all because of work, all because of doing good stuff. No. Tracy's sister in life, don't you worry. Keep Dana being well behaved. There you go. You're the best, Dana Sweeney. So dedicated and always there for everyone. He is. Only the second time I've heard it pronounced that way. You must go say that. Well, I would hope she says H that way because she's from the UK. So there's always Heather. You make me laugh, Heather. Okay. Hey, Robin G, Heather, that's how I say it too. There you go, Gary. Yes, you would as well. I've only ever heard H pronounced H. 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 Les. There you go, Les. Ruka and cleared. Merry Christmas, KP. Where's the KP one? Where's the Lauren one I've got here? Congratulations to Lauren Murray. Congratulations, Lauren, for yesterday. Go fuck yourself, Krusty. Go fuck yourself, Krusty. Go fuck yourself, Krusty Panties. We love you, Lauren. Let's fucking go. There you go. I hope it does happen. What justice though that'd be? It'd be great. Hey, Les. Hey there, Gary. So, I wish this call would fucking start. Well, we had it the first time. H. That would be awesome, Dina. It would be awesome, wouldn't it? Lauren's so pretty. She's very pretty. Oh, so pretty. Oh, so witty. Nothing like Heather Taylor. I'm joking, Heather. You're very pretty as well, Heather. So all you ladies are. And then there's Gary, me, and Dina, and Keith. Keith. Cheese and rice, Tim. Cheese and rice. We have not. Court's not start. You're supposed to start at 9 o'clock. Central. Still nothing. Oh, here we go. As I say that, it started. Mofos. As I say that, right, I need to boost it for Deb. No audio yet. Why? Because Dana, you're fucked. You just got to laugh, don't you? Look at that. Look at that mug up there.
Ms. Trethaway, you may call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The defense will call Renee Driver to the stand. Oh, I need help with this.
Yes, ma'am.
Whoa, she's very emotional. It must be the mother. Her mother.
Do you swear the information testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Can you tell the jury who you are?
Renee Driver,
Okay, and where do you currently live? City and state is fine.
Florida.
Okay, and what do you do for a living?
I'm a server.
Okay, all right, and how do you know Chloe?
She's my daughter.
Okay, how many children do you have?
3.
Okay, is she the oldest, youngest? Where does she fall in line?
Youngest.
Okay. I know that it's very hard for you to be here today, and if you need a break or a moment, just let me know, okay? All right. Tell us about Chloe as a child.
She's a beautiful little girl. She was a Spitfire.
Okay, and what do you mean by Spitfire?
She was very, she knew everything. She was smarter than everybody and in her family.
And that was primarily when she was a teenager?
Yes, she did gymnastics when she was a little girl, and she had friends, and she played baseball in junior high school, I believe, or softball. But as she got older, she just knew everything.
Okay. Were you close with your daughter while she was growing up?
I thought I was.
Okay. Have you learned a lot of information since this case started that made you reevaluate that position?
Yes.
Okay. When she was a teenager, I know you said she was headstrong. Your family moved around a lot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that kind of created a little bit of a level of upheaval with Chloe in terms of relationships with people and friends?
I didn't think it was.
Okay. When she was a teenager, did you notice any signs or concerns about her mood or possible mental illness when she was a child?
There were a lot of different things. She was very headstrong, and I just thought she was going to be a strong little girl. And then as she got older, she put me through some stuff.
Okay.
There were times where she put me through hell.
Okay. And a lot of that was kind of based on teenagers who know better than their
Yes.
parents.
Yes.
Wasn't her out committing crimes or anything like
Oh,
that?
no,
It
no,
was-
no, no, no.
Definitely thought she was all-knowing or anything like that. Were you aware when she was a child of whether or not she had attempted to commit suicide?
When she was a child?
Well, as a teenager.
No.
Okay. Did you subsequently learn about some behavioral issues related to that after this case started? With cutting or anything like that?
She was cutting her wrist, but I never knew it because she always wore those plastic bracelets and it covered it. And I never had any idea
Okay.
that she was going through that.
Okay. She never communicated any of that to you
Never.
at all? Okay. When she ultimately left your house, that was when she was 17 years old?
I believe so.
Okay. And tell me what your thought process was about why you let her go.
Because I couldn't handle the way she was going about it. My middle and my younger siblings, I think, learned from their older one. My oldest son badgered me, and he would do it all day, every day until he got what he wanted. And my husband always worked out of state. I was Monday through Friday only parent, working and having 3 children. And when there's just a time where I gave in to him. Well, then it started becoming a habit. And I think Chloe got some of those habits maybe from him, watching him get what he wanted as she was growing up. She was never a materialistic kid, but when she wanted to leave and she just asked and asked, and it wasn't just asking, it was arguing, it was fighting, it was, I just finally gave in. I gave in. On top of that, my husband ended up with a quadruple bypass. He was out of work for a couple of years. So, I mean, I had my own issues to deal with. On top of that, I had children to deal with that were very headstrong.
Okay. And when she left your house, how would you describe the level of communication you had with Chloe? Was it here and there? Was it constant?
It was here and there when she left.
When she left? Okay. And was that usually via text or phone, or do you recall?
Probably both.
Okay. When did you first find out that she was involved with Mr. Ben Michael?
18, maybe.
2018, or when she was?
No, well, yeah, that would be 2018
When she-
also, yes.
Okay. And how did you find out about that?
She came home and I found out she was pregnant, I believe.
And was that the first time you found out about the age difference between the two of them?
Yes, I had no idea. I didn't know about him. I didn't know about his age. I knew nothing.
You knew nothing. She hadn't told you about any of that.
Not
Okay.
one thing.
And what was your reaction to finding out his age?
I said I never wanted to meet him. I never wanted him around the house. She was welcome to stay and with her baby, but I wanted nothing to do with him.
Okay. And then ultimately, she had the baby, but continued to stay with him, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you have any concerns about their relationship prior to the birth of Hannah?
Well, it was all just a big shock. I did what I could to try to get her to stay with me, but it didn't work.
Okay. And so then ultimately Hannah was born. When was the first time you got to meet Hannah?
January of 2019.
Okay. And then what kind of situation was that? Did they bring her to you?
Yes.
Or- okay. And when you observed Chloe with Hannah, what did you observe about her care and demeanor with her
She
daughter?
was a very good mother and she loved her daughter.
Okay. Never saw any concerns of.
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at that time.
As far as from what you could see, did you feel that she was the primary caregiver of that child?
Yes.
Okay. And then after the birth of Hannah, how would you describe the level of contact you had with Chloe at that time? Was it?
It was minimal.
Okay. Did you initiate contact with her trying
A
to?
lot.
Okay. And what was the response to that contact?
Honestly, I don't remember. It wasn't as much as I would have liked.
Okay. And then Hannah was born in October of 2019. And then you met her in January.
Oh, so I met her in 2020. I'm sorry, January of 2020.
January 2020.
Yes.
Okay. So the first time you met her was January 2020. And that was at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And then when do you recall the next time you saw her?
April of 2020.
2020. And each one of these times that Chloe would bring her to you, you didn't observe anything concerning about the care of Hannah?
No.
Did you ever observe any signs of mental illness or anything at that point with your daughter?
No, other than me just not being able to understand how she would have gotten involved with somebody that was so much older than her.
Okay. You struggled with that?
Yes.
Okay. When was the first time you really found out anything about the true nature of their relationship?
I don't believe I met him in January of 2020, or I don't believe he was there. Probably July of 2020.
Okay. And can you share what those concerns were?
So I got to see how much weight Chloe had lost. I could see her in July. She was at my house for a couple of weeks. Everything, a lot of had just changed. She was mumbling. She was, nothing really changed with Hannah, just her. She was just falling apart. I mean, she literally was just falling apart. But at the same time, at that time, I wasn't so much paying attention to her because I had Hannah too, and I was just so excited every time I got to see Hannah.
Was that the time that involved going to the river with them?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so, yes.
And then when was the next time that you saw Hannah? Do you recall?
After the incident in November.
Okay. All right. So let's jump forward to Thanksgiving of 2020. Okay. Well, before I do that, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's marked as defense 18. Can you recognize that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about what age Chloe was at that particular? Well, I'll move to admit defense 18. No objection.
It's admitted.
Judge, would you please turn on the overhead so I can publish? Thank you.
Are you doing the document camera or are you doing?
Okay, it should be on the computer if you just give me 1 second. Yeah. I'll skip that one for right now.
Okay, sorry that it's not letting me do what needs to be done.
Thank you. All right, so let's jump forward to Thanksgiving of 2020, okay?
Okay.
And where were you at that time? Where were you living?
Knoxville.
Okay. And you lived with your husband in Knoxville at that time?
I did.
Okay. And tell us what happened on November 26th of 2020.
Was that Thanksgiving Day?
Yes, ma'am.
I received some alarming texts from Chloe, which I woke my husband up and I said that we need to go to Asheville.
Okay. And based on those texts, what did you and your husband immediately do?
Got dressed and went to Asheville.
Okay. And about how far away is that for you guys?
Maybe 2 hours. I don't remember.
Okay. What do you remember about what time of day you arrived there?
I believe we left around 11, so I'm going to say around 1:30.
Okay. But you were concerned enough by the information you had received from Chloe at that time that you immediately dropped
Yes.
what you were doing and got in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened when you arrived in Asheville?
Chloe was there. She was distraught. She was crying. She was very upset because Brian had taken off with Hannah.
Okay. So when you got there, Hannah was not there.
Hannah was not there.
Did you know where Hannah was at that point in time?
No idea.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I believe we called the police.
Okay. And then after calling the police, what did you all decide to do?
After everything was all settled and done with, we ended up leaving Asheville without Hannah, and when we brought Chloe
Back to your house in
back.
Knoxville?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got back to Knoxville, is that the first time you kind of became aware of everything that had been going on?
Yes.
Okay. Is the first time you learned that?
It started trickling in.
Okay. First time you learned anything about Hannah not having a birth certificate or pediatric care?
That is correct.
Okay. And what steps did you take from there?
On Friday after Thanksgiving, I went straight to Knoxville Police Department to see if there was anything we could do. There was absolutely nothing we could do. Since it didn't happen in Tennessee, where I lived. Then I started looking on the internet and making phone calls about getting Hannah a birth certificate. I talked to Brian's mother. She gave me a phone number. On Saturday, I called the phone number that she gave me that was for the FBI. I called Memorial Hospital that was in Miami, Florida. And I just wanted to get some kind of ball rolling on getting her a birth certificate. And I will tell you, I did have to lie about that to Chloe because she was adamant of not, she did not want Hannah to have a birth certificate because Brian was ordering her not to. And to make sure that I didn't get involved in getting a birth certificate.
Okay. So you were,
But we were doing it behind her back.
okay, but you were trying to, at the same time, you were also trying to kind of fix those things that the Asheville Police Department and Knoxville Police Department had all
Yes.
told you.
I was assuming that there could have been an Amber Alert out for her. That's all I wanted was Hannah back. But evidently I was wrong and they weren't able to do anything like that.
Okay. And at that point, it's because there had been no birth certificate or determination of parentage?
Yes. And also because Hannah was Brian's daughter, all they had to do was a blood test, which means they didn't find her in danger.
Okay.
So they couldn't move on.
All right. So at that particular point in time, you learned more about the relationship in those 48, 72 hours than you had the entire 2.5
Absolutely.
years beforehand.
Absolutely.
When you picked up your daughter in Asheville, do you recall seeing any physical marks on her that you were concerned about?
At that time, I believe she had a black eye. And I also believe the police took pictures of her back because she had been dragged or thrown on the ground and there were marks on her back.
So when you went to pick her up that day, you recall her having that black eye?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling us what she said, did you ask her about that black eye? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so in response to all of these things that you are learning in this short period of time, were you trying to help Chloe and Hannah formulate a plan?
Absolutely.
Okay. And that was reflected in the steps you took to try to get the birth certificate or other things?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did you get any indication at that point in time? Well, I'll move on. So during that period of time, Chloe, did you have any contact with Mr. Ben Michael when Hannah was gone?
Yes.
Okay. And did he say some pretty concerning things to you at that time without saying what he said? Were there things that were said that concerned you?
On Thanksgiving evening, yes.
Okay. And that just again contributed to you trying to figure out what to do next, correct?
Yes, I exploded.
All right. And you had never really ever had to deal with anything like this beforehand, correct?
No.
Okay. Was Hannah your only grandchild?
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately, Chloe had been communicating with Mr. Ben Michael, correct? To try to get back to Hannah.
Yes.
Okay. And was she, during that time that she was separated, what was her demeanor?
Just lost, confused.
Okay.
I don't.
Well, she wasn't.
She was hopeless.
She was hopeless?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you recall, Chloe, well, let me rephrase that. You took a video of Chloe on November 27th. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. What number?
I think I need
December
to
7th.
shut this down and restart it
Okay.
to try to get that to work. So
Thank
I'm just gonna.
Sure.
Yeah, the mother doesn't want to be on camera.
Here we go. Hopefully.
So it's up to the judge, really. The judge must have granted it. Oh. Just so everyone knows, Dana's
All right, you
joking.
can proceed. I'm sorry.
Dana's joking with this, right? In case no one give him any sympathy. No one give Dana any sympathy for this. He's joking.
Everything. I pushed everything in it.
Mr. Beverly, you might need to turn on the monitor.
It says lectern input. It says live to displays.
Is the HDMI cord plugged in?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at the bottom screen it says this witness will not be shown on camera. So I presume the judge made the call that she does not need to be on camera.
Here we go.
There we go. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as
That's okay.
defense 7. Okay. I'm just going to have you watch this video. Okay.
My name is Ruby Driver. It's 11/27/2020. I am being forced to get into a truck with Benjamin and Mikhail or Brian Joyce to see my daughter again because he has kept her away from me. I do not know where she is and he won't tell me anything. He's kept her with people that I don't really know well and I don't know what's going on with her. And I'm being forced to get in the car and go with him to be able to see her. And I don't even know if I'm actually going straight to her. But I'm doing whatever I think I can to get to her. Your name is Hannah Nicole, driver.
All right, and you're the one that took that video, correct? All right, tell us why you took that video.
Because I was going to send it to the police officer in North Carolina
Were you
to see if he could help. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how to go about getting help, even though I lived where I lived. And she was taken from Asheville, so I was going to take that video and send it to the officer in Asheville that helped us, because he was a very nice person. And he said he would help us in any way he could. So,
Were you concerned about the safety of your daughter and your granddaughter at that time?
absolutely.
Okay. Ultimately, Chloe left your residence after being there a couple days, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when your next communication was from her?
I don't know, all these time periods are getting messed up in my head. There was a time where she came back for a day or two, and then he, I guess, was somewhere in Knoxville, I don't know where. And I believe they picked her up to go back to Asheville to look at some property.
Okay. What was her demeanor or when she was with you over Thanksgiving and the time thereafter? Can you describe like her affect or what you noticed about her?
She was a mess because Hannah wasn't there, but she was relieved because she was at home. At least that's what I thought. That's what I saw.
Did she appear tired or distressed or?
So she always appeared tired. She always appeared hungry.
Okay. And then you also, I think, indicated that she was acting kind of strangely in terms of mumbling or like.
And I started noticing that in July when she was at my house for a couple of weeks.
Okay. Did you see it again in November? Do you recall?
I honestly don't recall. I don't know.
All right. If you would have told an evaluator in this case that that's something that you talked to, you have no reason to dispute that, though, correct?
Absolutely not.
And I think you already indicated that you're having a lot of issues with the memories.
Absolutely.
Okay. When this has been a pretty traumatic and stressful event for you and your family, correct? Okay. So she came back to you with Hannah at some point in time, correct? After?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and I'm gonna show you what is marked. Defense 19 and 20. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, if you will just take a look at these two pictures for me. Okay. All right. Do I need to admit those? You object?
You're admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so this is a picture that was, I'm trying, it's not my computer. There we go. All right. These were pictures, and that's your residence there, correct? In the background? All right. And that this was in after Thanksgiving of 2020, correct? Do you recall?
Yes. It was the beginning of December, I believe.
Okay. And do you know who took these pictures?
I did.
You took those pictures? Okay. And that this is an accurate representation of what Chloe looked like
Yes,
at the end of November 2020? Okay. Looking back on these pictures, do they cause you some level of distress?
absolutely.
Okay.
Because I didn't see it at the time. All I saw was Hannah.
Okay.
So
And you also took this picture as well, correct?
yes,
All right. What were you trying to do? What were you and your husband trying to do during this time after Chloe left with Hannah and went back with Mr. Ben Michael?
we were just trying to get her and Hannah to stay with us.
And how were you doing that? Do you recall?
Just, my husband actually told her somewhere down the line that if she came home, he would pay for her to go to school and buy her a car. And she did not like that. She said that it would have to be her choice if she decided to come home and do all.
Did you feel at that point in time that she felt like she could leave that relationship?
No,
Or if that she left that relationship, she had concerns about whether or not she'd be able to leave with Hannah?
she wouldn't be able to leave with Hannah.
Okay. All right. That's
what I think.
okay. All right. And what other things did you and your husband do between Thanksgiving and December 8th of 2020 to try to convince Chloe to leave?
So she left right around those pictures, and I didn't see her again until December 7th, I don't believe.
Okay.
December 7th, she came to my house to pick up Hannah's stuff because they were heading to Florida. And I asked her to please stay with us. And she was worried. She was like, she said that Brian would never let her just would never allow her to stay with Hannah. And I tried to tell her, don't worry about Brian and Jason or whoever's here. We can take care of this. I will call the police and I will have them removed from our property. And she said, no, Mom, you don't understand it. He'll never let us stay.
The way she acted when she was at your house, was that different than you had ever previously seen her since you?
Yes.
I mean, you previously described her as a spitfire and talkative and
No,
everything.
at this point she was, I hate to say it, but she was just drained and dead inside. She was like a zombie. She was just, she wasn't her. She wasn't Chloe.
Okay. Both physically and mentally or emotionally?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
all of it.
Did you notice when she came back to your home on the 7th, whether or not she still had, or whether she had more bruises or anything on her face? Do you recall?
I do. Actually, December 7th, I asked her how she got the black eye, and she said she ran into a cabinet. I said, no, you didn't.
But she didn't
And
give
she
you
said,
any.
Mom, I deserved it. And it's,
So let's talk about looking back at all of this now, okay? You obviously lost your daughter and granddaughter, correct?
yes.
All right, and you found out on December the 8th about what had happened, correct?
Technically, I didn't find out until December 9th in the morning.
Okay, and that was from the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, and you and your husband immediately started providing information to law enforcement at that time, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. But
That
you
was a
had,
hard phone call, so I really don't remember. What
understandable. Did at any point in time, did you ever, based on what you saw with Chloe, ever think that she would harm Hannah?
Absolutely not.
Did you have any concerns that she would ever harm herself?
I didn't think about it at the time. But now that I look back at so much and remember things, possibly. Yes.
So this, when you got that phone call from Canton Police, you were floored, correct?
Yes, I thought I lost my daughter and my granddaughter.
Okay.
Well, I did lose my granddaughter.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor? I don't have any further questions at this time. Ms. Gropper's going to ask you some questions, okay?
Good morning. Ms. Driver, I want to go through, you indicated that we saw those pictures that after the incident where she came to your house and you made that video, her and Hannah both returned to your house and stayed with you for a couple of days, correct?
After the video, she was gone for probably a week or so.
Okay. Do you recall talking to Detective Cruz during this investigation with your husband?
December 11th, we went to Canton Police.
Okay. And do you recall telling her that Brian dropped off Hannah and Chloe at your house the Sunday of Thanksgiving weekend? And they
No.
stayed for a couple of days.
I don't know. All the dates are mixed up in my head.
Okay.
I don't know when they came back.
Okay. But did her and Hannah come stay with you?
Yes, after the video?
After the video?
Yes.
Okay.
I just don't know if it was when exactly it was.
Okay. And then you said that she was leaving with him because they were going to go look at some property in Knoxville?
Yes.
All right.
In Asheville.
In Asheville. Okay. Thank you. And when you were interviewed by Detective Cruz, did you tell her that you and your husband didn't know that anything was going on until about Thanksgiving time?
That is, yes.
Is that accurate?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. And did you tell her that at that time your concerns became your goal of getting Hannah away from both of them because you didn't want Hannah to be raised in a cult?
That is correct too.
Okay. So your decision to try to get her a birth certificate and go behind Chloe's back in that regard is because you wanted Chloe to go to school, to get vaccines, to have medical care, and Chloe and Brian would not agree with that.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And you had repeatedly tried to get Chloe to leave that situation and she refused, correct?
She didn't refuse. She wanted to, but there was no way out.
Okay. And
in her mind.
All right. You're aware that after she killed Hannah, she continued to reach out to
Yes.
Brian and maintain a relationship with him, right?
I know that she kept in touch with him. He had a hold on her to where she had to.
Okay.
I don't understand it myself. I really don't.
All right. And I'm trying to get to the bottom of your statement that she had to. Do you understand that when she was reaching out to him, he could not access her physically and he could not call her?
At the hospital?
After
Or
she
in
was
jail?
arrested?
Yeah, I know that she could only make the calls out.
Okay. And are you aware of how often she chose to do that?
I know that, honestly, no, I don't.
Okay. Did you know that for over 2 years after she killed Hannah, she continued to call him?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that she made over 617 phone calls to him?
600? No, I was not.
Okay. Do you know just how many times she lied to you and told you she was no longer talking to him when she in fact was?
And I made it clear to her if she kept talking to him that I would have nothing to do with her.
Okay. And are you aware after you made those statements to her, she continued to speak to him behind your back?
I believe so. I believe she told me.
Okay. Do you recall a conversation that you had with her after her arrest where she told you that she wished we would have asked her permission to give Hannah an autopsy because her and Brian would have never agreed to that.
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. You don't remember having an argument with her about that's what happens when you kill a baby, that they have to have an autopsy?
With Chloe?
Right. Do you remember having that conversation with her?
No.
You don't remember that? Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Cruz when you spoke to her that Chloe went into this situation with strength from her upbringing and she was able to wane through it, but the last few months when he teamed up with Jason, that's when she lost hope?
I really don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. You've told this jury that you didn't become aware that there were any issues until the last couple of months, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're aware that's when Jason Spillers joined the picture?
I have not been keeping up with Jason. I don't know.
Okay.
I know that he was at the river, but he was only at the river for a few minutes.
Okay. So you don't.
After that, I know nothing about this cult. I know nothing about these people. I only know about Chloe and Brian and maybe a little bit about the two girls. That's it. I didn't go into their life.
Okay.
Like, I don't know.
All right.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So you don't recall saying that she went into the situation with strength and that the situation in the last couple of months had gotten bad since Jason joined the group. You don't remember?
Absolutely not. It doesn't even sound like my words.
Okay.
I don't know.
I want to talk to you about Chloe's access to money. Did at some point she transfer you $65,000?
60.
$60,000?
Mhm.
And when did that happen?
I asked her to put that money, to take it out of her account so Brian could no longer have any money, any way of holding onto it or getting a hold of it. And I asked her to put it in another account because I wanted her and Hannah to start figuring something out as far as getting away.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
Hannah and Chloe it had to have been in November.
Okay. So you said you wanted her to take it out of her account.
It was after she got Hannah back from when Brian took her.
Okay. Was that when Hannah and her came to stay with you for a few days?
Yes.
Okay. And so at that time she had access to her own bank account that had over $60,000 in it?
Yes, because she went to the bank and showed her ID, wrote a check, and she transferred it over to our account.
Okay. So Chloe transferred $60,000 to your account.
Mhm.
All right. And did she, to your knowledge at that time, have any, withdraw any cash?
I believe she had some. When she left North Carolina, she had $1,000 on her,
When she
if
left?
I remember correctly.
Okay. And so she transferred you the money.
No, I do remember. I'm sorry. We went to the ATM when we left North Carolina, and she pulled out that money. So she would have cash on her while she was at my house, or just for an emergency, or if anything she needed to use it for.
Okay. So she had debit cards, checks, and access to that account with all the money in it.
Well, she had a debit card, yes.
Okay. All right. So she transferred you $60,000 and she withdrew $1,000 cash for herself?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay. And then after that, she chose to go with Brian to look at some property in Knoxville?
Yeah, it was. So after she transferred me the money, the few days later, he showed up, picked her up, picked Hannah up, and she wanted Eric and I to go with them, and we just couldn't do it.
Okay.
But I look back at that now as a cry for help, as far as asking her father and I to go, because she asked us a couple of different times to make sure, that she wanted us to go with them.
Okay. And
Tits and clams.
your statement before was that she went back with Brian.
Tits and clams, that's a charity.
And because she had to go, she was trying to get back to Hannah, correct? Was that your testimony before?
At the Thanksgiving time when she made that video, yes.
Okay.
I
And,
heard some of the conversations that on her end when she was talking with him.
okay. And even after Hannah was dead, her continued pursuit of Mr. Benyamin and her relationship, you'd agree that at that point he couldn't hold the baby over her, right?
Absolutely.
Because Hannah was deceased?
Absolutely.
Okay. And after she transferred you that $60,000 and she was arrested for killing Hannah, isn't it true that she reached out to you and accused you of stealing her money and wanted you to give the money back to Brian?
Yes.
Okay. And she told you repeatedly, that's my money.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't want the money. It was for her.
Okay. And you told her, Chloe, if you
Yeah.
continue to make these choices, you're going to lose your entire family.
Yes.
And at that time, she chastised you for speaking ill of Brian, correct?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And she still wanted to be with him and still loved him even after she killed Hannah.
Yes.
Um,
It was that hold he had on her.
okay. You indicated that you spoke to Detective Cruz in this case. How much do you know about the actual evidence and investigation in this case?
I prefer not to know.
Okay.
I really don't want to know.
All right. You've intentionally not reviewed any of the evidence? Is that?
No, I have no. My
Okay.
husband and I do not want to know.
Okay.
I don't
And
want
you,
to see pictures. I don't want to know.
okay. And is it fair to say that you have not reviewed any of Chloe's statements to law enforcement
No.
or the doctors? Okay. So is it fair to say that this jury probably knows more about the facts
Absolutely.
and evidence than you?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you obviously love Chloe. She's your only daughter, right?
Yes.
And you understand that this jury was selected because they are neutral and unbiased, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you'd agree that they are less biased and more neutral than you.
I mean, I would assume so. I would hope so.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
Yes. Miss Driver, are you here today just for Chloe? Are you here for your granddaughter as well?
I'm here for both.
Okay. Looking back on this whole scenario, well, let me rephrase that. Every day you think about this case, correct?
Every day I think about both of them.
And you continue to live with a lot of regret, correct?
Absolutely.
And then looking back on everything, do you wish you could have done more?
Absolutely.
Have you had the opportunity to replay all this stuff in your head and try to figure out different ways that you could have done more?
Yes.
Do you feel like you could have done more?
Yes.
Think you should have done more?
Absolutely.
So you're not absolving anybody here of personal responsibility, correct? You're here to give your perspective on what you saw your daughter endure, correct?
Yes.
All right, and that's you understand the position that we are all in, correct? And that you never ever thought your daughter would harm herself or her daughter, correct?
No.
And everything that you saw was Chloe being a loving and caring mother.
She did love Hannah.
Okay. And it was clear to you as you saw her from November 26th up until December 20th that you saw physical changes in
Yes.
her appearance. I'm sorry, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And you also saw,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the leading nature of these questions. This is for witness.
you also saw, sure, Your Honor. You also saw signs of visible emotional and mental distress, correct?
Absolutely.
All right, and those are reflected in those pictures that I showed you, correct? And are you here today to persuade the jury one way or another?
No, I mean, I'm ready to accept whatever comes of this.
And you understand that
you're not here to try to help Chloe in any particular way, correct? You're just here to give your version of what happened and you observed.
Yes,
All right, and it's clearly affected you tremendously, correct?
absolutely.
Your entire family, is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
All right, I have no further questions, thank you.
Any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you, ma'am. All right, call your next witness, please.
I'm gonna call Sandra Torres.
Well, there you go. That was the mother. I wonder if the father's gonna. There's a good question by Keith as well about whether the father of the baby is in prison or not. And the honest answer is I do not know, Keith. I don't know. It's a good question though. The judge is very telling. Judge is like rolling their eyes, for fuck's sake, just get on with it. Yeah, I know it doesn't sound like it. You're right, Lee Dye. It's just it is intriguing though, isn't it? Zinc. I need to take more zinc or some zinc. Oh shit! Right, here we go.
Give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat. Can you tell the court who you are and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sandra Torres, Torres.
Okay, and where do you currently live, city and state?
Anderson, South Carolina.
Okay, all right, and you understand what you're here for today, correct?
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna talk about an incident that occurred on November 25th of 2020, correct?
Uh-huh.
All right, so you have to say yes or no
Yes,
because he's
okay,
recording.
yes, sorry.
That's okay. You don't know Chloe Driver prior to that date, correct?
No.
All right, so let's talk about what happened in November of 2020. You, at that point in time, were living where?
In Fairview,
Okay, and where's
North
that?
Carolina.
Okay, where's that in relation to Asheville? What'd you guess?
Like 10 minutes from each other.
Okay, all right, so tell us what you saw on November 25th of 2020.
Well, I was driving down the road to go get some lunch, and I seen these two guys chasing a young girl. So they were right in the middle of like on the side of the road. I made a U-turn, came back. I wanted to see if she was okay because, I mean, she was running from them. And then they had got a hold of her and was dragging her back to the apartments that were right there.
Okay, was this a pretty busy intersection or area?
It's a 2-lane, so it's very small.
Okay.
It's busy usually at first thing in the morning, afternoon, school time, and then in the evenings.
But you were just driving down the road on your way to get lunch that day?
Yeah, I was just cutting down that little road to go over to the Biltmore area to get lunch.
Okay. Is the young lady you saw running that day present, sitting over there?
I believe so. I mean, it all happened so fast.
Okay. And you said she was being chased by 2 men.
Yes.
Okay. And you remember what those men looked like, correct?
Oh, yes.
All right. Can you describe what they looked like?
Well, one of them, in my opinion, looks like Marilyn Manson.
Okay.
And the other one was just a tall, blonde-headed guy. I mean,
Which one was chasing Miss Driver?
both.
Both of them.
Yes.
Do you recall which one actually physically grabbed her?
Well, they both were like on the side of her, like bringing her back to, because I had pulled over into the apartments there, and she had both of them on the side.
Based on what you had seen driving down the road, that created some level of concern for you, correct?
Oh, yes, because I made a U-turn.
Okay, and then you came back and saw them struggling over her?
Yes,
Okay, and there was still traffic in the area, correct?
yes.
All right, do you recall Miss Driver's appearance that day? Like did you notice any emotions or anything that she was exhibiting?
She was very upset. She was yelling at me to help her child, that these people were kidnapping her. And, you know, that's why I stood and waited. And then I called the law, 911.
Okay, so you called 911?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you, I think you talked about where you moved your vehicle?
Yeah, so where I was parked at, I had actually backed up because they were bringing her back towards the apartment. So I just parked in front of this row of cars,
Okay.
not knowing whose they were. I was just trying to, but I was still in my vehicle at that time.
And you saw them struggling over her, correct?
Yeah, both of them, yes,
All right.
struggling over her. And then she approached my vehicle, and then, what's his name? Benjamin? The dark-headed gentleman is the one that grabbed her again,
Okay,
right in front of she was standing at my doorway.
okay. And you recall her yelling certain things to you?
Yeah, help me. They're trying to kidnap. They got my daughter.
Okay.
Don't leave me. Call my mom.
Okay.
Call my parents. And she tried to give me the phone number.
Okay, and you recall that specifically?
Yes.
Okay. And what were Mr. Ben Michael and Mr. Spillers doing in response to that? Do you recall?
Just they grabbed her and got her, trying to get her back in the house, and then she came back out of the house.
Okay, so she got back out of the house?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did she do next?
Come running back towards my vehicle. I had, like I said, called 911 already, and I was just waiting for the police to show up.
Okay, and what did you do with your vehicle?
It was still parked
Okay.
in front of the apartment there, which, I mean, I didn't know that was the apartment she was going to go to, but I was just parked in front of someone's apartment and had vehicles blocked in.
So you saw her being physically taken back into that apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually taken in there. And then Benjamin's the one that yelled and said, she's having a panic attack.
Did you believe that at that
No,
time?
because I know people that have had panic attacks. She was yelling for help
Okay.
and to help her child.
All right, so you had already called 911?
Yes.
And you were still waiting for them to come?
Yes.
All right, and then what happened after she came out of that
So
apartment?
when she came out of the apartment, he come after her, Benjamin, or
Okay.
whatever his name is. So he came after her, grabbed her, and at that point was trying to put her into the vehicle, his vehicle, which I had blocked in, which I didn't know that. And she was fighting him off, yelling, screaming, fighting. And then here come another lady out of the house who had a baby.
Okay, and where did that lady go with the baby?
She was trying to get in the vehicle as they were trying to put her in the vehicle, and she was trying to grab her baby. So then now they're tug of warring with the baby. So I got out of my vehicle at that point.
Okay, and what did you do?
I went over, stuck my hand in the window and tried to grab the keys out of the ignition.
Did it seem like it was taking forever for law enforcement to show
Oh,
up?
definitely.
Okay.
Because it's like, okay, where are they? What's going on?
Did you get the impression that Ms. Driver in any way, shape, or form wanted to get into that vehicle with him?
No.
Okay, was she still yelling at that time?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall what she was saying?
Just help me, help my baby. Don't let them take me. Call my parents.
All right, and so you tried to keep them from, well, your car had already blocked them in to a degree, correct?
Yes.
All right, and were you able to get those keys?
No.
Okay, and so what did Mr. Ben Michael do?
They got her in the vehicle. The other lady got in the vehicle. And then he got in the he was in the driver's seat trying to maneuver the vehicle to get away.
Okay, and what happened to you as a result of him trying to do that?
So when he was trying to back up a little, back up, he ended up hitting me with his vehicle on my knee.
And you were injured because of that, or had a
I
bruise?
had a bruise and a cut. And then at that point, he had maneuvered the vehicle enough. He hit the car next to him, which was Peggy's car.
He hit Peggy's car.
Hit Peggy's car,
Okay.
went over an embankment that had plants and flowers and things, went over that and then was gone.
Okay. And were you concerned for Miss Driver and the baby at that point?
Yeah, I believe I called 911 again, saying that they had took off with her and the baby. And then Peggy was still there and Jason was still there.
Okay. At any point in time, did you ever punch Peggy?
No, she came around the vehicle and told me, you don't know what you've done. You don't know what kind of trouble you've caused. And I was like, well, I didn't know what to say, but she was up in my face, like right here. I did push her back.
Okay. But you never punched her
Oh,
or
no.
anything? Okay.
No.
Did you ever brandish a weapon?
Who?
You. Did you ever brandish a gun or a weapon at any
Oh,
of them?
no, I don't even believe in guns or, no.
All right. So if Mr. Spiller said that you were threatening him with a gun, that's not true.
Never. There would be no way.
All right. And so what do you recall happening after Mr. McMichael's car left?
Okay, so he was gone. There was a little white car there. Peggy had gotten the car, and then Jason came around my vehicle yelling and screaming at me, and then boom, hit me right in the face.
Okay.
Down I went.
Okay. And what do you remember next?
I don't know if I passed out or not. I think I was in shock. Just standing there. I think I was in so much shock.
Okay.
So I was just standing there still waiting for the
police.
police to show up.
Okay. And that white car left.
They both got in there and was gone.
Okay. And by both, you mean Mr. Spillers and
And Peggy, yes.
Okay. All right. So it's your testimony that Peggy got close enough to you and was yelling at you, accusing you of
Yes.
inserting yourself in someone else's business, I guess.
She just said, you don't know what kind of trouble you've caused now. And I didn't know what you meant by that, but
Okay.
So
if Mr. Spillers told this jury that you punched Peggy a couple different times, that's not true?
no, that is not true.
Were you ever arrested or charged with anything related to this incident?
No.
And Mr. Spillers and Miss, or Peggy, she goes by a couple different last names, left the scene?
Yes, they were gone.
Okay. And ultimately you gave a police report that day, correct?
Yes, I ended up, the fire truck came, the ambulance came, the police came, they took my information. There was 2 of the witnesses involved that seen everything that took place. And they asked if I wanted medical. And I said I was, because my eye was already all red inside and my nose was bleeding. And so I said, well, can you call the ambulance was there, but I told them that I was not going to go with them because they wanted me to leave my brand new vehicle right there in the parking lot.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you some exhibits that have been marked defense 21, 22, 23, and 24. All right. So we're going to talk about that one. Okay. So can you identify what defense 21 is, please?
Okay, so that is me right after, and I was sitting in my car, and that's when I was talking with the paramedics about what they wanted to do. But I just sat down back in my vehicle.
Okay. And that's from the date of the incident,
Yes.
correct? All right. So we're going to move to admit 21 through 24.
Mhm.
Judge, and then publish to the jury. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so this is the picture from November the 25th, correct?
This would be the next day, yes.
Okay, all right. If the date on the picture from your phone is from the 25th, the day of, does that refresh your recollection?
Okay, so that might have been that evening when I went home and showered and
Okay, all right.
everything then.
Wait, you're the one that took these pictures or have
Oh,
these
yes.
pictures? Okay. Were these pictures provided to law enforcement?
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right.
And the judge in the case.
Okay. All right. This is going to be this is our next exhibit. Can you tell us what that picture is?
That's just, I just got out of the shower, so I can tell that. Just
How the injury,
the injury to my eye, my
Okay.
first black eye.
all right. And do you recall where Mr. Spiller specifically hit you?
Just boom, right in the hole. I mean, I didn't even see it coming. I wasn't expecting it. And so he just got me right in the side of the face.
Okay. And it was one punch that took you to the ground?
One punch.
Okay. All right. Go to the next one. Is that the one I have in front of you? The other one you have in front of you? Right there. Okay. All right. So this is from November 27th. And again, that's the
next day.
next day. Okay. What kind of medical care did you have to receive for this?
Well, so I stopped. I left the scene, drove myself because they wanted to leave my vehicle there, and they wouldn't move my vehicle, and I didn't feel safe to have my vehicle sitting there. So I ended up leaving, went to urgent care right around the corner to have them look, and they told me this was an incident that I needed to go to the hospital for. Okay. So they actually went to Mission Hospital, and they got me in so quick, and they took x-rays of the face, and he had broken my eye socket, and he had my, what is that called?
Orbital bone?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so basically he had broken everything in this side of my face.
Okay.
And they gave me, pain pills if I needed them for the pain, and ice.
Okay.
And then I had to follow up a couple different times with a bone specialist to see if I needed surgery.
Okay. Did you end up needing surgery?
No.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to show you the next one. And then obviously this is on November the 30th. So again, just the progression of the injury. So in this one, you can see the bruise to your jaw.
It was the whole thing. He only hit me one time.
Okay.
So, and then it ended up bruising all. Okay. And then,
And Mr. Spillers previously testified about this particular incident. You immediately made this report to law enforcement, correct?
Oh, yes.
All right. And they took your report and ended up taking warrants for the individuals in this case.
Yes, for
correct?
Peggy, because she was right up in my face. I mean, like, for assault. And then, of course, Jason for assault, and Benjamin because he hit me with his vehicle.
Okay.
And as far as I know, they haven't even been served to this still.
Okay. And you were never charged with anything, correct?
Oh, no.
All right. And it's your testimony today that you never brandished a weapon or assaulted Peggy in whatsoever. You're not a drug user, correct?
No.
Okay. And you weren't drunk or out of your mind on this particular day too?
I am, whenever any of us girls go out, I am the designated driver because I do not drink.
Okay.
And I just never have.
So Mr. Spiller, your case with Mr. Spillers has been resolved, correct?
Yes, we finally got him. He was in California on charges out there. They finally brought him back here, and we finally did court, I guess maybe 6 months ago.
Okay. All right. And
He pleaded guilty.
He pled guilty?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you didn't have to testify in a trial or anything else like
nothing.
that? Okay. Did anybody in this particular case, aside from myself and Mr. Kessler, contact you about what happened on the 25th of November?
No.
Okay. You don't recall, you never spoke to anybody from the Camp Police Department or from the District Attorney's Office, correct?
Okay, not for what happened that day.
Okay.
But then, like I said, I didn't know anyone. So.
Okay. So you didn't know any of these people leading up to that?
I still didn't know nothing for probably the first week.
Okay.
And then I found out about Jason, living 5 minutes from me. And
okay. So you because you didn't know any of these people, you weren't necessarily able to provide law enforcement on the 25th with their names or anything like that.
Nothing.
You were just able to give them information related to the vehicles that they were driving,
Right.
correct? All
I
right.
took pictures and had tag numbers.
Okay. And in your mind, what you saw that day, did you believe that Miss Driver was in distress
Oh, yes.
and that she was being chased by these individuals?
And kidnapped, yes.
Okay. And you just felt like you needed to intervene or help this young lady?
Yeah, I just, two men chasing a woman, and it's just in my nature. I don't know. I mean, it's a valuable lesson that I learned the hard way, but I do it again, yes.
I have no further questions of this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Break time. That's tomorrow.
All right, we are going to take a recess at this time. We're going to be in recess until, we will say 11 o'clock. So leave us your notepads, and you can step outside or you can stay in the jury room, but we will resume at 11 o'clock.
Right, let's see what else the judge says. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, right, okay. We are live. So they're in Central Time, Robin. They're in Central Time in Georgia. So 11 o'clock. So 20 minutes. We've got 20 minutes to go. She did. She listened to you, Lady Di. She did. Mark Cunningham, hello to you. Hello, everybody. How are we, people? That's amore. All right. 20 minutes of hell. What? Daffy with me? You're supposed to be enjoying yourself, Daffy Dill, with me. So there are parts of Georgia which are central. So yeah, there's parts of Georgia which is central. I did not know this until we did the is it Laurie Weaver? So this has always been Central Time. Remember, this is looking. So if you remember, we did is it Laurie Shaver? We did that one was George as well. Oh yeah. So Lady Di explains it well. Parts of Georgia are CT like Florida, CST. Yeah. So yeah, it's the same thing. Well, I'm glad you could come in and learn something new every day, Pichik. We are sailing with Dana. Right, yeah. I didn't. I just found it weird because she said, let's be back for 9 tomorrow. And I was like, they weren't back until gone 10. I was like, what the fuck? There's a lot of oh, let me put a poll up. You just announced. Robert says, I just learned something new from this Welsh guy and this cheating Daffy. Not Daffodil. She cheats anyway, but Lady Di. There you go. Carol's from Georgia. She did not realise. I'm just going to ask a question. So on YouTube, there's a question going around, not that it matters, but about membership fees. So I'll put that up. So on YouTube, there's a question about whether you motherfucker. I'm going. The fuck? Why won't it do a poll for me? Oh, I got it. So there's some content creators out there, asking the question about grifting and all that, and whether there should be membership fees, whether we should be charging them, what kind should we be charging? And I was just wondering, well, I think mine's quite reasonable, $2.99. Was it not one saying it's fine? Oh, I fucked it, didn't I? I fucked it now, didn't I? Let me do it again. Hang on. Let me do it again. Hang on, people. Let me do it again. Ignore it. Yeah, ignore it. I forgot the option that KD and Lady Dive said. Let me end it. Start poll. Let me end it. I blame Dana. What the fuck, Dana? I'm joking. It's not Dana's fault. Even though everything else is. I am joking. Right, so it's fine as it is. Should be more. Be less. Cheers. Because I'll talk. Dana gets blamed for everything. Hello, how are you doing, darling? All right, I've just done it again. So there are parts of Georgia which is also Central Time, which we learned, Carol. So you are right that the majority of Georgia is Eastern, but there are parts like this place where we're watching this trial, which is believe it or not, Central Time. They are based in Central Time. Similar to what is in Florida. There's a couple of like places which is Central Time, even though it's Eastern, it's known as, and Georgia's the same. And this trial is located, it is in Central Time. They're basing everything on Central Time and not Eastern. So, like the Peninsula of Florida, that's the one. That's the one. So the real ask is, obviously, the people are saying about whether it should be memberships, whether it should not be memberships. Well, as a content creator, I think they should obviously be memberships, but I think they should be reasonable. There's obviously some that have got various tiers, 5, 6 different tiers. I just went with one tier because I just felt it was fairer. The other reason is, so if you do multiple tiers, so say now, I used to do $2.99, $4.99, and $8.99, whatever it was. And it was a pain in the ass because if you were a gift memberships, you would only have the option of doing $4.99, where I would want people to gift the $2.99 option, and there was never any options for it. Whichever one's nearer to $5 is the one that you get to share. So that's why I was getting annoyed with it. Then I changed it. Yeah, so it's all different. So Carol, the reason it came back again was because the judge just said, now we'll be back at 11 o'clock, and I was like, what the fuck? 11 o'clock? You mean 12? And no, she means 11. They're definitely basing this trial on Central, definitely. So wherever this, I don't know where this trial is. They say it's Georgia versus Chloe Driver, but it's 100% on Central Time. But where, I have no idea where that is, my darling. It's just I know that the judge is running this, and the same with the Laurie Shaver one. That was done in Central Time as well, and that was the same courthouse. So that's why it's the same with the Florida. We get confused sometimes. Right. Fuck what people think. I don't care. There's a post on community with another content creator that's asking this stuff, and I was just like, oh, it's just intrigued. I don't really care. I mean, I think that mine's quite reasonable at $2.99, to be honest with you. With considering the costs and everything. $2.99 for a membership. StreamYard, fuck me, yeah. StreamYard's like, what was that, $50, $60 now? I don't even know how much I pay anymore. I don't even know how much I pay anymore for it. And Canva, Clipchamp, editing software. What else is there? Fuck knows. I just know there's money coming out of my bank every fucking month. I don't remember why it's coming out of my account. So whatever. Talking whilst muted, absolutely. That's priceless. You can't put money on that. Hello, Tootsie. People are not forced to pay anything. They're not forced to pay anything. You're right. You're right, Tootsie Wootsie. You are right. Maybe. Well, I just want to say is Laura Shaver was exactly the same. So whatever meaning that has to it, they're both the same Central Time. So I know it's weird, isn't it? It's weird, but they are running this court at Central Time. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just saying. I'm just saying the courthouse is running as Central Time. So That's all I can say to you. Sorry, guys, but it's Eastern time. It's fine. I don't know what the judges do about all the GSA. That's fine. It's just I want to restate that court is doing Central Time. I don't want to cause any confusion. The court is Central Time because it's causing confusion. The court is Central Time. Now, I don't dispute whatever Carol's saying. I do not dispute it. That she's probably fucked up as a judge, but this court does is definitely Central Time, even though it should be Eastern Time. The same with Laura Shaver, I'm pretty sure. State that stop following daylight saving. No idea. I mean, I don't mean to be ugly, but I've lived here. It's all good. It's not about that, Carol. It's about making sure that we know what the times are, because the judge is saying times. I don't want any confusion. We have to go with what she's saying, Central Time. She's been doing it from the start. So that's why I don't want any confusion on that part, because then people start getting confused. And I'm even getting confused now, but the court is definitely running on Central Time, but they're not on Central Time. I know, but still. 11:54, right? Oh, yeah. No, that's for me. That's confusing because she's saying, that's why she says start at 9 o'clock every morning, but technically it's 10 o'clock. They may have forgotten to change the clock. I don't know. They didn't observe daylight savings time this year. That's why Sonnet is still Eastern. Sorry for the caps. I think they forgot to change the clock. Something's happened. It's just, we'll just go with this is Central Time. On just this court, we'll say Central Time for once to bear any confusion. Even though we know it's wrong, we'll go with Central Time because it's going to confuse the fuck out of us. Bloody hell. Brilliant son of a bee. Lady Di. You go confuse me as I go by the time you start. I know, but it confuses me because for a while I went live the other day. I was like, she said, let's go live at 9. I was like, well, it's 9 o'clock Eastern. And obviously it wasn't. It's fucking 10 o'clock Eastern, but she calls it 9 o'clock. I was like, fuck. It is Eastern. Yeah, I understand 100% Eastern. So that means the judge is fucked up then, somehow. Why does the judge use Central Times? That's what I'm confused about. Why is she using Central Times? Well, anyway, doesn't matter. All times are central. Just remember that. I'm not changing my membership. I'm not changing my membership, people, just in case people think it's a question that came up in the community that I'm a member of, and they were saying about content creators, different prices, and whether we should be charging. And I just wanted to put that up there. I'm not changing my prices whatsoever. It was just a question that came up. I was intrigued what you guys thought. That's all. So that's all that means. There's a thin. Finance risk should be more, should be less, should have more tiers. There you go. Damn it, now I'm confused again. The judge hasn't changed the clocks from the time change. Maybe that's what it is. As Carol says. I couldn't answer the poll. I couldn't answer the poll. Oh no. Someone would have figured that out by now. Yeah, I know. She's not done. We did daylight savings in Virginia. They left this. So why? Yes, okay, fine. Right, but answer me this, right? But she is technically using Central Times. So because she said we're back 11 Central. So it is Central Time that she's using. I just don't want to get confused again. I mean, they are on the other side of Atlanta, close to the coast, so it was definitely Eastern Standard Time right now. I guess the judge is living in her own time. I have no idea. She's just confusing the fuck out of me. Hippie chick that she doesn't like to say goes. I've heard talk. Do you know what would be nice is if everyone the same fucking time. doing everyone's the same time. 5 a.m. in the morning. It was 5 a.m. in the morning for everybody. I know it's dark for some of you, but still. No, we didn't lady die. NC Cox fell back too. I live very close to this trial. Oh, do you, Carol? Where are they? Georgia. What would be awesome? I hate daylight savings. It gets dark way too early. Yeah, technically, but it's still considered right. Still considered Eastern, but they're in Central. Oh, Georgia. To probably stay on daylight savings time for Congress. Yes, Canton, Georgia. Robin G. Well, they started this year, but that Disney Queens say no. I'm so confused. Oh, don't worry, join the club. Right. So, Carol, it is Eastern time. Carol, it is at the minute 12:01 for you, right? 12:01 for you in Georgia. However, in this courthouse, it is 11:01. For whatever reason, I'm not sure why, my darling. I just know they are going with 11:01. I have no idea why they're going Central Time. I have no idea. I do not know. I do not care. I just know that they're going in Central Time. But you are right, Carol. Carol's there. She sat there teaching her beautiful, beautiful kids. It's 12:01. However, this court decided to use 11:01. For whatever reason, I have no idea. So I mean, it's so confusing for no reason. I don't understand it. No worries, Affidel. Google it to show everyone what it says about the answer for everyone. What I'll say is this: it's 12:01, right, or 12:02 now in Georgia. However, the court is running at 11:02 for whatever reason. I just no idea why the court are doing it. It's the court that's wrong, not anyone else. The court's wrong. I think we all understand it's 12:02 here. It's more why the court running on Central Time. That's the question. The question's never been about whether it's 12:02 or whatever. Why the court running at 11:02? That's the question. I think that's where we're at. It's just more of a people now. Yeah. It doesn't matter. All we know is it's 12:02. But the court is 11:02. So why do they do that? I have no idea. We might be able to ask the judge one day. I have no idea why she decided to do it that way. So when the court says 11, we'll come back 11. It's 11 o'clock Central, people, not 11 o'clock Eastern. So just remember that. But Georgia is Eastern. But the court is running at Central. So just remember that. Right, let's close this poll down then. What did the poll say? So you're all happy with 299? Happy days? 24 votes? Oh, not many people voted, but that's fine. You're all happy with that? Well, I'll say I'm not changing it anyway. It was a fine. And that's the reason I don't have more tiers, is because if I did, so I think if I did have a If I had a $4.99 tier, it means that you'd all be charged $4.99 for gifting memberships. I think $2.99 or $3 or whatever it is reasonable for gift memberships. I want to make it as cheap as possible. And I found that whether it's 99 cents, 29, people just, if people don't buy it, they don't buy it. It doesn't matter what the price is. So it's on a 50-minute break. Feels a lot longer than 15 minutes. It's more like 25 minutes now. 25 minutes. Ooh, it is interesting to see how many some other people do charge, though. I'll be honest. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. The moment we walk in the joint, we're gonna start singing Christmas songs. Do 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 do. Okay. Right. Where are we? I'm waiting for this. Oh, yeah, you don't get a choice though. That's the problem. So if I increased it to $4.99, it would automatically go to $4.99. As a YouTube creator, it's the price nearest to $5 is what it automatically goes out to everybody. So if I charge if I did $3 and $4.99, it'd be $4.99 that would be gift memberships. It's not my control. It's what YouTube does. It's a price needed to $5 is what they charge. I saw Bill today. Oh, well, Bill is no longer, as you can see, no longer here. So that's up to him. He's welcome to come back if he wants to behave. But yeah, you've seen Bill missing. Bill is one of those people that have left this channel. So that's up to him, though. Mine too. Robin G. Oh, your head. Are you trying to teach as well? You're trying to teach at the same time. Get cooking stuff, but freaking live in the state. No, I don't think there's anything right. Also, there's no. The question is this, right? Why the fuck are the court running at Central Time? Why? That's the question. That's the question. I don't get it. You know, not the time. I believe you 100% of the time. I just don't know why the court does what it does. Yeah, Bill left people. Whatever, it's his choice. He can do whatever he wants. Few people left this channel. Good luck to them. I don't really want to get into it, if I'm being honest with you. I'm not really best pleased, but everyone's different. Everyone can stay, they can go. You can come or you can go. I've said that to everybody. They can come, they can go. It's all good. I hold no malice towards Bill, whatever. That's him. And same with everybody else I left. It's up to them. It's up to them. I can only be myself, so. More dealers during the spring and summer. It was farmers originally. I think standard time is fall and winter, less daylight. Oh, not all the states is Eastern Standard Time Zone. Is the what for Florida? Yeah. We're not going to this for Georgia because I think fucking Carol's gonna kill me. Because it's Canton, yes. Carol, all of the farmers. Farmers, yes. There's a world. Oh, in Britain, you got to wear your wellies on tomorrow to support the farmers. Yes, Robin G. Gifted. Thank you very much, Anthony. Who got it? Melanie got it. Oh, there you go. Sweet Melanie got one. Thank you, Anthony. Hope you. I always forget to see you. Assy guy. I always forget to see you. Tell me it's not because of Sean and me singing. I think Bill's got a problem with me. It's more of a problem with me. He has. I'm not going anywhere. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. I know some states don't change times, but Congress has to prove it, and they didn't for GA. There you go. Corn pop. There you go. There you go. There you go. Not everyone has to like me, people, so it's all good. Doesn't have to be that bad. It's all good. Welcome, Melanie. Yeah, hopefully she comes in. Bob, baby. What's that? Baby Bush. Baby Bush years ago. Who the fuck's Baby Bush? Pushed it a week later, so Halloween night didn't get as dark as early. VA hasn't approved either. Oh, okay. Change clocks. Do not need to change. Oh, okay. I don't even know when we do it because it automatically does it on your phones, doesn't it? Dunking. I know. I've not. Last time I had Dunking was out in New Jersey, so I can't wait to have more Dunking. Yeah, and donuts as well when I'm out in Boston. I'm excited. I really want to go to some of these places. I've not. I said Dunkin' pretty much every day. When I was in New Jersey, where I was staying, everyone knew me. Within 10 minutes of me being there, everyone knew me. So because I'm like a fucking big lump and fucking with an accent. I'm here for. I know you, Deb. Loyal to the core. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate you. I don't. Why you don't? With you, I don't know what you're on about half the time. President Bush. Well, the thing is with you talk about Bush and you're all over Shady, so I never know what you mean by when you talk about Bushes. I hate time changes. No passwords that don't change. Yeah, I know. I don't think Josie and Potty Mouth change it. Corn Pope, way to slide that in. Yeah. No, I know. There's some parts that I do want to cover, probably members only, but don't really want to go into it today. There's a lot of stuff I want to dissect. Not even dissect. I don't know what the fucking word is. Same here. Yep. New concocted but the cold brew. Well, no offense, Deb, right? But I don't believe you half the times because you fucking like fucking chow mein sandwiches. So I'm not sure about your taste. Corn Pop couldn't resist. There you go. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, my friend. Oh, so okay. I will be coming back from. Okay, no. Dunkin' High School. I got all the free Dunkin' I wanted. There you go. I have to buy some Dunkin' when I'm out there. I am 14th to 28th of May. Toots. Jersey Dunkin' sucks. It's the only thing I had. There was nothing else. No, I know. You were right. It's why the court? Why is this court doing it? I don't know. I've never had one. Krispy Kreme. I want one.
All right, call your next witness, please.
Defense will call Dr. Roberta Ballard to the stand.
Roberta Ballard. I've never had a Krispy Kreme, sorry. I want to try one. But Saturday into Sunday after Halloween, just because I would have assumed he was because of Sean and he leaves room to speculate. I mean, I'm sure partially. I mean, we have lost a lot of people. And part of it is because of Sean, obviously, but they are parts of it because of me as well. So it's not all him. I think Bill is more about me than anybody. Hippie chick, now that's cool. So for people living in Russia, they are 11 times those cheapest creepers. Krispy Kreme, North Carolina. You just like it because it's got cream coming out of a hole, I think, Sherry. Melts in your mouth like cotton
Can
candy.
you raise your right hand? Do you swear the information testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Dr. Roberta Ballard.
Okay. Dr. Ballard, how are you currently employed?
I'm in private practice as a psychologist.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
So one good news though, I don't have a hemorrhoid. I've got to go back again. My ass is still sore, but it's not a hemorrhoid, so which is good.
Tell us who that was.
There's a group, forensic psychology practice, based in Marietta, Georgia, called Forensic Specialty Group. And I started working with them, let's see, in early 2018.
And I believe you worked for them.
To be fair though, a corn pub is just like a hemorrhoid. Just fucking, it's just there all the time. For sore as fuck, doesn't matter. Just there, in your ass, doesn't let go. Just keeps fucking going. That's corn pub. She's a hemorrhoid. She is a hemorrhoid. Pain in the fucking backside.
On a contract basis?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd been in private practice as a forensic and clinical psychologist since 2001 in Oregon. And then in 2017, I moved to Georgia and started working with Forensic Specialty Group.
When you worked with Forensic Specialty Group, can you describe the kind of things that you are contracted to do?
Sure. Similar to my work in Oregon, I would get referrals to do psychological evaluations of people who were somehow involved with the law, often criminal cases. So the referral would be a question of, are they competent to stand trial, or are they not guilty by reason of insanity? I also did civil cases, doing a psychological evaluation if someone was involved. Let's say they were involved in an accident and there was some trauma, things like that.
And what do you do now?
Well, at this second, I'm practicing forensic psychology because I'm here. But in about 2022, I wanted a break from the forensic side of my practice. So I stopped taking new referrals and built up my therapy practice. I also always had a small therapy practice since 2001. So I wanted to pivot. So I started building up my therapy practice. So right now I'm just doing therapy.
Okay. And can you tell us, where did you go to undergraduate school?
Did my undergraduate work at Occidental College. It's a liberal arts college in Los Angeles, California.
Okay. And what kind of degree did you get?
I got a bachelor's in political science.
Okay. And what year was that?
Oh my gosh, 1990.
99 or 90?
Bachelor's was 90.
Okay. All right, perfect. That's my miswriting. And then what did you do after that?
I went to graduate school at Kent State University in Ohio. And I started in 93. So from 90 to 93, I was in my early 20s.
So you went to Kent State University?
Yeah, and got my PhD in clinical psychology and graduated in 1999.
Okay. And then what did you do after that?
When you graduate with a PhD, you can't practice yet. You actually have to get supervised postdoctoral hours in order to get a license. And once you have your license, you can practice. So I did my postdoc in forensic psychology, also in Ohio, where I went to graduate school.
Okay. And that was Kent State University as well?
It wasn't. It was the Summit County Courthouse Psychodiagnostic Clinic in Akron, Ohio.
But you received your PSY doctorate from?
Oh, my PhD I received from Kent State University.
Okay, but you did your postdoc work at the Summit Clinic?
Yeah, I did my postdoc work in Akron, which is like 20 minutes from Kent.
Yeah. Do you currently hold any licenses or certifications?
Yeah, I'm licensed in psychology in Georgia and North Carolina. And then I have a certification called PsyPact, which, do you want me to describe it? Because it's not.
Sure.
It's not particularly relevant here, but states have, 40 of the 50 states have this agreement where if you're a licensed psychologist in one of those states, you can practice online therapy with clients in any of those other PsyPact states. So I have a PsyPact credential, which means that I can do online therapy with someone who lives in another PsyPact state. So I have clients who live in like Minnesota and Utah.
Telehealth type thing?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So even though you may live in another state, you can work with clients in another state. It's just kind of a reciprocity type thing?
Exactly. Yeah. It was something that it's existed long before the pandemic, just to make interjurisdictional telehealth more accessible to people. But it has kind of caught on since the pandemic. I think it went from like 20 something states had passed those laws and now it's 40 because there's just more of a need.
So let's talk a little bit about your professional experience. I'm going to test your memory from going back into the 90s.
I'm ready.
All right. Can you tell us what your first job in psychology was as a trainee?
I don't have my CV in front of me.
Would you like me to?
With my license or before I got licensed?
Before you got licensed.
Before I got licensed, I had my postdoc, and then I moved to Oregon because my husband at the time was also getting his PhD in psychology, and he was doing his internship in Oregon. So moved to Oregon, and I wasn't licensed yet in Oregon. So until I got licensed, I worked at a community mental health center, and I worked in their older adult services. I supervised a locked unit of a nursing home for people who had serious, severe mental illnesses and medical problems that required a nursing home level of care. And I also did assessments of older adults in the community where I would drive to their homes and do psychological assessments for older adults who didn't have reliable transportation, and some therapy that way too. And once I got my license that was in about 2000. And then once I got my license in 2001, I joined, do you want me to just keep going about my career? Okay.
Yeah.
I joined a private practice called Wildwood Psychiatric Resource Center. Actually, when I joined it, it was called Women's Psychiatric Resource Center, but they changed their name at some point because they were serving everybody. And that was a group private practice of psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers who, it was a traditional like office with therapy offices, and we saw therapy clients. And then in addition to that, I also started building a forensic practice in Oregon. So.
All right. So how many years overall have you been doing forensic evaluations?
Including my postdoc since 1999. So is that 25 years? As a licensed psychologist, not as a supervised postdoc, 23 years.
Are you currently a member of any professional associations?
I'm not. I'm usually a member of like the state association, like Georgia Psychological Association and the American Psych, and I let them lapse because I just never use them. I use a separate liability insurance and everything, so I just kind of let them lapse.
Okay, but you still maintain your license and certification in the state of Georgia?
Yes, yeah, the license is required to practice. Also, my husband's a psychologist and he's a member, and so I get all the publications and stuff. So okay. I know I should be a member.
That's fine. Tell me about some of the additional education or trainings that you've received with respect to forensic psychology.
To maintain your license, like a lot of professions, you have to do continuing education to renew your license. And so the continuing education that I've done over the years has been mostly forensic and some therapy. So I've, again, I don't have my CV in front of me, but there's an association called the American Association of Forensic Psychology that, in my opinion, they do the best continuing education in forensic psychology. So I've been to their workshops all over, like they'll hold them in different cities, and I'll travel to a city just to do the workshops because they're really valuable. So.
Okay, since you have been licensed, approximately how many overall psychological evaluations do you think you've completed?
That I don't know. It's in the hundreds. I don't know if it's in the thousands. Like if I do 2 a week, that's 100 a year for 20 years. Yeah, hundreds.
All right. Approximately how many competency to stand trial evaluations do you think you've completed?
Hundreds.
Okay. What about criminal responsibility evaluations?
Not as many, because it's not as common of a referral question. Competency evaluations are the most common referral question. So, I mean, over 100, yeah.
All right. How many times do you think you've testified in any type of court proceeding?
I don't know how many times in anything, including like civil and
Sure.
family court and everything. Oh, dozens.
Okay. Does it still make you nervous?
A little bit.
Okay.
Not as much. In the beginning of my career, it felt like a really big deal, and now it just feels like part of my job.
Gotcha. Okay. And when you are being hired for these forensic evaluations, what is the purpose of those evaluations? What do you think your role is in being the evaluator?
My role is to answer the referral question. So if it's a referral question of, was this person competent? Is this person currently competent to stand trial? I'm doing a psychological evaluation to render an opinion about whether they understand what's going on in court right now. My role is to educate the trier of fact, which is you all, about mental illness and whatever like relevant diagnoses and stuff.
Okay, so essentially you're not being hired to be anybody's particular advocate, correct? Your job is to conduct the evaluation and offer your opinion.
Right, yeah. That's an important distinction with, it doesn't matter what side hires me in terms of, I do the same evaluation. And there's an evaluation I do to answer a question. I'm not hired to like help someone win a case. I'm hired to give my professional opinion.
Okay. At this time, I would move to tender Dr. Ballard as an expert in the fields of clinical and forensic psychology.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so this jury has previously heard Dr. Garrett testify, so I'm going to ask some follow-up questions about forensic psychological evaluations in general. Okay, so what I think you've already touched on it, but what is the purpose of that particular evaluation?
Of an NGRI, of a not guilty by reason of insanity evaluation?
Yes, or competency. Yep.
Okay. I mean, the purpose of those are different. So should I talk about
You can touch on both of them
one?
since it's part of what you do. So
Yeah. I didn't do a competency evaluation in this case. But the purpose with competency is to figure out if the defendant is currently, their mental status currently, if they can work with their attorney, understand the charges against them, assist in their defense. There are forensic assessment instruments that have been developed to help us to do that. They're not required. You can just do a really in-depth interview. Sometimes it's really clear that someone's not competent to stand trial. Like if they come in to talk to you and they're really psychotic and don't even know who you are and are really out of touch with reality, it's pretty clear that they can't be competent to stand trial. Other times it's not as clear because they might understand that they're charged with something and they understand that there's a court proceeding and what a jury is and what a judge is. But they might have, underlying delusions and stuff that would affect their ability to like rationally understand the trial. So the purpose of the evaluation is just to assist the court in figuring out if this person is competent to stand trial. And then with a sanity, it's mental status at the time of the offense is the phrase, or NGRI, not guilty by reason of insanity. And that looks more not at how the person's doing right now at the time of the trial. It doesn't look at that really at all. It looks at what their mental health and mental status was at the time of the offense to understand better if there were mental health issues going on when the alleged crime occurred. And so the evaluation will rely always or almost always on partly on an interview with the defendant, but not only on that. That's one piece of information, but there are lots of pieces of information to take into account, like witness statements, police records, medical records, interviews with family members. I'm trying to just get a whole picture of what the mental health was of the defendant when the alleged crime happened.
Generally speaking, how do you come to be involved in a criminal type case?
Like practically speaking?
Yeah, I mean, so we have already heard from Dr. Garrett, and she's employed by the Department of Behavioral Health. So based on where you work, how do you become involved?
I've become involved. Someone had an attorney contacts forensic specialty group. Someone calls them back. It's either the office manager, or when we don't have an office manager, it's Kevin, the owner. And the attorney says, I need an evaluation for a client of mine, and they chat, and it gets assigned to one of the psychologists who works in the practice. There's not a particular like rhyme or reason necessarily to who gets what case. Sometimes it's as simple as like, this is in Cherokee County, and at the time that we received this referral, I lived in Cherokee County, so it might have just been like, it'll be easier for Bobby, like Dr. Ballard, I go by Bobby a lot, to get to the Cherokee County Jail. So it's we're all like qualified to do an insanity evaluation. So I was, this showed up on my calendar.
Okay. And you, based on just the nature of that practice, you are primarily hired by defense, correct?
Yeah. Things work differently in different states. Like when I was at that court clinic in my postdoc in Ohio, all forensic evaluations, whether they came from the prosecution or the defense or the judge, just went to this clinic that I worked in. And so, I mean, a lot of time, I would know who had sent the referral, but I didn't pay a lot of attention because it didn't matter. And then in Oregon and in Georgia, when the state hires an expert, they usually just use someone who works at DB, I always get the initials wrong.
DBHDD?
DBHDD, thank you. Because, it's more efficient because they're a state employee and they're on salary, and it's, And so I think the state just, in Oregon, I can only speak to the states I've worked in, Oregon and Georgia, the states just don't hire private practice persons, or so rarely that like our phone just doesn't get calls from the state for evaluations. So it's the defense who needs people, hires people in private practice. Yeah.
Okay, so based on just how the roles are kind of set up here in Georgia, that you're the primary contracting people with that group tends to be defense attorneys.
Yeah, and it's different, even criminal versus non-criminal. Like I did civil work, and I was hired by the plaintiff and defense, all the time, because it wasn't set up that way in the civil court the way it was in criminal. And same with I did parental capacity evaluations, and I would get hired by the state, which was DFACS, or in Oregon it was called DHS. And by private attorneys who were representing parents who were involved. So yeah, when it's possible, both sides hire us, and it just doesn't happen with the way that the system is set up.
But I understand your testimony to be is that you've done evaluations for governmental agencies as well.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and in federal court too, it was set up differently. So I've done some state criminal, some federal criminal evaluations where I worked on the state side and on the defense side. So.
Do you recall up until this date how much the defense has paid you for your work?
So far, the defense or the state, indigent defense, the state has paid me for whatever this 2021 evaluation was. I don't recall how much it was, but it was however many hours I spent on the evaluation in 2021. And then there'll be a second invoice for whatever time I'm here today for this trial.
So if you were paid $2,500 for your initial work, does that sound about right?
That sounds about right. That's about 10 hours.
Okay, and then so what you are here for today is obviously your testimony, which you will be paid based on your actual work involved in that and your testimony.
Yeah, whatever hours I spend on this and some travel expenses because I've since moved to North Carolina.
Does that have any effect on why you're here today?
What, the move?
No, ma'am.
Oh.
You haven't been promised a certain particular amount of money for your testimony, correct?
Correct. No, I'm paid for time, not for like an opinion.
Okay, thank you. So you were assigned this, I think you said it appeared on your calendar.
Yeah.
And then can you tell us a little bit about the steps you took when you first received this case?
Yeah. I saw that it was on my calendar. I don't remember if I either called you or emailed you to find out about the case and to let you know I was the one who'd be doing it and to get records to review before I went to evaluate Chloe and also to let you know when I could schedule to see her. And then at some point I would get the records. It was all like online. There weren't any hard paper records. It was all like Dropbox, electronic records. I don't remember the question.
And that's okay. So the things you did. So your first steps were reaching out to contact me to kind of find out what the nature of the question was?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And I think you've already told us that the request wasn't for a competency evaluation,
Right.
correct? Do you remember approximately when in 2021 you first received this referral or do you remember what month it was?
I don't. It was probably in February of 2021, maybe January or February. I saw her first in late March, and just knowing that my schedule, I usually had to kind of schedule things a little ways out. At the latest, it would have been the beginning of March.
Okay, so it appears on her calendar, you start doing your investigation, you schedule, and then you set that time frame out when you're going to go and meet with her.
Yeah.
But leading up to that, you're doing all these things in the background to prepare for that, correct?
Reading whatever records that I have access to at that point, and and scheduling with the jail to do an evaluation.
At that particular point in time, do you recall what sources of information you had available? I know you said it was a Dropbox, so that probably meant it was a lot of.
I don't remember what parts of the records were Dropbox and what wasn't, and exactly how much I had. I know at the bare minimum before I went to see her, I would have had like the indictment and the initial police reports. I don't remember if I had more than that before I went to see her. I would have had just enough to know kind of the basics of the case and what the charges were.
So you receiving things like the police reports or police videos or that kind of thing is
discovery.
Discovery. So you had that available to you prior to going out.
Yes.
Okay. And do you specifically recall what you may have reviewed prior to that or going out there?
Before seeing her, I would have reviewed whatever I had at that point, but I don't remember exactly what I had.
Okay. And what is the reason for reviewing those things prior to going out to see Miss Driver? What are you trying to get an understanding of?
Trying to get to generate theories, as many theories as possible, generate hypotheses to test when I saw her. Some common theories when doing a forensic evaluation are, this person might have a mental illness. This person might not have a mental illness. This person might be attempting to fake a mental illness. They're just different theories to test. So I'm just...
So you would have already in your mind kind of had some things that you were going to go out and look for when you met with Ms. Driver at the jail.
Right.
Okay. And you indicated that you went down there the end of March of 2021. Do you recall specifically what date that was?
The 29th.
Okay. And do you recall on that day how long you spent with her?
Not exactly. It was at least a couple hours.
Okay. All right. And when you, and then you went out again a second time?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the date of that?
June 12th.
All right. And do you recall how long you were out there that particular time?
Again, I don't, but it was at least a couple of hours.
Okay. Let's talk about the steps of your evaluation process with Ms. Driver, okay?
Sure.
Can you tell us a little bit about how you generally start these particular evaluations with the defendant?
I start by talking about, by obtaining informed consent. And what that means is reviewing with her kind of the nature and purpose of the evaluation and letting her know what the nature of our evaluation relationship is, because it's sometimes people hear that, you're a psychologist and they think that you're their therapist. So it's important in a forensic evaluation to clarify that this isn't a doctor-patient relationship. There are limits to confidentiality. So I let her know that because I had been hired by her defense counsel, that I would share with her defense attorneys anything, that I learned, but that if I wrote up a report that was shared with the court, that it would be shared with the whole court, shared with everything, so that anything she talked about might end up being things that I would write about or testify about. I let her know her participation is not voluntary. She's not required to participate. And she was just told that she could consult with her attorney at any time and give someone an opportunity to ask questions about all of that and see if they agree. And there's a written form and they sign it. And so that's the beginning of the evaluation, is kind of setting the parameters for like what my role is.
Do you recall what her general appearance was when you met with her at the end of March of 2021? Let me refresh my memory. The only picture I'd seen of her before I met her was a booking photo. And when she came into the room, I didn't recognize her and I thought they might have brought me the wrong person. But it turned out that she had, the booking photo, looked really thin and she'd gained some weight. It'd been about 3 months she'd been in jail and she'd gained some weight in jail. So, so she looked healthy. She looked, pretty. She was dressed in standard jail attire. There's nothing really like extraordinary about her hair or anything. She just looked kind of normal. Do you recall if she was medicated at that time?
At the time, although I'm not sure if she was taking it, but at the time she was prescribed Prozac, which is an antidepressant, and Zyprexa, which is an antipsychotic.
Okay. At any point during that initial step of your informed consent or anything, did you ever provide Ms. Driver with what the legal definition of insanity was?
No. When I talk about like the nature and purpose of the evaluation, I'm really broad. I don't even really vary it between different types of evaluation. I say it something like, I'm here to find out if there are issues around your mental health that are relevant to your case. Like, it's pretty general.
Did she seem to indicate that she had any understanding of what that legal definition was based on your conversations with her?
No.
Did you ever get a sense in your interview with Ms. Driver that she was answering your questions in a specific way or to try to achieve a particular result?
No.
All right. What was one of the, I think what you've already talked about, one of the first things you're going to do is background information with the defendant. Can you tell us about what some of the background information that you obtained about Ms. Driver that you thought was relevant to your inquiry?
Sure. She said that she had been kind of a hard to handle kid. That hard to handle was her words, and that she did okay in school. She didn't have any like learning problems or anything, but that she left early because she was like acting out a lot, and she called herself boy crazy. But she said she was, just not going to school and skipping and just hanging out with peers, and had started to experiment with drugs. Her parents, she said that it was hard. She and her parents didn't get along, so they had even agreed to let her live with a boyfriend in another state for a while, but that didn't work out, so she moved back home. So she said, particularly starting around adolescence, that she was kind of unstable. And then she also reported some mental health. I know we didn't get there yet, but some mental health things started to crop up around that time too.
And what were those mental health things that she brought up to you?
Mood issues, like depressed mood, and also really energetic, agitated mood, and also a lot of anxiety, some self-harm, like superficially cutting her wrists. She had at least one suicide attempt where she took an overdose of pills in middle school. And she started at about in her mid-teens, she started to have some paranoid ideation, some paranoid feelings around thinking, and also just some delusional thinking, like believing she could hear other people's thoughts, believing that people were conspiring against her.
So that started back in her teens?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What did she describe to you as about her employment history?
Not a real significant employment history. Let's see if I don't think I even included a section for it.
On page 3. Page 3?
Page 3. She'd reported she'd been with Mr. Joyce since she was 17, and that he prohibited her from working. And in the fall of 2018, he let her get a job, that's how she said it, because they didn't have any money. But otherwise, she didn't have an employment history.
Okay. And you also covered medical history and substance abuse history. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recall regarding the substance abuse history?
She said that she started smoking marijuana when she was 12, and she was doing it initially to help with anxiety. And when she was 16, a boyfriend introduced her to cocaine. And she tried cocaine, but she preferred alcohol and marijuana. She also tried LSD in high school. And I think that was all that she reported to me.
Okay.
Until some oral CBD in 2020, in the months leading up to her charges.
Okay, so the only thing that stood out in your mind was the stuff that she had previously done in her early teens, and that
and then was reported with respect to the CBD?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And let's talk about her relationship history with you. My understanding is that her really primary and only relationship was with Mr. Joyce, correct?
Long term, yes. Before that, from age like 13 to 16, she said she had a lot of boyfriends, but I don't know how, like, they weren't long-term serious relationships. And then when she was 16, she met Mr. Joyce, and when she was 17, she started a relationship with him.
Okay. And do you recall the age difference between the two of them?
Yeah, she was 16 and he was 38 when they met, and he approached her at a bus station and was telling her some spiritual things that really she found intriguing, because she had been wondering about spirituality, and somehow they exchanged contact information, and she, reached out to him later.
What did she tell you about their particular lifestyle and about having multiple wives, and how she kind of conceptualized that whole thing?
Yeah, she said she joined him as his wife, even though they weren't legally married, and that she explained to me that he believed in having multiple wives, and the way she said it is that he made it make sense to me. Like, he explained it to her in a way that she accepted it. And her job, it wasn't a paid job, but her job was to try to recruit other women to join them as wives.
And prior to meeting Mr. Joyce, you indicated that none of her relationships had been anywhere like that before, correct?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, they'd been with age appropriate people.
And that it was Mr. Joyce who introduced this other lifestyle to her and explained
Yes.
it to.
Yes.
And she specifically told you that the way he explained it just made sense.
Yeah, there were a lot of things that he quote unquote taught her. She said he saw his role as leading young women as his wives in this world. It's very confusing. This world of there are 160 something thousand real people, and I guess they were some of them, and they needed to be secluded from society. We're calling this a lifestyle, but actually it was a cult, and he was or is the cult leader, and she was a member.
Okay. So let's talk about what Ms. Driver reported to you in regards to her pregnancy. Can you tell us what you identified as being important with respect to that?
Yeah. She said she got pregnant in early 2019, and that before that, she and the other wives and him were living a nomadic lifestyle, and sometimes living out of a car or an RV or at friends' houses. And actually that continued even when she was pregnant. But during the pregnancy, it sounds like that was the first time that she was kind of pushing back against any of these things she was being taught by him, because he wouldn't let her get prenatal care. He wouldn't let her go to a hospital. She had one ultrasound apparently, but otherwise no medical care. He did not want her to go to a hospital when she was in labor, but they had to go because her water had broken, but she wasn't progressing. And after she had their daughter, he made her leave against medical advice after 12 hours because the staff at the hospital were talking about calling Child Protective Services because of I don't know exactly why, actually. I can't speak to exactly why.
But they ended up leaving the hospital.
Yeah.
For her report.
Yeah, he referred to them as a satanic hospital when they left. And she didn't want to because she still felt like she wasn't physically ready, and she still had questions about breastfeeding, and she didn't want to go.
What did she tell you about how Hannah came to be named? Do you recall?
She said that he chose the name Hannah, but then also chose the nickname for Hannah, Nimsy, and said that it was short for Nimza Kazina, which I don't know if it's accurate or not, but Ms. Driver started to believe that that long name translated into I'm Sin. They called her Nimsy, I think, more than Hannah.
Okay, and so one of the first things that Ms. Driver indicated to you that kind of raised a little bit of a red flag was associating the nickname Nimsy with I'm Sin.
Yeah, and it was part of a bigger delusional belief system around the idea that she, and by extension her daughter, were sinful because she wasn't legally his wife, and so she was sinning, and that her daughter had been born into sin. And so there was this sort of ongoing different delusions all around that idea that they were sinful. And that at times when she expressed those fears to Mr. Joyce, that he would reinforce them, that they were accurate.
Okay, and can you describe to us what Ms. Driver told you about their overall relationship, like from the beginning to the end?
Yeah. I saw her a few months after the death of her daughter. And she had very mixed feelings. And I don't think she would have reported them as mixed. I think sometimes she felt really positively about him, and sometimes she felt really negatively about him. It was kind of one or the other. When she spoke about him positively, she said, he's the smartest person I've ever met. He's amazing. He's gorgeous. He looks like Jesus Christ. He taught her so many things about how the world works that she didn't know. And he believed he was the Messiah, and she, had believed that too. So all of these sort of really positive feelings she had about him. Also just felt like sometimes he could be really like affectionate and positive towards her, which I found out later is accurate because I listened to a lot of recorded phone calls that they had in jail, and that sometimes he could be like, really sweet. And then when she was in the other headspace, she said, I talk to people now and they say it sounded like a cult, and I think, I think maybe it wasn't a cult, and they say that he abused me, and maybe it was abuse. I didn't think it was abuse. I think that I deserved it, or I think that he was teaching me a lesson. So, she was confused.
And it sounds like she had very limited insight into it.
She had limited insight, and it's also kind of a typical insight for an abusive relationship and for a cult member. There's this theory called trauma bonding, where like emotional bonds grow out of a cycle of abuse. Because even in an abusive relationship, there are periods that are really rewarding, and then there are periods of punishment or abuse. So, and there's a power imbalance. So the person who doesn't have the power becomes very bonded to this person who sometimes treats them really well. And so by the end of that first time I met with her, one of my theories was that there was this trauma bonding going on.
Okay. Did she describe his relationship to you as controlling and in any way, or were you told what that all entailed?
She described it as controlling. So did lots of other people in witness statements, and I would describe it as controlling and listening to conversations, very controlling. But yeah, she said he controlled her food, he controlled her ability to communicate with others, which was basically she was only allowed to communicate with others if she was trying to recruit a woman to their group, where she could go, when she could have her phone or not, checked her phone, when she could talk to her parents, which sounds like his preference would have been never, but sometimes she could talk to her parents, but he was always there monitoring it. Or if he found out that she contacted them without him knowing, then that was something that she would be punished for. And that's a really typical abusive thing, is to isolate the victim. Yeah, he wouldn't call her Chloe, he called her Kwani. He chose that name and told her that was her name. Yeah, he controlled her email, he controlled her access to social media. And all of this was kind of presented as being for the greater good and for this whatever purpose, greater purpose that they had, that she was to submit to these things because for some bigger purpose.
You indicated that she was talking about some of these things as buying into it because that's what he was selling, or he made sense.
Right. Yeah. And for a while, it did make sense to her, and she didn't perceive things as abusive. And it was after she became a mother that it was harder for her to buy into everything, because there were things that she wanted to do as a mother that she wasn't allowed to do.
Did she kind of express to you in any way that she was made to feel that those rules or that control was for the purpose of, or that she deserved it?
Yeah, that was actually the word that she used, that she thought she deserved it. She thought, like I said, he reinforced that idea that if anything bad was happening to her, she was being locked in a dark room or told not to move for a long period of time or hit or anything, that it was because she deserved that.
Okay. One of the other areas that you spoke with Ms. Driver about was bad CBD use, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what do you recall her report to you about that CBD?
In late 2020, when she was starting to feel more unstable and have more delusions, she wanted to take some CBD because she thought it would help calm her down and feel less anxious. And she felt like one small dose a day helped her. But then she said he started giving her big doses 3 times a day. And she said she didn't want that much. And he said she should take it. And he kept giving it to her and standing next to her, making sure that she took it. She felt like it was too much, and then it made her more paranoid. I don't know if it was, or if she was just becoming more paranoid because of her mental illness. I don't know. But regardless, she was involuntarily taking higher doses than she wanted to.
Okay. And we talked a little bit about the abuse, but can you kind of explain to you some of the actual incidents of physical abuse that she reported to you and how she viewed that?
Sure. Well, like I said earlier in the relationship, she said that she didn't feel abused earlier in the relationship. She felt like he was helping her out, that he was doing it for a good purpose. She said he slapped her a couple times earlier in the relationship, but he never left marks on her until October 2020, when he really, she said, bashed my face, but punched her in the face. She was upset that, she said she wasn't upset that he punched her or hurt her. She was upset because he did it in front of their daughter, and it was upsetting to her. She didn't want her daughter to witness that. So she was already feeling like she deserved to be hit. She was sin and had committed sin and deserved to be punished. But because her daughter saw it and that was upsetting, that was when she wanted to get to her parents' house with her daughter.
So there were, at least in her mind, some signs that she was kind of responsible for all the sin in the world and was taking that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And she would describe him as, didn't describe him as controlling or abusive at first, but described things that were inconsistent with that representation.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So in the beginning of her description of the relationship with him, she did not describe it as abusive or controlling.
She didn't see it as abusive or controlling early on. When she was talking to me about it, she was sometimes talking about it like it had been really great, and sometimes talking about it like, I think he was abusive, so she was, like I said, sort of two minds and really confused and still like kind of bonded to him, but then also questioning it. So. And
without telling me anything about what Mr. Joyce might have said to Ms. Driver that she told to you, were there some of those things that she certainly now is actively questioning in that relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Did she appear, when you were talking to her about her relationship with Mr. Joyce, really struggle with how that relationship either physically ended or where they were at that particular point in time?
In December?
No, when you were meeting with her,
Yeah.
You said that she had been talking both positive and negative. Can you describe how did you see that as struggling, or how with that?
Yeah, in fact, she told me that she'd had several phone calls while she was in jail with him, but then like people found out and it was stopped. And she said she missed him, but she's confused, is what she told me. And she doesn't know, like she used to think God wanted her to be with him, but now she wasn't sure if God wanted her to be with him. And she said, I think I love him, but I don't know. Like she was confused.
So she was kind of struggling with that physical separation and emotional separation.
Yeah. Yeah. There's levels here. I mean, if we just look at it as an abusive relationship, she was struggling to get away from someone that she bonded with in an abusive relationship. But then there's the level of this organization, this cult, that she was struggling with the idea of maybe all that wasn't true. Maybe this greater purpose is, just, not accurate.
Okay. And we'll touch base on, with respect to, we'll go back to those jail phone calls later.
Okay.
And how you came to talk about that. Let's talk about the mental status exam that you conducted when you first met with her. Now, you would have done that on both occasions, correct?
Right.
Okay. And the purpose of that is what?
It's to get an idea of how that person is doing, like at that moment. What their mood is, what their expression, like their expressed emotion is, how their thoughts are working, like are they rational, are they not rational, are they organized or not, just to get a sense of their mental status.
Okay. And do you recall anything significant about what you were able to determine about her mood or affect at that time?
Yeah. Both times I saw her, her mood and affect were pretty much within normal limits, with some exception. She was like a little bit elevated sometimes. And by elevated, I mean like a little bit energetic or really like quick to like look incredibly joyful. And yeah, just a little like more energy. I understand from like reading other reports and reading records that she has been depressed many times, but when I saw her, she didn't seem depressed either time.
Okay.
And that's consistent even with reviewing the jail medical records, that she kind of went in and out of some depression and some mania or hypomania.
And so she reported to you kind of some of those same similar depression type symptoms too, correct? And they were still working on adjusting her medications and.
Yeah, she said her mood was a little better recently because she'd started on some Prozac, which is an antidepressant. So when I saw her, I guess it makes sense she wasn't depressed because she had started on some medication.
Okay. And one of the things you kind of are there to assess is whether or not, or to flush out whether or not they are still potentially experiencing auditory or visual hallucinations, correct?
Right.
Okay. And what did you note about that in that particular interview?
Yeah. It's not possible to tell just by looking at someone if they're having auditory or visual hallucinations. Sometimes you kind of can, but you can't know for sure because someone could just be sitting still and hearing and seeing all kinds of things. She didn't look like she was experiencing any hallucinations, hearing or seeing things. I also just asked directly if she said she wasn't at that time experiencing anything. She was very talkative, and that's what I mean by that elevated thing. Like she was, talking a little bit fast and a lot of words. She didn't seem paranoid or suspicious. If anything, she was really open. There was some pretty significant, like bizarre content in her speech, some magical thinking and some kind of just bizarre, ideas and some delusions of reference. So even though she wasn't like disorganized or distressed from any like psychotic, disordered thoughts, she had some sort of delusional thinking. One of them is she said she recently became concerned that she caused COVID because the word COVID starts with C and ends with D, and her initials are CD. So that would be an example of a delusion of reference. It has nothing to do with her, but she's like imbued it with some kind of potential meaning and gotten really kind of paranoid that she's hurt a bunch of people, which is again consistent with the previous delusions that she's had. So she was, she appeared pretty stable, but with some, psychotic stuff going on.
Okay, and that was even after she had been incarcerated for some time and was no longer on the CBD. Those symptoms were still present.
Right. Yeah, this was a few months later.
All right. What were some of the things that you were able to find out from Ms. Driver about her history of that paranoia or hallucinations?
She, similar to the COVID thing that she told me about, the CD thing, she said that in the past she's often felt like she's evil. She's the cause of bad things in the world. She also just reported other hallucinations, thinking that bonfires are talking to her, thinking that trees are talking to her, believing that everyone can read everybody's thoughts, and feeling that everyone is against her. Those are all things that she'd reported experiencing, not at the moment when I saw her, but in the past.
Okay. And then when you are doing your the status examination, you also talked to her in great length of everything that kind of led up to December 8th of 2020, correct?
Right.
All right. What did she describe to you as some of the things that she was enduring during the fall of 2020?
She said fall of 2020, she was getting worse over time. And she was having a lot of paranoid thoughts and a belief that the world hated her. She said that her paranoia was getting worse and worse over time, and the worst period it was the 2 weeks leading up to and including December 8th. She felt like the people that she was staying with, which was Mr. Joyce and his other 2 wives, were all against her, that they hated her. She thought maybe her parents hated her. She was worried people were plotting against her. Yeah, she was just struggling with a lot of, like, there's a word we use, decompensating, but it just means like declining or getting worse. Like she was decompensating over time. She was getting worse over time.
Okay, and what does it mean to kind of, for somebody with these type of symptoms to express that they have like a heightened sense of awareness to things that are around them? Like, what does that mean?
I mean, it could mean a lot of things, but she told me that she believed she had this heightened awareness of things around her. And the way she described it to me is part of that. She could hear other people's thoughts, or she could cause other people, like she was, I'm not even sure how to explain it because it's not rational. But that she was really more like sensitive to other people's thoughts and feelings, and they affected her.
Does that feed into some of those delusions of reference that you're talking about, like thinking that things have a different meaning?
Feeds into delusional references. It feeds into her problems with having a stable sense of identity. That the people with psychotic disorders, people with schizophrenic disorders, really struggle to feel like, to know the boundaries, like where they end and where other people begin. It's very confusing because their thoughts are literally disordered. And so the heightened awareness could relate to this kind of not knowing the boundaries of where she ends and where other people begin, where her responsibility ends. Is it the whole world? Is it, the people, like all of that was very confusing to her.
Okay. And you also discussed with her what happened in November of 2020 with her daughter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then in the weeks leading up to this, what other things were going on with Miss Driver that you think are notable about, or that contributed to the decompensation of her mental state?
The black eye, when she was hit in October, that was one of the things that like kind of added to decompensating. She had called her parents to get them to pick her and the baby up, but Mr. Joyce took the baby, and so she went to her parents alone and returned because she felt like she'd never see her daughter again if she didn't go back. That was really stressful. She also reported that she wasn't sleeping much at all. She was afraid to eat because she was having delusions around that bad things would happen if she ate. And again, these are those like delusions of reference and the uncertainty about like where she ends and where the world begins. So she had heard Mr. Joyce talking in the past about infinitely shattering if we don't all come together. Or those are the words that she told me. And I don't know what that means, but at any rate, the infinitely shattering kind of got in her head, and she started to worry that if she ate food, she was shattering the food and that might hurt other people. So she wasn't eating, wasn't sleeping for the couple weeks leading up to December 8th. And those we can survive quite a long time without food, but not sleeping will make anyone, even someone without a mental illness, like if you don't sleep for long enough, you will have some psychotic symptoms. So for her not to sleep when she was already psychotic was going to make everything even worse.
Okay. So it's your opinion that that also kind of exacerbated the underlying mental health issues?
Yes, yeah, and exacerbated. The frequency of the delusions got more and more consistent, and they also got more and more extreme. Like before, it was like I felt like I had to die, and then it was command hallucinations of kill yourself, and then it was, oh, well, it's not just you. Your daughter's a part of you because she got your breast milk, and so you both have to die. And so she was having these like command hallucinations that were getting worse and worse that she was trying to resist.
What is a command hallucination?
A command hallucination is kind of what it sounds like. It's you hear a command telling you to do something. So because you can hear just voices, some people hallucinate voices that you can't even discern what they're saying. It's just like murmuring. You can hear, music, you can hear all kinds of things. A command hallucination is someone, like you're hearing orders being given to you.
And in this particular case, what were those command hallucinations?
To kill herself and to kill her daughter.
Did she describe the frequency of how much that was occurring?
I mean, she was saying, let me see, I don't want to put words in her mouth. She was saying like that they were getting worse and worse over time, and she felt like, I think she said like all the time, but I don't think that it was 24/7, but I think it was many times a day, like throughout the day.
All right, and she reported to you, well, let's talk about some of these signs or delusions of reference.
Sure.
Can you tell us what Miss Driver told you that she started associating with these command hallucinations or delusions?
Yeah, she said she started seeing signs telling her to kill herself and her daughter, telling her that she should grab a knife, telling her you need to die. Initially, it was just you need to die. Then it was you and Hannah need to die. And she reported anytime she saw a knife, she thought that was a sign. When people talked about death at all, she thought that was a sign that she was supposed to do that. So pretty neutral, innocuous things like cutlery on a kitchen countertop were interpreted as a sign. She heard news on the TV, a news show about a stabbing, and she felt like that was a sign that she needed to do it. And yeah, just all of these pretty much, I think whatever would have happened around her, like her delusional mind was turning into signs for this to happen.
Did she express to you after the fact how these delusions made her feel, like, or what she needed, or how she was interpreting them aside from the actual action?
Yeah, they made her feel really anxious and scared. She didn't want to hurt herself or her baby. She was feeling forced, she said, and she was really anxious, and she really wanted help.
Do you recall her telling you anything about her attempts to get help?
Yes. She said she was frequently saying that she needed help. I'm losing my mind, I need help. One particular time, on more than one occasion, she said she was afraid she was going to hurt herself or Hannah, and that she needed help, and that she was ignored or given more CBD. And one time she said she held a knife to her baby's throat in front of Mr. Joyce and the two wives and said something like, "Why shouldn't I do this? I'm afraid I'm going to do this," or tell me why this is bad. Tell me why this is wrong. And their response was, he restrained her and told her that he was going to take her to a psych ward. And she said, "Yes, please take me to a psych ward." And he said, "No, because he's against government and medication." And so no further action was taken except to give her more CBD. So she wanted help. She was afraid that these delusions were getting stronger, and she was afraid that she wasn't safe.
Okay. So leading up to December the 8th, I know that you talked about her continuing to experience these command hallucinations. Do you recall kind of how these initial delusions and delusions by reference increased over time? Do you recall her talking to you about specific visual hallucinations or additional thoughts that she was having?
Well, she was saying that everything, by the 7th and the 8th, everything was pointing to this needing to happen. And there were a lot of confusing delusions going on. There were command hallucinations about, do this, you need to do this. There were delusional beliefs of, I am sin, my daughter is sin, we need to die. There were delusions around that if that didn't happen, other people would suffer. So it wasn't just I'm bad, but that it would hurt other people. She experienced visual hallucinations. Like she said, she saw a bird cage over a woman's head. She said she saw a camera in the corner of her room that wasn't really there. And she just said she started to think, maybe she was evil, and everything she did was bad and evil. And her identity confusion was also part of this, where she identity diffusion is this psychological term. It's basically refers to like not having a strong sense of self. And with having a psychotic disorder and having borderline personality disorder, Chloe didn't have a strong sense of self. That's probably why she was vulnerable to being like taken in by Mr. Joyce in the first place. But now she's at an even worse point because she's been declining. Her mental health has been declining. She's really suicidal and psychotic. And I think it was even more confusing for her to know like where she ended and where the other people or the world began. So her idea of killing herself and killing her daughter, in her lucid moments, she saw that it was something she didn't want to do. She was scared it would happen and, really like was afraid of it. But in her delusional moments, seemed like because there wasn't a clear sense of like where she and her baby ended and where the world began, that it wasn't as it was something she needed to do that was like a good thing to do, that was like the right thing to do.
Okay.
She was very confused.
Okay. And you've previously told us that, this might not have been something that she experienced 24/7, but there's really no way to gauge the amount of time, frequency, or anything like that, correct?
There's no way to gauge it. And typically symptoms aren't like constant. And I say typically, but it's hard for me even to think of people who are psychotic who I've been around, which is a lot of people who don't have little moments of clarity or who are incapable of, goal-directed behavior. So someone might be really psychotic, but they could still, in her case, like change a diaper or, drive a car. That's not relevant to her, but I was thinking of someone else. That people can still do things and still be really psychotic.
Okay. What did she specifically tell you about December the 8th and what those delusions continued to be?
She said she was continuing to have delusions around hurting her baby and herself or killing her baby and herself, and that she was looking for reasons not to do it, but everything she saw, she interpreted it as a reason it had to happen. She thought that knives being left out was a message that it needed to happen, so she brought a knife to the room because she thought that it needed to happen. She said she believed she needed to pay for sins that she'd committed. She believed that she was, that anything that she was guilty of, she passed on to her daughter through breastfeeding. And she said that she told me she had no more will to resist after weeks of resisting.
Okay, so she continued, it's based on what she reported to you, she was continuing to kind of have those delusions of reference that were pointing her.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what she told you about when you asked her the question about her behavior that day. Do you recall what she said?
She said as soon as it happened, she regretted it, which didn't surprise me. Even as she was telling the story, she was crying a lot. And this was only a few months after it happened. And she was crying a lot and telling the story. And it also didn't surprise me because leading up to it, sometimes she thought this was something that needed to happen. And sometimes she thought, no, this is wrong. And she was so confused that she was kind of going in and out. And so after it happened, it didn't surprise me that she also at that point thought that it shouldn't have happened.
Is it also fair to say that could be after having some time to reflect on everything and now being medicated, that's how she might interpret that?
It's possible, yeah.
Okay. And let's talk about, she told you about locking the door and everything else. Can you kind of explain to us how that fits into this kind of in and out sense of what she was experiencing, the confusion?
Yeah, she felt that this needed to happen and that all the signs had pointed to it needing to happen. And so when she was she had stabbed her daughter and let's see, I don't remember if someone was knocking on the door or someone was coming, but she locked the door because she hadn't killed herself yet. So she locked the door in order to stab herself more to make sure that she killed herself.
Okay, so by what she reported to you at that time is that her memory was that she had already stabbed herself and the child prior to locking that door?
Yes.
Okay. And can you kind of explain this in the context of, that thought process and how it fits into her following this command hallucination?
Yeah. Well, like I said, she'd been confused because in moments of clarity, she knew that she didn't want to do this and she was scared. In moments of delusions are beliefs, right? They're false beliefs. So when you're under the impression of a delusion, you believe it to be true. So she believed that this needed to happen. And so she locked the door to help it happen.
Okay.
Do you know or do you recall whether or not she had any continued suicidal ideation after she was arrested or released from the hospital?
She did continue, yes. And she reported it, but it's also really documented in the jail records and everything that she continued to feel suicidal. She'd been on suicide watch at least once, but in and out of medical in jail too. She medication had helped some, but she continues to struggle with that.
Okay. And at least those collateral sources is what I'll call them. They also kind of continue to suggest. Did they continue to suggest that she was still having these kind of delusional thought processes?
Yes. In fact, the detective records from interviewing her when she was in the hospital reflect that she was kind of in and out of, she was still psychotic, and she would kind of lapse into, I don't know if she was catatonic or if she was just sort of lapsing into, being non-responsive. And so, there were clear signs that she was psychotic in the hospital, and in the jail records, when she was admitted, show that she was having delusions and psychotic symptoms. Yeah.
Do you recall if those records kind of indicated that she still had those same delusions about the need to kill herself or believing that she was part of sin, if that was still the continued? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I know that she was suicidal. I don't recall the exact nature of the delusions that, or even if they were written down in the jail records. I don't recall if it just said that she was delusional or if it said what her delusions
What she was
were.
communicating. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. So part of your evaluation included kind of making some sort of diagnostic impression based on the information you had, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what were you able to essentially diagnose her with based on all of the things that you reviewed in this particular case?
I diagnosed her with schizoaffective disorder, bipolar type, and also with borderline personality disorder.
Can you tell us what exactly schizoaffective disorder bipolar type is? What kind of symptoms and how it manifests?
Sure. Schizoaffective bipolar type is basically schizophrenia plus bipolar disorder. It can be diagnosed when someone has the symptoms of schizophrenia, but then they also have the mood disorder part of cyclical mood between mania and depression. The schizophrenic symptoms are hallucinations, delusions, and then the bipolar part is the mood swings and depression or mania, or both.
What were you also, you talked about borderline personality disorder. What all does that entail?
Borderline personality disorder is more of like a lifelong personality, like a personality disorder. And it's characterized by problems managing and regulating emotions and behavior. Like I talked about before, problems like feeling a stable sense of self. Relationships tend to be unstable. There tend to be rapid changes in like one's own self-image and self-identity. There can be periods of stress-related psychosis, like loss of contact with reality. And there are often risky, impulsive behavior. There's often suicide attempts or threats. And it's...
What happens typically, or what can happen with people that are diagnosed with both of these particular illnesses if they remain untreated?
Particularly with the schizoaffective with bipolar type, remaining untreated is just not advisable.
Okay.
I mean, there's no cure for it, but the way to manage it is through first off, like your first line of defense is medication. Having therapy and a good support system and all those other things, those are really important too, but without the medication, it's just going to be a real struggle for someone to stay in touch with reality.
Does having these two things exist at the same time, can that lead to any like heightened psychotic symptoms or hallucinations, or if stress is involved, can that make it more severe?
Stress can make it worse. Psychotic symptoms from schizoaffective disorder in the midst of a manic episode are like, a perfect storm.
Okay. Can you can you think of any type of example that could articulate that?
Besides this case.
Besides this case, okay, that's fair. All right, let's talk about. So you were able to make those determinations regarding her diagnoses. I know that you and I have talked previously about kind of positive symptom and negative symptoms about those particular disorders. Can you tell the jury what that particular would mean?
Yeah. This is with regards to schizoaffective disorder. In schizophrenic disorders, there are symptoms called positive symptoms and symptoms called negative symptoms. And it doesn't mean positive or good and negative or bad. The positive symptoms mean there's some things there that shouldn't be there. And those are the things like having hallucination, like seeing things that aren't there, hearing things that aren't there. Those are positive symptoms because it's the presence of something abnormal that shouldn't be there. Negative symptoms, I haven't talked about as much with Ms. Driver, but those are the lack of like expressed emotion. Someone with schizophrenia, a lot of times there's a deficit of like words or speech. There's a deficit of how expressive their face is. So they might say something really happy or really sad, but kind of with a straight face. It's an absence of expressed emotion or an absence of words. And I didn't witness it with her because she just wasn't in that. She was a little bit more hypomanic when I saw her, but I read in records periods of time when as I was reading it, it made sense of like, that is like indicative of a schizophrenic disorder where she is not talking or not moving or not showing any expression. Like that's just really consistent with, those are negative symptoms of schizophrenia.
Okay. One of the other things I think you, aside from, taking your DSM and evaluating all of this, all of her potential symptoms in this case, what was another thing that you consider to be a crucial factor in determining what her level of functioning was?
It was the environment she was living in. If she had been struggling with these mental health symptoms, not in a cult, it wouldn't have been so destabilizing. The relationship with Mr. Joyce is really clearly like a called coercive controlling relationship, where someone uses a pattern of controlling behaviors to create a really unequal playing field in the relationship. And it makes it very difficult for someone to leave because they become dependent on that person. They might confuse whether like the abuse, they might be waiting for the rewarding parts of the relationship. And her relationship with him was characterized by such an extreme level of coercive control, to the extent that, I mean, she was isolated, she was indoctrinated into a belief system. And I understand that, like, religious beliefs, that's one thing, but a belief system that you deserve to get hit, you deserve to get put in a dark place for days or weeks, like, that's abuse. That's abusive. So there's this coercive control relationship between them. And then it wasn't just a relationship between them. It was basically he was functioning as a cult leader and, impinging on the individual freedom of action of the members. In a cult, there aren't just members, there's members and there's a leader. And it's not a level playing field. So she, as her mental health deteriorated, she didn't get the help she needed. She got more abuse. She got reinforced in her delusions. She just, I mean,
What effect do you think in this particular case the extreme level of that mind control and coercive control played on Ms. Driver? I mean, you could talk about it generally speaking, but how mind control affects somebody, and then we can get into.
Yeah. Mind control is like a psychological term that talks about, to explain like how cult leaders exist, where someone will attempt to distort someone's perception of the world. And it's not like a magical or mystical process. It's actually just a set of pretty well understood psychological processes for controlling people and manipulating them. It usually involves like putting them in a place where they're isolated, where they have to conform, where they have to comply, where they have to identify with the group in order to get their needs met. So that was that and the context of being in a cult and the context of being in a relationship with a controlling, coercive person was just a combination of extreme mental and behavioral manipulation.
So just to be clear, so the delusions that Ms. Driver was suffering from in the days leading up to December 8th, those weren't just delusions based on these ideological or religious beliefs, correct?
Right. In fact, the delusions she was having that she was so scared of weren't anything that she was taught in this group. They were delusions. Yeah, they were just delusions that she was having.
Okay. And with respect to Ms. Driver specifically, like what overall life circumstances about her did you feel kind of made her even more vulnerable to what was going on? With the mind control and everything else.
Yeah. Usually people who end up joining a cult have some kind of hunger for knowledge and guidance and leadership, and also hunger for like an ideology and for help defining their identity. It's often people who are in late adolescence and they're just struggling. That's when like we form our identities, or at least one of the formative times for our identity is late adolescence. And that is a really common age for people to join cults. So she was vulnerable in those ways before she even met him.
And how does that vulnerability play into
those pre-existing mental health things that were already going
Yeah,
on.
she already was having mental health issues. She already had trouble regulating her feelings. She had trouble with reality testing and having psychotic symptoms. And then in the cult, they became even more impaired. And they weren't, instead of getting help with it, she was, like I said, they were reinforced or they were ignored.
What were some of those things that kind of compounded all of that specifically related to Miss Driver?
Yeah. I mean, in addition to her own mental health struggles, she, because of this group and because of him, she was dealing with extreme isolation, emotional and physical abuse. Her mental health and medical care were withheld. Her food and sleep in the weeks leading up to December 8th were affected. And then the involuntary administration of CBD instead of actual mental health treatment.
All right, so in this particular case, leading up to December 8th, after you reviewed all of these materials and everything, were you able to ascertain whether or not you believe that she was in the throes of this kind of psychotic episode and command hallucinations?
Judge, I'm going to renew my objection under 74.
Is it in the events leading up to?
No objection.
All right. You can answer the question.
Okay, can you repeat it? Sorry.
Sure. In the events leading up to December 8th, based on everything that you reviewed, were you able to make a determination as to what kind of episode Ms. Driver was experiencing at that particular time?
Yes. Not just based on my interview with her, but based on reviewing all of the different sources of information. I'm confident that she was in the throes of a very severe psychotic episode in the days leading up to December 8th.
Okay. And that's based on all the things you were just telling us about the delusions, the command hallucinations, the delusions by reference?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Lack of sleep, all of that combined?
Yes. She was just incredibly delusional and confused.
Okay. And all of we've talked about several types of delusions, but all of these delusions kind of centered around the idea that she needed to kill herself.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you were talking about her kind of inability based on that time frame to distinguish where she ended and someone else began.
Right.
Okay. And that kind of applied to all the things around her, correct?
Right. Yeah. She struggled with, like I said, that her identity and knowing where she ended and where like the rest of the world began.
And I think you talked about the specific, that she kind of associated, or one of those delusions included her associating breastfeeding with Hannah.
Right. Yeah. Her identity and figuring out where she ended and other people began was longstanding and something she struggled with even before she was a mother. But being bonded with her daughter made that an even more kind of ripe relationship for her to be confused about where she ended and where her daughter began, particularly like breastfeeding, because there's just this little grain of truth that they're sharing something, and that her delusions could kind of pick up and run away with, that then they were, one or blended. Yeah, it's identity, like fusion is the term.
And I think you were talking about that kind of,
based on all the resources that you had available to you, you believe that that created those periods of confusion, correct?
Right.
All right. Let's talk about, after you reviewed everything, you have no reason to believe that she didn't suffer from these symptoms leading up to December 8th, correct?
Correct.
And that's not just based on Ms. Driver's self-report, correct?
Absolutely.
There were other things that you considered, including things that had been given to you through the state of Georgia, correct? All right. Let's talk about, you ended up issuing an amended report in this case, correct?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall the date of that amended report?
Let me look. It's not so much an amended report as an amendment to the report where I wanted to replace one paragraph with another paragraph. It's dated May 4th of 2022.
Okay.
So almost a year after my first report.
Okay. So you had written your first report, and in that first report, you included, just like other practitioners do, that, you can revise, add to.
Right. At the end of every report, there's this paragraph that's at the end of, it's just a cut and paste thing. It says that the opinions expressed in this report are subject to modification if I get additional information, or I reserve the right to express additional opinions that I believe are consistent if I decide it's appropriate. So it's this disclaimer that this report is everything that I know up to this point, but I reserve the right to change it if something happens. Yeah.
And can you give us some examples of some things that might happen along the way to cause you to reconsider, the findings that you might have made in an earlier report?
Yeah. In some cases, it's that new records become available, that when I read them, it changes some important aspect of my opinion, it would change my conclusions. That wasn't the case here. What happened here is I finished the report and I was just kind of going about my business, but part of my business is I talk a lot about not guilty by reason of insanity with other forensic psychologists, in consultation and stuff, and get continuing education about it. So what happened was a development in my thinking around not guilty by reason of insanity that I wanted to not reverse anything, but tweak something.
Okay. And at any point in time prior to you issuing that report, did any member of Chloe's family or contact you and ask you to make that modification?
No.
Did anybody from my office or Mr. Kessler's office ever ask you to make any type of amendments to your report?
No, it was super out of the blue. I think I emailed you one day and was like, I need to write a little paragraph that I want to add.
Okay. Are you aware of what the dates of the other evaluations were in this particular case?
I don't remember, but they were 2023 and 2024. Sorry, I don't know.
That's okay. But you're confident, and what's reflected on that amendment report was that yours was done May the 4th of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. So we've heard previous testimony from Dr. Garrett that hers were done after you had done that amendment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. With respect to that amendment, you wanted to describe the idea of confusion, or how that, how she resisted those delusions, correct?
Right.
Okay. And you were able, upon your reflection and everything else and totality of circumstances, you believe that there was some degree of confusion in her thought process in the days leading up to this event?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about a couple of things that I assume that the state's going to try to talk to you about. So we'll talk about it first. Okay.
Can I not talk about the amendment anymore? Or what it was?
Well, we might come back to
Sorry.
that.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you talked about in this particular case the idea about we talked about going to the kitchen and getting a knife, and And, you know, to the common observer, that might appear to be something that might have been done in kind of a deliberate or planned manner. Can you explain in this particular case how you perceive, based on your evidence that you've reviewed, her delusion played into that particular action?
Yeah. She'd been experiencing these signs for weeks. And the more time went on, the more signs she saw that that this needed to happen. So I think, I don't remember exactly how you phrase the question. Sorry.
No, can you just kind of explain from a psychological perspective how somebody in the throes of that particular type of command, hallucination, or delusion, how that differs, or how that action differs from somebody that might have, you know, had a rational thought process or deliberate intent?
There's an objection. If she's going to opine at the time we can talk about delusion, that's improper under 704, so I object to that. She just wants to say in general, not the defendant in particular, I don't object to that. She cannot give an opinion at the time regarding any delusion or acts from delusion.
It's an act prior to the event that the state has raised.
All right, make that clear in your question.
Yes, ma'am. The act, you're familiar with the facts of this case,
Yes.
correct? And one of those facts includes the assertion that at some point after Ms. Driver went up to this bedroom, she left that room and went and got a knife.
Oh,
Hey, Judge, that's my objection because she's asking about a specific act at the time, not prior to it. So she's coalescing two different things. I object under 704.
All right, well, we have got to recess at this time and take our lunch recess now. So that objection is sustained. And leave us your notepads. You may be in recess until 2:30. Be back upstairs here in the jury room at 2:30. Don't talk to anybody about the case or let them talk to you. And we'll see you back at 2:30. Thank you.
So 2:30. So that's 3:30 Eastern. So it's 1 o'clock their time, Central Court time. Yeah, Robert's got it, but it's 2 o'clock East Coast. Fucking hell. So they come back at 3:30 Eastern. Fucking hell. So an hour and a half, yes. I'm not staying on for an hour and a half. I need a break. But I think that I've seen some comments here. I can't. She needs help. This woman needs help. Chloe Driver needs help. Sending her to prison, I wouldn't send her to prison. I couldn't send her. I know what she did was diabolical, but I don't think she's in the right frame of mind. Everything I'm hearing, she's in a fucking cult. She's been brainwashed. I don't think there's a question of that in my mind. So because of that, I couldn't. I just couldn't put her to prison for the rest of her life. I need to see what the fuck these charges are going to be. We're going to find out what the charges are going to be. Oh, darling, please don't go away. Right, what's her name? Chloe Driver. Chloe Driver. Let's break the GAV Chloe Driver trial. 35. Call will be back at. It'll be 2:30 CST. 3:30 EST. And what's that for me? 8:30 UK time. Right, I will put that up here. There you go, so we can see all that. Do you know what? I'm not making a new stream, Amy. I'm going to leave this one up. I think moving forward I will, but I didn't think about it today by mistake, so I'll just leave this one up as it is. Normally I would, because I've decided I'm going to take more breaks for lunch breaks and stuff because I need it. I need my breaks now. Daffodil, hang on. Daffodil sent me some fucking doubt. You sure you want me show these, Daffy? Oh, not the nudes. Okay, not the nude ones. Okay. Okay, sorry, I got your second email. Do not show the nudes, just show the Christmas ones. I got you. Let me just show it then for people that want to see Daffy Christmas. I don't have access to my emails right now. That's why it's on my phone. Look at this, Daffy. This is nice. Hang on, let me zoom in a little bit. Christmas time, Daffy's tree and wine. Daffy's singing something and Brian. Daffy's in the corner, naughty corner. There you go. That's a gorgeous tree, Daffy. That's a gorgeous one. Because that tree is gorgeous, and I'll do anything for you. Because the tree is gorgeous. Yes, be back at 8:30, Gary. I'm going to take a bit of a break because I need a break. Sensible. Be sensible. I should have done another stream, shouldn't I? I should have done another stream. My bad. I'm so stupid sometimes. But I'll leave this up here now. It's up, so I'll do that. I am not playing anything because I'm fucking one strike away from losing my channel, I think. So I don't want to risk it. So it'll be a blank screen, you will see. Happy days, go elsewhere, go support, whatever you need to do. Try and come back if you can at 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern, 8:30 UK time. Or if you want to stay here and chat, do whatever you want to do. Please just keep it sensible and all that. I'd rather do that. I do see some of the questions. I do understand. And I will address it again. So anyway, we will, whatever. Let's see how long's left in this trial, because we got this witness. I'm not sure how many more witnesses there would be. Trouble is, I can't play music and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? It's really hard for Dana and everybody. I just can't play anything. That's my problem. That's why I think I'm moving forward. I'll have to do 2 streams. It's quite hard. It is quite hard to think about what to do. I can, I will. I could maybe do a rolling video of some sort. Speed. Yeah, I could do that. It's just more of that gets annoying for people. But we'll figure something out. I need to figure something out. We've got lots of stuff coming up on the channel. We'll do members only, hopefully, end of this week to go through some of them with you guys. Some stuff I can't announce quite yet, but I think we will be able to announce in the coming weeks. But yeah, I think we've got some good stuff coming on. So I'm having some afternoon coffee in my El Chapi cup. Happy days. Happy days. So yeah, I'll go. Do you do outside too? Inside, outside, wherever? No, I don't do outside, Lavina. I don't do outside, just inside. Right. I'll leave you with that one then, and I'll be back. Thank you for being here. I do feel much better. Oh my days. Oh my days. Sorry, got it. Carol, Disney Queen, thank you so much, my darling. Thank you so much. That's cheered me up. No end. Thank you so much. Congratulations to driving that train. Kuomi, Susan McLaughlin, Jay Gann, Vanessa Murray, Jess Mad, Samantha, Come Cram With Me, Georgia Bourne, Emmy. So thank you, Carol. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you for that. I really do. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you, by the way. I know. I do appreciate it. It's humbling. It's been good. I needed cheering up, so thank you very much, Carol. I appreciate that. I really do. As you know, most of you know who know me, I don't want drama and stuff like that. That's why I don't cover a lot of stuff about what's going on currently. I'll cover a little bit more in the members only because I just don't want to cover it here. You know, I don't want to get into the drama. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Shari, thank you, my darling. Thank you so much, Shari D. And who gets it? Oh, there's a few people here actually. Ren, back after this. Jodie's got one. Jodie 617. Karina, Adam Lally's resignation. Katie's Jams. John RF. Mama Ames got one. She's back. Norfolk County Eats. Larry got one. Oh fuck! Can you imagine? I have to do a hang on. Let's see if he's online. I'll see if he's online and if he's able to speak to us. Hang on, people. Let me just check first of all if he's online. If he is, I'll give him a call. He's online. Let me just see. Larry, you're on the stream.
Oh, hi everybody.
There you go. Just in case. Are you okay for a couple of minutes?
Absolutely.
Good. I just want to let you know because we got Disney Queen and Shari D both gifted like 20 memberships, right? And Shari D spun one out, and you were the last one to get it. So you got membership, free membership to my channel for a month, Larry.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much.
There you go. That 20 memberships, and you landed on the 20th from Shari D. So yeah, it was yeah, it's nice to it's nice to see the names that you know. And yeah, so just thought you'd like to know that happened.
Nice to get something for free for a change.
Yes, it is for you, Larry. It is, yes.
Hey, if it's free, it's for me, baby.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Have you been a member before? Yeah, I think you have. I think you've been a member with me.
I don't pay attention to that.
No, you don't. You just watch whatever you want to watch. That's fine. But yeah, how was it? Yeah, that's fine. I saw one of the, I'm not going to go into details about anything now. So I just thought I'd give you a quick ring and then yeah, to let you know. And it's nice to hear your voice. I need to give you a call, see how you're doing. I'll give you a call end of the week or something. All right?
Okay, sounds great.
All right, catch you later, buddy. Ta-ra, buddy.
Have a great day, and thank you very much.
No worries, buddy. Ta.
Bye-bye.
So there you go. That was Larry. Oh, that's nice. Thank you, everybody. I do appreciate that. Really do. There. Oops. I know some people are asking questions and stuff. I don't want to really address anything in public. So not that I have to hide. It's just like fuck it. I just do it for those that are loyal to me. So I just don't want the drama. I don't. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, I'll go into it again. No point going into it today. Because whatever I say, I get bombarded. Thank you so much. We love. Thank you very much, Shari. I do appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. Just remember, if you've not subscribed, please subscribe. Please subscribe. It'd be good if you could subscribe. Don't look here now. Has anyone subscribed today? I think I've lost 10 subscribers again today. 20. No, I've lost 6. 6. I did lose 8. Now we're back. I lost 6 subscribers today. So make sure you're all subscribers. YouTube hasn't kicked you off or anything like that. Make sure you please subscribe. If you don't do anything else today, please like and subscribe. And that's all I can ask. Thank you so much. Comment afterwards, absolutely, as well. That's true as well. So, yeah, no, thank you. I did see that. I think they meant well. It's just more of a, I can't win wherever I say I can't win. I will address it with some of you members. I think I owe you that. But I think I'm pretty central with it. I agree with some things, disagree on a lot of things. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for understanding. Right, I will be back in about an hour and a quarter. I'm just going to have a little bit of a break here now, and I'll be back probably just before 2:30 Central or 3:30 Central Eastern. Fuck me. Anyway, right. Love you all. Oh, hang on, before I go, shit. 2 seconds. I got to do this. I don't know who this is, but let me just do this as well. Thank you so much for this. You know what? If I should time this better, I need to fucking find the mofo now. Thank you to someone who bought 3 coffees. I did message going, thank you so much for the coffees, much appreciated. Now, people might think, why are you saying thank you to that person, not Shari? Well, I can say thank you to Shari in person or message her. I couldn't for this person because I don't know who it is. I'm sure there's a way to find out, but I just want to make sure that they knew. So thank you for the 3 coffees. I appreciate you for that. I really do. That's today as well. Share screen. Let me get back to the trial for you guys so you get something to watch. The wrong one. There's the one. That's up there. Okay. I'm getting some fresh air. Yes. Why would they not stay subscribed to? Well, I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's a free world. Free world we live in. Free world we live in. You can subscribe to whoever you want. You can become a member to whoever you want. Don't feel like you never have to be a member of any channel. You can be a member to whoever you want. Subscribe to anybody you want. Unsubscribe to anyone you want. You can block anyone you don't want or want. It's a free world, people. So it's all good. It's all gravy, baby. Right, everybody. I am going for fresh air. Love you all, as always, and most of you anyway. I always say that. SRP's in the house. But Lavina, some people won't support someone who supports Sean. They don't know how to separate the two. It is unfortunate. And also, I have told Sean publicly and privately I do not agree with the stuff that he's doing. But there's other things I'm also very grateful to Sean for in the past as well. So, yeah, I'm in a bit of a middle ground a little bit. But there's definitely not. There's a lot of stuff that I do not agree, and Sean knows that. So, no, it's subscribers. Subscribers, my darling. Subscribers, my darling. I think I've lost a fair few, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Memberships do, yeah. My memberships took a hit, but I love you guys as long as you. Also, Duffy, you can. When I do my members, I'm sure Les or one of the girls will show it with you anyway, so it's fine. Joe's the one I'm worried about. I don't know where Joe's gone. And she's normally quite good. As in, someone like Joe, I don't know. Some people I know where they've gone. But Joe, I don't know where Joe's gone. I hope she hasn't gone and not coming back. 'Cause Joe was always good in chat, I think. So hopefully, Joe, if you see her anywhere, tell her to come back. I don't know if she's gone, if she needs a break, or if I don't know, she just disappeared. I hope she does come back. She's a good one. So a lot of people, Rebecca, everybody, if you see them, tell them to come back. I hope they do come back. Hopefully they just take a break, so. Okay. DQ, I only have a membership deadline. I won't pay for everyone. Thank you so much, Carol. I do appreciate that. I do. I mean, some people do that. Some people pay for a few. It's, Aaron Hack pays for like 15. Again, it's your choice. I mean, and I appreciate that. I really do. I really do. Don't subscribe, yes. Poor Daffy never gets. She gets enough hits, just not these ones. No membership, but I don't pay for a membership to any other channel either. There you go. But you're one of those that got gifting memberships everywhere. No worries. I pay for quite a few. There you go. And do you know what? If I was knowing what I know now, before I became a streamer, I would have. So when I was, before I became a streamer, I used to watch a lot of Pat McAfee and a few others, and I never became a member on them. And I also had Netflix, Google, whatever, Amazon Prime, my subscriptions for various, the Zone, BT, and all that. I was like, fuck, I don't actually watch any of these things. So I would have cleared out most of those stuff and just paid for like 4 or 5 YouTubers I really liked and just supported them, giving my time back. I didn't understand it at the time. I understand a lot more now. But yeah, so I do get it. I know that I hope every content creator is grateful for your support. I generally don't underestimate it. I generally don't. I always say, without your support, and not just memberships, but being here, there's no channel. So thank you, everybody. Me too, toots. I never thought I would pay for a channel. I usually don't agree with that, but I don't know. Oh, thank you, Carol. Yeah, honestly, thank you so much. Without it, I'd be up shit's creek without paddle. So thank you so much. Expensive. We're grateful for all you can give so much. There you go. What work did you do before streaming? I used to work in universities and stuff, mostly. So mine was anything non-academic. I used to look after, basically all the boring stuff, health and safety, sports, volunteering, all that. So I used to work in universities. So I could go into that more again. It's something I probably would cover more in members and stuff like that. Gives me my upgrading personal membership level. What's that mean? Which is better, gifting memberships or upgrading personal membership level? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Explain it to me. Break it down to me, Shari. Break it down to me. Explain it to me like tits and clams. Let me understand what you're trying to say. I just cancelled a bunch of Patreon podcast subscriptions because I don't listen anymore on YouTube. I say here, I will be the same. I'll be the same as you, Oh, cool, Duffy. Carol, thank you again. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate you for that, my darling. I really do. Really, really do. Thank you. Always, Jan. Who have we got here? Mad Miss Harder, Lise T, Craig. Well, okay, Craig. October Girl. Okay, Thomas Fleming. Oh shit! I should have banned him. Oh my God, DMC, aka Lady Died 12, got one. What? How does she get one? And Daffodil doesn't. Jamie Tobin, Flamingo Chickle, Casey got one. Okay, Casey, yeah, Ed Lazaro as well got one. Look at that. Lady Di's got 2. Lady Di's got 2 memberships. How's that? Jeepers. But thank you again, Carol. Thank you for your support, my darling. Thank you for that. Should I upgrade my membership level? Different tiers of your membership. I've only got 1 level, my darling. I've only got 1 level. $2.99. On YouTube, I've only got 1 level, $2.99. I have the buy me coffee levels, but that's just for the Carols of the world and stuff like that. You know, but you don't get anything from that. There's only one level for YouTube. Only one level for YouTube. I don't know. What could do with members? Wow, Carol. Species. Yes. Erin's. So people ask, right? So I think it's a confusion, right? In the Carols of the world, because it's basically Carols are one of the reasons I did this. So I think there's confusion, right? I've some people have become members on this, but I've always sent them back the memberships. So Shari, let me explain to you. YouTube wise, for all the functions for Discord, everything, there's only one level for the chat, for everything. It's only can be done through YouTube. Now on, I thought I was going to look at this. I'm going to explain it. Right, so that YouTube is like the clams. Essential. YouTube is like clams. It's essential. You know, you have to have a bit of clams, otherwise you don't. You know, clams are essential. Now, the tits, there's different modes of tits. Tits are optional. Small, medium, large, whatever you do. You mean you could go with, go without. Do you know what I mean? So I put buy me coffee as the tits. YouTube is the clams. Buy me coffee the tits. So that's why I wanted one tier, everybody to become a member on YouTube. And if you can only afford one membership, please make a YouTube so you get all the benefits. Robin G, thank you, my darling. Fuck's sakes. Thank you, my darling. Hang on, who's got it? Amy Lou, Tara Lawrence, Social Change Warriors, Kim Fairman, and Coffee Cake. Thank you so much, Robin G. Always supportive of me. I appreciate you, my darling. Train of thought. Right, memberships. Thank you. Oh, fuck. Right, hang on. Right, so there's this one as well. I'd never promote this. I'll say this is for the Carols of the world. Appears membership. Paddington Club, Erin Tackles Club, Happy Days. So for instance, in Happy Days Club, I got Carol, I think Dumpster Juice is in here somewhere. They essentially burn their money every month. They burn their money. Carol every month burns her money. For whatever reason she decides to do that. I think it's because she loves me. I love her for that. Some people do Paddington, some people whatever. So for this, you've got no benefits on it. No benefit whatsoever. This is just them gifting me every month. That's all it is. So this is nothing. That's the. It's basically, think of it like this. Think of it like for instance, Dumpster Juice said this to me. The way Dumpster Juice described it to me was this. She's like, I'm shit at remembering to give you money or to donate. So all I'm going to do for you is I am going to give you $25 or $30 a month, every month on your alternate corner membership. I was like, you don't get anything for it. She goes, I know, but I know that I've given you that per month. I want to give you that per month. She can cancel anytime she wants, whatever. She's not committed to it, whatever. MJ Gagliano did the same. He did an annual subscription, which I wouldn't recommend. And Carol does it. There's a few people. I think there's a few people that do different tiers. But that is, I never advertise it, but that is the tits, basically. Small, medium, and large, as you would know then. So, but the main thing is the clams. The clams are the main things. This is what we need, Shari. It's the clams. I'm in Taco Club. I am in. You are in Taco Club. So Taco Club. Ignore what's on the screen. Taco Club is YouTube. Taco Club is YouTube. It's a set donation to you. Yes. So, well, Carol, this is what I'm saying. For you, it's not, because you pay £25 a month on this, and then you go nuts and buy like 600 coffees a month, and then 600 memberships, gifted memberships. So yes, for most people, it's a set amount per month. But ignore Carol, because she does way more than that. But yeah, essentially, people just want to give every month, but they don't have to. I tried it; it didn't really work, and I gave up on it. But there were some people that wanted to keep giving, so I left it up. But I don't promote it, essentially. I know you get more money. Yes, I get more on that. Yes. Do you prefer Happy Days instead of living? Well, it depends what you're trying to do. I mean, do you know what I mean? It depends on what you're going to do. It's hard for me because I'm not trying to say anything to anybody. With the Happy Days one, I get 94% of it. So 94% of $25, £25, £30, whatever that is. On the gifted memberships, like if you give gifted memberships, what's that? $30. So basically, 10 gifted memberships is the same as one Happy Days Club. Yeah, I gain more from Happy Days Club overall, if that makes sense. So if you were going to say I'm only going to do $25 a month, that's it, which is more. No one needs to do that, by the way. Then obviously I get more money through Happy Days Club. But then the benefit of the gifted memberships are people get gifted memberships as well. So it's more of a, as I say, I think I get about $90 a month through memberships on that one. As I say, it's just stubborn people like Carol, Dumpster Juice, and all them that want to donate and are scared of forgetting. I don't advertise it. I don't expect anyone. And the last couple of people who've done it did it by mistake. I've always cancelled it for them because it's like, well, you obviously it's a mistake. You didn't mean to do it. You want to be the YouTube membership, not that membership. So there you go. Makes sense. I hope it makes sense. I try to make it like Tits and Clams. I try to make it sound like Tits and Clams. Or if you're not with Tits and Clams and you are like, if you're a rager for men, then YouTube's a sausage, and that membership for YouTube is a sausage, and the Buy Me Coffee is like the 6-pack. You could do without the 6-pack. You don't get any benefits from the 6-pack. From a sausage, you get fucking lots of benefits. So you always want to become a member of the sausage first. Now, if you will then want to develop that and become a member of the 6-pack as well, and you want best of both worlds, Happy Days. But the most important package is the sausage package because you get all the benefits. My husband calls me stubborn too. Yeah, you are. I mean, you all are. I mean, I did tell everybody, please cancel your memberships on here, but you wouldn't cancel it. So I'm like, fuck. So I did ask, I did try and get people to cancel it, but no one would. Sarah, beep, 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 crystal clear. There you go. You're in Sausage Club. You're here. You're here. You are in YouTube is Sausage Club. Toots. You get everything, access to everything. Go get some. I need a break. I do need a break. We've got an hour left, so I will. So you're doing yes, I'm going to be doing more members only. I am going to be doing members. So I did see a comment from Carol and Robin about this. So I'm going to be doing consistent members only. So you will know in advance, okay? You will know in advance. Like for instance, this week it might be Friday at 2:00. I don't know when it's going to be. So you will be consistent. You will know in advance. There's other times, Robin, that you won't know. I'm just going to go live. I could be in the shower. I could be wherever I get a whim. I'll go live. So I know people are like, please let us know in advance. You will 100% know when I do members only in advance, except for the ones I do at a whim. If I'm in the shower, if I'm in bed, or whatever, those ones are just spontaneous. Do you know what I mean? I just do them. I won't tell them in advance about them. But the proper membership ones that we do here chatting will be definitely the ones doing that. No, I might just kick him out now. Hey, Karina. Hello, my darling. How are you? Nice to see you. There you go. Yes. So the ones on vacation were just on a whim. On the whim ones. They were members only, but they were on a whim. When I do members only on a day here, when I'm going to be live for 2 hours talking shit, you'll know in advance. You'll know in advance about them. I look at that as more consistent. You will know about them. There's a lot of things I was looking to do, changing, which I'll cover in the next members only at some point. Once I know when this trial's finishing, I'm going to do members only. So if this is finishing on Thursday, I'll do members only on Friday. If it's finishing next Tuesday, I'll do members only on Wednesday. I'll explain a lot more stuff. Oh, sorry, Florida Tim. We don't, but last year I did. So this year I plan on doing the same. I plan on taking photos, filming myself a little bit, making. So basically, next Thursday, whatever it is, I probably will be filming some members only content. But on my phone, it'll be so. Robin, last example, it'll be spontaneous. I'll just be going live, and you might have to watch it afterwards, But then the proper members only ones, you'll know in advance. So I would say it's like best of both worlds. Do you know what I mean? I like to be spontaneous and stuff, Yeah, well, to be fair to it, I was literally Dana Leonard. Dana, that was not me. That was Dana. They killed all those members only calling himself Dana Leonard. I know. And I had Daffy Dill by my side. So yeah. So those ones, as I say, I'm sorry. I am sorry. I promise you that the proper once a week, whenever we're going to do members only, will be planned. You will know exactly when they are. Just the spontaneous ones, the ones when I go somewhere, I just get my phone out. I'm just like, let's get a phone out. And I do a chat. Those ones just spontaneous. Look at Aidan when he does the bus stop morning ones. Like he just gets his phone out and he started doing like that's the sort of things that I'll be doing. The other ones I will just be doing. You'll know the times. Yeah, I hope that explains it. Because the ones spontaneous ones, they're only like 5-10 minute ones, so they're not important. You can watch it whenever you want. I mean, that's just me being silly, or if I got a thought in my head, I'll just say the thought in my head. Then they're not proper ones. So you get insight into my head, but you might have to watch afterwards. But I promise you, there will be members only where you will have enough notice of them. Okay, right, I'm going to go. I know, I will try. I do try, lovely Sarah P. I know. But you were in some of them, so there were some funny ones there. I know. When I do them, though, I'll try and keep them really slow. Oh, thank you, Florida Tim. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you for that. Welcome back, my friend. Thank you so much. Don't fall asleep. Trouble is, I fall asleep all the time. Glad you're back, Florida Tim. Glad you're back, sir. Right. And I'm going to go and take a break. So I'll see you all. Thank you, my lovelies. Thank you again for being so generous, everybody. As I say, I'll explain a lot more to you guys when we do membership only. I will not fall asleep. I'm not going to fall asleep. It's fine. I won't. I've got, right, hang on. If I do fall asleep, hang on. Shit. Now you said that. Hang on. Let me just do this. Right, this is on. Let me boost it for boosters on already for Deb. It's already on. Melissa, see you in. Melissa, come back. Baby, come back. We'll be back in about 45 minutes or so. Well, some people are going to be in here anyway. Sat and Lamb. I'll be fine. Right, so I'm just going to take a quick break for dinner. This is going to be there. So if I do fall asleep or something, this will still be playing for you guys. If not, I will see you then in about 45-50 minutes, people. See you in a second, smidgen. Love you all. Take care. Bye-bye.
Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, they used to wear these tight old thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, these two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. And I can't wait to go to meet these two speedos pro. See you in Boston, boys. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely.
Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is not lovely. Bam, 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 bam. What's been going on? Must have been away then. Court's supposed to be back in 5 minutes, but probably won't be. Sarah P, she's here. Sarah P, 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 P. Sarah P, she's here. Sarah P, 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 P. Right, what are we doing, everybody? I am the loveliest. Sarah P. Sarah P. She's so lovely. No, I can't lie. I cannot lie and don't know why. But Robin G is in the house. Robin G, riding through the glen. Robin G, chasing all the men. Robin G, something big for the band. Something G spot. I have to remember it. I need to learn it again. I need to learn all the songs. Trouble is, once I've done it once, I'm just a one hit wonder. I'm a one hit wonder. I sing it, tape it, bang, there, and I forget about it. I do, mate. I forget about it all. Lol. Hey. I was looking at cruises before New Year's Eve, but none jumped out at me. I'd love to do a cruise. Not next year because we're doing Boston, but the year after, if I'm still going as a streamer, then we should really do an alternate corner El Chatti cruise. I want to do a cruise at least once. Can you imagine doing like a 14-day cruise? Fucking hell. Might be too much. Yes, you are, Sarah P. Don't tell her that. Her head's big enough already. Daffy though. I agree. Let's do an El Chatti cruise. It'd be awesome, I think. Because you need about probably a year and a half to arrange it. Because it's expensive. It's expensive, isn't it? It's not cheap, is it? Oh, thank you, Daffodil. You're the best as well, Daffodil. Oh, I love it. I love the bands. Yeah, cruises are not cheap, mate. They're not cheap. You need a bit of time to book it. But then when you do book it, it's good because it's all inclusive, then, isn't it? I presume. Yes, it takes time to plan. Yeah, I can imagine it does, yeah. Time and money. And especially because where we start from, like, you're going to have to then fly to somewhere. Either start it or finish a journey or something. Yeah, it's a good dream though, isn't it? It'd be good. It'd be good. I want to do a cruise though. I would love to do a cruise. Yeah, I was looking at a cruise and it says everything's all inclusive, but except for basically everything. Do you know what I mean? So although everything's included, you still have to buy packages to upgrade to various packages and restaurants and stuff. I was a bit like, oh, I was a bit disappointed with that. Disney Cruises Europe in the summer. There you go. 2026. 2026. Jeez. Jeepers. Disney's different. They don't have packages. Okay. Maybe that's why then. I love having Karen and Leslie on my messages on Facebook, especially over the weekends. There you go. So what I do with members only though, then Daffy, you can Carol or Les can you can watch it through them. It's good to ask you when you were leaving. Disney is all inclusive except for alcohol. And I wouldn't be bothered about alcohol. I'm not a big alcohol guy. And exclusive adult dining. Yeah, I'm not. Again, I'm not really a. Yeah, that sounds good though. What do you mean? Yes, you will. Fuck. You are sniping my streams. But Daffodil's allowed, so it's fine. One night only. Daffodil gave me COVID. Only one night only, and one night only. Daffy gave me COVID. One night only with Daffodil, and she gave me COVID. And the rest of the week I was feeling very bad on the vid. So you can cruise Disney and not pay anything extra except tips and souvenirs. Okay, because a lot of cruises I saw, the tips are included and stuff as well. So that's where it's confusing. They're all different, aren't they? I saw like a 5-day cruise or something. It's not good to do something over New Year's. So, yeah. But I'm not going to now. But at the time, I just got too complicated. It was like, yeah, it's free, everything except for this. Oh, fuck this. Dylan, how do you think I know when you're talking shit about? Well, there's a good chance, Daffy, right, that I talk shit about you every single day. So I think there's a good chance to know that I'm going to talk shit about you. Hey, and look at this. Look at Dana. Dana looks super scary up there. Look at him. He's like grinning at Daffodil. Daffodil. Daffodil cheats on me with Will. Daffodil also prefers Bill. Daffodil cheats on me with Will and Bill. Daffodil, dill. Boom, 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 boom. I love you so much. There you go. I love you too, Daffy. There you go. He has bulging eyes. Not the only thing that's bulging in his pocket. Tracy just walked in and he's bulging. He's like, my trousers are bulging. How is Mr. Rhode Island enjoying his retirement? Need a day after Thanksgiving. Happy days. Been a long day going for a good long walk with my pup. Happy days, Darius. Happy days. Enjoy your walk with pup. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow, my friend. I think this trial's going to be on tomorrow, so we'll be here. The King of Canton, Dennis Sweeney. Long. I'm in the middle of wrapping Christmas presents. I've, as I said, I have given out pretty much 90% of my presents already. So no wrapping needed, just give them out. Happy days. Done. Enjoy the walk, Dennis. Okay, pal. No worries, buddy. Yes, he is. The question is am I? Is enjoy? Oh, sugars. Get him back to work. Get him back to work quick. Dev, get him back to work quick. Oh, Karen. Yeah, Peter Murphy is welcome to the Alternate Corner group. Absolutely is. I just need to figure out how to get to it now. Oh, Facebook, you make me feel. Oh, sugar. Let's get Peter Murphy into. Let's wait. Here we go. Peter Murphy requires. Yes, absolutely, he's allowed in. Peter Murphy's allowed in. He is a legend. So yeah, where's Lisa Reed gone? You both for Lisa Reed. I saw your chat there now. Where's Lisa Reed gone, everybody? Where's she gone? She was here just now and she disappeared. We to go to Florida, go to Disney after Thanksgiving. There you go. On the not the cruiser, was it? Just the actual thingy. Have a great night, Dennis Sweeney. He might be back. I'm not sure what time this is going on, but just in case he's not. Do you know how long it takes to get a package from here to there? From you to me, from you to me to you. Hang on, I'll tell you. It depends on the size of it. Oh, Sarah P. Depends on the size, Sarah P. They normally tell you. It's normally it goes from yours to Florida, and then it's about a week and a half to 2 weeks from there. Then, so I'd say all in all about 2 weeks. The hoodies and stuff, they normally take about a week, but it all depends on which service you use and stuff like that, and how big it is. That's what she said. Oh. But you don't need to send me anything, Sarah P. You do not need to send me absolutely anything. I got the last thing you sent me. People keep asking, what are these? These are Sarah P's molded tits. Sarah P's tits, here they are. She posted them to me. She's good, isn't she? When I was feeling down, she's like, "Oh, lick my tits." I was like, "Oh, thanks, Sarah P. Thank you." I was like, "Sarah P, and it's good. Rhode Island's on fire. I totally said, "Yeah, I know." She snuck in. And she left. Lisa Reed, you're in trouble. Tommy to Peter. Peter's my brother. I know he's your brother. His stuff is. Hang on, let me track his stuff for you, Dan. Printify, Shopify, everybody fry. Oh. Dennis Sweeney, Peter Murphy. Right, so I think Peter's gear is arriving with you, Dennis, on Thursday. It seems it's all coming in Thursday. Oh, there's the hoodie's coming on Friday. Okay, there's Thursday and Friday. Allegedly, there's 3 packages, Dennis. Oh, hang on. I think it's 2 or 3 packages Thursday and Friday they're coming. Some of them are for you and Brenda, I think, and some for Peter. Sarah P. Lisa has a few family things going. Oh, okay, that's fine. To be fair, she did tell me. Now you said it, I feel like a dick because she has told me as well. What a prick, what a prick. I forget it all the time. Meeting tonight, Dennis? Yes. Me to you to me. Daffy Dill, that's cool, thank you. Yes, do we put the middle school on the ballot? Beautiful, I'll be on Happy Days. It's in my name, I think, Dennis. I believe it's in my name. What else are beautiful? Sarah P's tits. Juicy neighborhood story. Oh, I'm not. Oh, yeah. She's a sex goddess, isn't she? Lisa Reed. Anything to do with sex, outdoor sex especially, Lisa Reed is there. She knows it. And shout out to Luby Lou as well, going through some issues with her family as well. Much love to you, Lou. Can't wait to get you back.
You may resume direct examination.
And that means.
All right, Dr. Fowler, before we broke for
Here we go, as I say
lunch,
that,
I think we were talking about stuff related to the knife in this particular case. Is it common for people in a delusional state to commit acts that people do every day?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give some examples of what that might be?
Like I was talking about earlier, someone can be in a delusional state but still change a diaper or drive a car.
What about the breastfeeding?
Oh yeah, breastfeed the baby.
What about walking downstairs and getting a knife?
Yeah, I mean that's how people act out their delusional compulsions, is that they do things.
Okay. And that could be the same way about locking a door as well?
Right.
Okay.
If it's part of a delusional compulsion, they do it. Yeah.
All right. We've heard some evidence in this case about some Google searches and related to the time frame involved in this case. Can you explain the idea of we know that there were different types of searches. You're familiar with those, correct?
Right.
And then I provided those searches, internet searches to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to review those, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you,
Okay.
those kind of things. Are you able to make any determination as to what was in her state of mind at the time of the crime based on those previous searches?
No.
Okay. Are any of those searches necessarily indicative of anything related to what was in her mind at the time of the crime?
No.
Okay. And in your opinion, are those searches indicative, the back and forth of those type of searches, what in your mind does that highlight to you in terms of her delusion and the compulsion?
Really, all I took from those searches was it was another piece of information confirming that she was kind of in and out of being delusional and then not being delusional, or at least believing the delusions and trying to resist the delusions. And when she was trying to resist the delusions, she was searching for a psychiatric hospital because she wanted help, or searching for a bus ticket because she wanted to get away. And when she was more believing the delusions, she would search for, how to snap a neck. I don't even know if who that refers to, but other things that she did, like get a knife, would be like when she was believing her delusions.
We know that Ms. Driver made several statements to law enforcement and to treating personnel at the Kennestone Hospital after the alleged incident. Some of those statements include, how long is my prison sentence, and discussions about her just wanting to be with Mr. Ben Michael with her child. Are any of those statements indicative one way or another as it pertains to her state of mind at the time of the crime?
No, this was after the fact, when she was in the hospital, still psychotic on pain meds, knowing she had just killed her daughter, feeling suicidal. Also, the statement about just wanting to be with him and their daughter was like one phrase in a whole long statement. And when you put it in the context, like that was not the whole point of that whole statement. She was talking about being abused and things were better when there was a smaller group. And yeah, so.
But based on that, from a psychological perspective, you can't make any determinations as to what was in her mind at the time of the crime based on statements she made after the fact.
No, I think if anything, it again shows that her state of mind was fluctuating, and I think it's misguided to presume that anything she said a day later or several days later or something is stable, and that she was always thinking that way. She was all over the map.
And I believe it was your testimony today that based on the information you received, including jail records and collateral resources, that those delusions continued months after the offense in this case, correct?
Yeah, she was still having delusions when I met with her.
We've also heard testimony in this case about hundreds of phone calls to Mr. Ben Michael after she was incarcerated. Can you tell us well, first you reviewed some of those phone calls, correct?
I did, not all of them. There were too many, but it's several.
Correct.
Of them.
And how do you explain from a psychological standpoint this continued contact in the nature with respect to Chloe Driver?
I explained it in the context that we talked about earlier about trauma bonding, about a cycle of abuse, feeling very connected to him. She'd been with him since she was 17. She had a baby with him. Also, she'd been very controlled by him, so she was used to submitting to him. So it would have been more surprising if she had just not wanted anything to do with him. That seems like, to someone who's not connected to someone that way, it seems like a no-brainer that she should have just wanted to run as far away from him as possible. But when you're in an abusive relationship like that, it often takes many attempts to get away.
Okay. And what were some of the concerns that you had with respect to the nature of the relationship based on the calls that you listened to?
How extremely controlling he was one concern. For example,
Objection, hearsay.
We've already stipulated to the foundation of the jail calls.
Still hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't know where you're going with this. Y'all obviously know.
I think she's about to say what someone else who's not here to testify said on a phone call. She can't offer her statement because it's party opponent admission rule on later too.
These statements that go directly to the state of mind, the state's arguing that continued contact is a way to counter any defense that we may have in this particular state. And they factored into Dr. Ballard's analysis of this particular relationship and formulating her opinion.
I don't object to the defendant's statement, but not the other person's statement.
What was?
All right. I'm sorry?
It goes to our client's state of mind in terms of how those statements affected her.
All right. I'm going to ask that y'all return to the jury room for a few minutes while we take up a matter that we cannot take up in your presence. Don't talk about the case, and we will call you back in as soon as we can.
Hey, Lisa Reed. Sex bot. Lisa Reed's about. Hey, Lisa Reed. Missing you, Lisa Reed. Let's talk about Nate Div and stuff later on. Let's talk about you. Oh, here we go. It's been quite good with sidebars and stuff like that recently. I'll be listening. The sex goddess, the one that. If you want some sex tapes, people. Lisa Reed.
Obviously, there's been testimony about the number of phone calls that Ms. Driver had with Mr. Ben Michael. Are we talking about the substance of those calls now? Is that where we're going?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we talking about any other calls to any other individual?
No.
And Judge, Ms. Trethway told me which one she's going. I don't object to those particulars as long as she doesn't go into great detail.
I think it will be limited in what he is saying. The point of the question is to affect, basically it's to be what he is telling her to do and how she is responding to that during those jail phone calls. Particularly, just to bring us back to a topic we had last week. He tells her about drinking her own urine in the jail, and for which he ultimately gets her to say that she will do it. Things like that he is telling her to do in those jail calls that she is responding to. He goes to the level of his control over her while she's still in the jail.
Additionally, making her refer to him as daddy and acknowledge in those phone calls in response to things he requests that she do, that I do, daddy, I do.
Okay. Me understand the state's position. Mr. Fogus, you said you didn't have an objection to either of those two?
As long as it's those two and not other calls, no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I wasn't done yet.
I apologize.
That's okay. The context of the calls where he's directing her to make phone calls to other individuals to ask to obtain the money that is in question.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay.
Question about the money.
About the money.
The money back.
Ben Yaman directing her to contact her parents.
Don't object.
Okay. And
Just as long as we're not going down in more detail than just that topic.
Yeah.
Okay, no objection.
one more.
Okay.
Him directing Chloe to be clear about not adopting or accepting any angle or strategy that involves the idea that I was manipulating you. He was talking about Chloe's defense. He directed Chloe to be clear that she was not adopting or accepting any angle or strategy in this case that involves the idea that I was manipulating you. You're not going that route. Be simpler and clearer and tell them it was ideas terrorizing your brain caused a psychotic break.
No objection, Judge. It's just these topics we're talking about.
Yes,
Those four topics, you're not introducing the calls.
No.
You're just asking this witness about them. They were provided to her as a basis for her
Evaluate
some part of her evaluation. All right. Anything else before we bring the jury back in?
No, Judge.
All right, let's bring him in.
I'd like to.
Okay, quick restroom break, I think that's what he said. Lisa Reed, there you go. Lovely to see you back in chat, my darling. Yeah, we're talking about native. And you mentioned before that there's loads of different natives stuff. So when I'm in Boston, I need to get loads of native stuff. Because the native stuff for me, my antiperspirant now costing about $30 each. Kim C, hello Kim, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Good to see you. To see you. Nice. She's tiny. She's tiny. Unless the guy next to her is like 7 foot something. Imagine if the lawyer is like, I am 5'1". She's like fucking 3'1". Erin Hack size. Ole, 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 ole. Ole, 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 ole. Erin Hack, 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 ole. Is it boosted for Deb? It's boosted for Deb. You're my fire, my desire. Erin Hack, 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 ole.
All right, thank you. You can resume.
All right, Dr. Ballard, before we took that brief break, we were talking about part of your review in this case involved you reviewing and listening to several phone calls, correct?
Yes.
All right. In this case, we already know that there were hundreds of phone calls. I think you indicated you have not listened to all of them, correct?
Right.
All right, but can you talk about and tell the jury about some of the content of the calls that you listened to and what your concerns were related to those?
Sure. One of the calls I listened to, the content was he was instructing, she was in jail, and he was instructing her to drink her own urine while she was in jail. And that if she felt embarrassed to do this in front of her cellmate, that she should tell her cellmate that her naturopathic doctor told her she needs to drink it or else she'll get sick. And he was he was saying things like, you need to do this. You can't fight me on this. You need to do this. Do you understand? And she was resistant. And when he was resistant, he said, I was expecting the answer, I do, Daddy, I do. And they kind of went back and forth until she finally said, I do, Daddy. And he said, that's better, or good job, or something like that. And to me, this just reflects how controlling he was and the amount of control he had over her. And
Go ahead.
and the idea that the only acceptable answer is to completely agree with whatever it is he's saying.
Okay. And there were also discussions about money, correct?
Yeah, he told her also to get, it was a big sum, $60,000 from a loan he'd made her take out, that she needed to tell her parents to give him that money. And she said, what are you going to use the money for? And he said, why are you questioning me? And she said, because I can know what you want to do with my money. And he said, no. He said, why are you asking me that question? Are you doubting me? She said, I'm starting to doubt you because this, it's a few months into jail. And he went on a long tirade that I didn't document in full, but basically he called her dumb, told her not to talk to her mom anymore, said every time you talk to your mom, you get pear-shaped and stupid. She at one point tried to interrupt and said, and he said, no, there's nothing else. It's you need to change.
Okay. And there were several more phone calls that you listened to regarding that.
Yeah, at one point he told her, it's a little ironic because he told her that under no circumstances was she to represent him as being controlling or manipulative to anyone. They were talking about her defense, and I don't remember his exact words, and I didn't put them in my report, but it was basically you will not represent me that way. You will not do that. And it's like him controlling her to say that he's not controlling. Yeah.
You would agree with me based on some of the other phone calls that you listened to that that he was also kind and sweet to her and that kind of thing.
Yeah, even in these same phone calls, when she was completely agreeing with him, she would get very reinforced for that. Or sometimes a phone call would start out just kind of like any relationship, hi, sweetie, I miss you, how are you? But the second that she would not be 100% compliant, then there'd be pressure and control until she was compliant again. And then once she was compliant again, he would say really warm, nice things. Or if she'd share something, he'd say, oh, that really makes me happy that you got to, she shared a book she read. And so that makes you really happy that you enjoyed that book. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. He knew how to be kind.
Okay. Did you find it, were you surprised that after she was incarcerated that she continued this contact with him?
No, it's pretty typical in an abusive relationship and in a cult, and so certainly in both, that it's not just a quick separation, that there's a continued connection.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that a jail is not a therapeutic environment, correct?
It is not.
Okay. And that, to the best of your knowledge, the only thing that Ms. Driver was receiving during her incarceration was medication, correct?
Medication, and what they call counseling is short, every few weeks, short little visits, pretty much basically to make sure people are suicidal. So it's not the kind of counseling that will bring about therapeutic change. It's just to
And based on your
see who needs to go to,
No, that's okay.
to see if anyone needs to go to Suicide Watch.
Okay. Based on your professional experience, it didn't surprise you one way or another that she was still communicating with Mr. Ben Michael?
No.
All right. And that you would agree with me that just strictly putting her on medication and not providing the additional therapy or anything else is part of the reason why this continued?
I think so, yeah. In my professional opinion, she would need a lot more treatment to get past this relationship.
So just removing the physical nature of that relationship doesn't necessarily break that bond, is what I'm hearing.
Right.
Okay. Based on your interviews with Chloe and any of your collateral resources, sources, was it clear to you that Chloe loved her child?
Yes.
Okay. What did she express to you that she never wanted to hurt her child?
Yes.
Okay. And that was also kind of corroborated by the additional information that you had to consider in this particular case, correct?
Yes, there wasn't any information that suggested that she ever wanted to hurt her child.
And you also had the opportunity to watch Dr. Garrett's testimony, correct?
I did.
You had also been given both of her reports that she had done subsequent to yours, correct?
Yes.
All right. You essentially would agree with me that both of you diagnosed her with the same type of disorders, correct?
We did.
Okay, minus the cannabis use one.
Right.
Okay. And, you know, you were able to, you would agree with her when she said that there's, you know, the difference between crazy, mentally ill, and insane, correct?
Right.
All right. Is there anything about Dr. Garrett's reports that you take issue with?
We were pretty much on the same page that Ms. Driver was severely mentally ill and delusional. Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about delusions, okay? But going back to that briefly. You've told us that a delusion is a fixed false belief.
Yeah.
Okay, and that it is a fixed false belief that is just not true.
It's not true, and yet someone believes it is true the way that I believe I'm sitting here right now. Yeah.
Okay. And the delusional compulsion is when someone acts upon that false belief, correct?
Right.
Okay. And when someone is acting upon that delusion or false belief, is it because they believe it to be true?
Yes.
Okay. Are they acting on that delusional belief because it is the right thing to do in their mind?
Yeah, in their mind, it's true the same way that I believe it's true that when you ask me a question, I should answer it here and you guys will hear what I say. Like that, it's that. So that's the right thing for me to do right now, and so I'm doing it. That's acting on a delusional compulsion. It's just doing what you perceive to be true and right.
So the person acting under delusion believes in their mind that that false thing not only is true, but it's the right thing to do in their mind.
Right.
Okay. Is it, if someone believes that this false idea or delusion is true, is it possible that they may not understand that that's right or wrong?
Not just possible, but that's kind of the nature of a delusion, is that they believe it to be true. So if I believe it to be true and right, I don't think it's wrong.
Okay.
If my delusion clears up later, I might see it differently. But if in throes of the delusion, which is the belief, I believe it to be right. Yeah.
In this particular case, you have testified, along with Dr. Garrett, that Ms. Driver suffered from these delusions not only in her adolescence, but that they were present in the time leading up to December the 8th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you'd agree with me that those delusions by her report and what the resources that you reviewed indicated that those delusions got worse.
Yes.
Okay.
Particularly the fall of 2020.
Okay,
Yeah.
and what was the lack of medication and treatment over time what kind of exacerbated those delusions, those thoughts and those compulsions?
I mean, part of it is lack of treatment. Treatment would have helped. Part of it was she was living in a really stressful, abusive environment. That would make her mental health decline.
Okay. And, you know, over time, based on your review of all the materials, it became clear to you that she resisted
those delusions, correct?
Right.
And those compulsions?
Yes, she was scared of them and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to like differentiate them from reality unless she got help. So she was trying to get help because she was really afraid about these thoughts she was having that sometimes she believed were true.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions at this time, Dr. Ballard. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the court, counsel. Good afternoon, doctor. How are you?
Hi, well, thanks. How are you?
Good. Did you have a good lunch?
Thanks. Yeah, I did.
Who'd you go to lunch with?
Myself.
Did you talk to defense counsel during the break? Did
I did.
y'all talk about your testimony?
Say again?
Did you talk to defense counsel?
During lunch?
Uh-huh.
Yes,
Did y'all talk about your testimony, what you were saying, what you're going to say?
a little bit, yeah.
What'd y'all talk about?
Talked about in the course of my career as a forensic psychologist.
I interrupt this program now because we have got a lovely Hands for You All in the chat. Those of you who don't know, Hands for You All is a mod, been a mod for a while, and Hands for You All got elected as a local councillor in Kentucky when the election was on last week. So I've said congratulations many ways for you. I just want to say congratulations again on stream for you. You are the best. Cable for council. She's simply the best. You're better than all the rest. So congratulations to you, Hands. Love you to bits. It's lovely to see you go in because you've got the pride of everything. You are a fighter. You are the best. You're simply the best. Better than all the rest. No, but on a serious note, you will be amazing. You are all about justice. You are all about what's right for the people, the community, and everything like that. And I wish there's more people like you out there. And so congratulations again, my darling. And I look forward to seeing what you do for the next 4 years. So there you go. So for those of you that don't know Hen, she's lovely, she's gorgeous, she's awesome, and she is now a counsellor. So Counsellor Hens. Hey.
Just these not guilty by reason of insanity trials I refer to, or we psychologists refer to as mental status at the time of the offense cases. And I was talking about how I'm like not supposed to talk about my opinion on.
That's right. There's a rule of evidence says you can't talk about, so not asking about that.
Right, I know. But I was talking about how that rule of evidence wasn't always the case. So I need to.
You have to change styles a little bit, right?
Yes, yes. Because I'm so used to just talking about that. And so now I'm like trying to choose my words and not,
That's true. I'm sorry, you did go to lunch with them or you didn't?
No, I got lunch on my own and then I talked to them after I ate.
Well, Doctor, what I'd like to do is you have a long conversation with Ms. Trethewey and Mr. Kessler. And just for the record, these are exceptional attorneys. They're also nice people, right?
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, they're not mean to you or anything like that, are they?
No.
I mean, they're reasonable,
They're
right?
professionals. Yeah.
Absolutely. So what I'd like to do is try to I'd like to reason with you and talk through some of the things that you didn't say or didn't highlight when it came to the evaluation of the defendant. You think that's fair?
Sure.
Will you agree with me that when you're in a courtroom setting, that there are sides?
Yes.
You agree that I'm biased?
Well, you have a job to do as an attorney.
Right, I'm an advocate, right?
Yeah.
So I represent a side, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can understand that if I can get after it or ask questions, they're designed because Hannah, the victim in the case, is kind of who I represent in many ways. You understand that's just kind of normal, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Courtroom process is adversarial, but experts don't have sides. We're not advocates. Like what I advocate for is my
Doctor,
opinion.
there's not a question in front of you for that. It wasn't a question from her. She's just giving a narrative.
All right. Rephrase.
Doctor, my question is, yes or no, you understand that there are sides to this, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you want to give explanations, that's fair, and the defense can redirect you. My questions are really designed, so if I ask a question, and just try to stay within that. Is that okay?
As long as I feel like I can honestly answer the question with a yes or no.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you agree that the defense, they have a side, is that right?
Correct.
And they represent the defendant in this case, right?
Yes.
And you agree that the court is neutral in the sense that the chief judge controls the courtroom, right?
Yes.
And you agree that the jury is separate from all of us, and they are supposed to be objective and just base their decision on the facts and the evidence. Is that right?
I believe that is correct. Yes.
And you agree with me that when we have witnesses, oftentimes those witnesses are kind of entitled the state's witness, right?
I'm sorry, say it again.
The state can have witnesses, and they're usually kind of entitled or named state's witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And the defense can have witnesses, and they're entitled or named defense witnesses,
Yes.
right? And sometimes you can have experts that are third-party neutral. They're not the state's witness. They're not the defense witness. They're kind of more of neutral, staying out. The court may say, I'm going to get a third-party witness expert to come in and testify. So there's party witnesses, and then there's kind of more of the neutral, objective witnesses, right?
Well, yes, although again, I feel like it's misrepresenting witnesses as advocates. Like if an expert witness is hired by one side or the other, you're representing as if that would change their opinion. Okay. And that's not how we operate.
But you agree you're being paid through the defense, right?
Well, although I'm being paid through the defense, I'm being paid for my time, not for my opinion. And if my opinion had been something that benefited you all, then I'd probably be paid for my time by you. So.
I'm sorry. My question is, you're being paid by the defense, yes or no?
Yes, this is my job.
I think I want to go back and start by talking about some of your background. Have you heard the term or the concept worldview?
Of course.
Of course. A worldview is a view that people kind of hold through their education, their upbringing, their life experiences, how they view the world, right?
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And another way to say it, whether it's in psychology, philosophy, or the law, sometimes we talk about that they have presuppositions, right?
Yes.
And you agree with me that oftentimes, whether it's in a courtroom or in a clinical session, it's important to know the person's worldview or presuppositions, or just kind of how they view the world, right?
I don't know, because I haven't really noticed people's worldviews being talked about in court.
But their culture is important, right?
I mean, our cultures are important, but again, I haven't really heard them talked about in court.
And in psychology, culture is something that you have to pay attention to or know something about, correct?
Yes.
And I know you live in North Carolina now?
I do.
And do you practice there in North Carolina?
I do.
And where are you from originally?
I was born and raised in Los Angeles.
And where'd you graduate from high school? In Los Angeles?
Yes.
And after you graduated from high school, I think you would consider yourself a creative person?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Myers-Briggs?
I am.
Personality types and things like that? And do you know what type of personality you are?
I do, although I have to say the Myers-Briggs is not like a standardized psychological
I'm not
test.
asking that. I'm
it's
just
pop
asking.
Psychology.
Are you familiar with it?
Yeah.
Okay. What type are you?
INFJ.
Okay. And let's say someone can be intuitive. Is that right?
I think I is introverted.
Right. Intuitive's down the road a little bit, right?
I don't
Feelings,
remember what they
intuitive, things
stand
like
for. I took it like 30 years ago.
Sure. But some people are more of a feeler. Is that correct? Generally speaking, I'm not saying psychologically speaking.
Yeah.
Some people are more of a thinker, right?
Yeah. I believe I was like, actually, I'm both.
Right. So an engineer may be a thinker, just like systems and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Someone that's in sociology, psychology, oftentimes people go into those type of work because they feel for people or they have the concern or compassion. Is that true?
That can be someone's motivation.
Now, according to the website ballardphd.com, your superpower is thrifting. Is that right?
That's a website that doesn't have anything to do with my therapy practice or my forensic practice. Yeah, I love to thrift shop.
Okay, my question, doctor, was according to that website, your superpower is thrifting, correct?
Yes.
And also according to that website, you're addicted to coffee and salad. Is that right?
Yes, I just had a salad for lunch.
And also your creative obsession is surface pattern design, right?
Yes,
And you, when asked to choose between the forest or the woods and the beach, you prefer the forest, correct?
yes,
Even though you grew up close to the beach, is that right?
yes. Does that make this
And
better?
then on sessionsync.com, you listed that you were a drummer in a post-punk band, is that right?
I don't know what session sync is, but I was a drummer in several post-punk bands.
A cellist at one point,
Still am.
and floral designer at another point.
Did the weddings for both my stepdaughters.
You were a painter,
I still paint,
knitter,
still knit.
jewelry maker,
Yeah, on and off.
mixed media art.
Still do that.
And you do have an online presence to some degree, don't you?
A little bit.
You have a little bit of tech savvy.
Well, I hire someone for that.
Now, in your undergraduate degree in studies, you went to school in Los Angeles, is that right?
Yes,
Occidental College, is that correct?
yes,
It was 1990 that you graduated,
yes,
and you had a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science, is that
Yes.
right? Not psychology, not business, but political science, right?
yes.
Is that something that interested you at the time?
Yeah, at the time, I wasn't sure if I wanted to go to law school or clinical psychology.
I would recommend not going to law school. So.
I don't know. You haven't been in my shoes.
During your undergraduate degree, now most people that have gone to college, the undergraduate is kind of not as focused as maybe grad school or doctorate level studies. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Did you study any of the Greek philosophers like Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Alexander the Great? Did you study any of those?
Probably, I don't remember.
But not fair to say, not much.
Not much.
Political philosophers like John Marx, John Stuart Mills, Karl Marx,
Yes,
because that's more of the political science side.
yes.
How about the existential philosophers like Nietzsche, Heidegger, Sartre?
I had a class on existentialism.
Okay,
One
but not much,
class,
right?
Yeah.
How about the religious philosophy? Francis Bacon, Immanuel Kant, Soren Kierkegaard.
I'm sure they were covered in some courses, but I mean, I didn't study them in depth. I'm no specialist.
Would it be an accurate statement to say that out of all the philosophy, it was not the religious philosophies you studied?
Yes,
No study in world religions really in undergraduate.
right,
No studies in comparative religions in undergraduate.
right.
No really study of theology or anything like that. No studies in the cults or occults.
No,
There's a term in theology when you look at world religions, when you look at different religions or makeups of different religions, it's called syncretism. Are you familiar with the term syncretism?
I am not.
Are you familiar with the word just to synchronize or to,
Yes,
and based on your knowledge and training and education, just your world experience, syncretism, that could be something where people take certain things from different religions and kind of amalgamate them or put them into a belief system.
I don't know.
And that's because you haven't really studied religion much in your career, right?
I'm not familiar with that word.
But how about in graduate school? Really same level, not really studying any of these philosophies or religion or anything like
That
that?
wasn't part of clinical psychology.
Same thing in your doctorate degree in 1999. During that time, you really focused on psychology or things like that.
Yes,
Did you get any specialty or certificates for psychology while you were at school, in graduate school, your doctorate degree?
besides my degree.
Yes, ma'am. You can get certificates or specializations in psychology, right?
Oh, you can now. When I was in school in the 90s, like forensic psychology was only a postdoctoral specialty. Like there weren't even courses, let alone whole programs in it. It was something you had to study after your doctorate. So no, I didn't get any certificates. I don't remember any even being available.
But since you graduated, there have been certain things or specialties or certificates you could obtain in psychology. Is that fair?
Well, I mean, by then I had already graduated, so I didn't.
Let me repeat my question.
need it.
Since you graduated, if you had chosen to, you could have got a specialty or certificate in psychology, correct?
I don't even understand what you mean by certificate. I mean, there are all kinds of certificates you can pay money to get or take take a continuing education class and get a certificate. So, I mean, I probably have gotten some of those from continuing education classes. I have no idea.
What is the ABPP?
Oh, okay. I think I get what you're talking about now.
I think you do.
It's not a certificate. The American Board of Professional Psychology is an organization. They're probably a nonprofit. I don't know. And they grant, it's called a board certification. That's what it's called. So you can be board certified in forensic psychology, and it's not required. In fact, Dr. Garrett isn't, my husband is, but I'm not.
All right, here's my question.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm going to try to ask.
I am familiar with ABPP. That was your question, right?
Yes, that was my question.
Yes, I'm familiar with them.
All right, the ABPP is a professional organization that actually you can go through and get either more training or recognition as a more specialist in forensic psychology, correct?
Correct.
In other words, isn't it true that if you have psychologists that deal with clinical or counseling, but if you really want to specialize, you can and have the ability to get more study and training to specifically focus on forensic psychology?
That I have done.
But you don't have a certificate from them or anything like that, correct?
Besides the board certification, they don't offer certificates for their courses.
Do you have the board certification?
No.
So you don't put your name, like after your initials, you put your PhD, but you do not put ABPP, correct?
Correct.
That's because if you get the ABPP certification, it's more of a title that you can show that you have either more training or maybe more experience, right?
It's kind of a feather in your cap. Yeah.
I mean, you're not downplaying. It is a significant thing you can do to actually.
Oh, yeah. Like when my husband got it, we totally celebrated. Yeah.
And forensic psychology, if you took the genus or if you took the overall category of psychology, just the big box up here, you got psychology, and then you've got some tracks where people are clinical psychologists and they do more of the counseling or the clinical side, right?
Yes.
And then you've got some that can go and do more of the forensic side where it's applied more so in courts.
Actually, that's not accurate. Only clinical psychologists can be forensic psychologists. So if you've got psychologists, and then some are clinical psychologists and some are experimental, and then under clinical psychologists, you can do forensic psychology, you can do therapy, you can do assessment. So all forensic psychologists are by definition clinical psychologists because you have to have a license in clinical psychology to practice forensic psychology. Forensic is a subspecialty.
All right. So you would agree that psychology or clinical psychology is different, whatever degree you call it, is different than forensic psychology?
Forensic psychology is a subset of clinical psychology. So they're different in that all forensic psychologists are clinical psychologists, but not all clinical psychologists are forensic psychologists.
And if somebody was not a forensic psychologist, they did not operate under understanding the laws of Georgia as applied to psychology, as applied to mental issues in criminal cases. That person that doesn't deal with that or have any experience with that, they are not the ones that usually do that. They're usually doing something like counseling or clinical, correct?
Right.
Doctor, going through, I've got your CV, looked at that, but when you go through that, I want to begin with talking about some of your professional background. In Georgia, the last place you worked at, what was the name of that, firm or entity?
Forensic Specialty Group.
And when you work there on your letterhead that you actually, for your report, it actually has about 4 people listed on the top of the letterhead. Is that right?
6.
Okay, now in the report I have, how many do you have at the top?
I've got 6 names.
Okay. Is Kevin Richards one?
Yes.
He has a PhD, is that right?
Yes.
And then after his initials, he is certified or recognized by the ABPP, correct?
Yes.
And then I think Christina Gleiser, a PhD, and also recognized by ABPP, is that right?
Yes.
And then you're on there, is that correct?
Yes.
And you have your PhD, is that right?
Yes.
And then this is a firm that did a lot of forensic psychology, is that correct?
That's all they do.
Okay, they're specialized in that, right?
Yes.
And they're so specialized that that's that's kind of really limited to their expertise. Is that right?
No, in fact, Kevin Richards has done therapy and forensic psychology. And then he owns the practice. And then the other people, including me, are contractors. And because we're contractors and not employees, we're required to have other work. And so, one person's other work is doing therapy with adolescents. One person's other work is doing risk assessments. I mean, yeah, we do all kinds of things. But in forensic specialty group, we only do forensic psychology.
And if there was a box, and that box was forensic psychology, everybody in that firm is doing forensic psychology, right?
When they're doing a case assigned to them by FSG, yes.
Right. Now, at the firm, they would do things like types of evaluations, competency to stand trial, correct?
Yes.
Competency to waive rights under Miranda, right? Criminal responsibility or mental state at the time of offense, right?
Yes.
Transfer of juvenile defendants to or from adult court, right?
Yes.
Diminished capacity or diminished responsibility or mitigation, correct?
Yes.
Sentencing, including aggravation, mitigation, and cases.
Yes.
Psychosexual evaluations or sexual violence risk assessments, right?
Yes.
Violence risk assessments, correct?
Yes.
Parenting, fitness capacity, and child protection cases,
Yes.
right? These are things not only that they do, but they advertise. These are the service that they can provide when it comes to evaluations. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, how many of you, for you when you worked there, how many of those type of things did you do for an attorney?
There were several things on the list you just read that I don't do.
Okay.
Sexual violence risk assessments I don't do. I can't remember. There are a few. I did most, but not all of those things. And that's generally true for forensic psychologists. They're just not trained, or they don't want to do like every single thing.
Now, those things that I just listed there, how many of those did you do? I want to talk about you. How many of those did you do? And those were for a criminal attorney and a civil attorney.
All of the things you listed were all criminal.
Okay.
And
So-
the things I did for civil attorneys weren't on that list.
Okay, so the things that I just list that are advertised, you agree with me that most of those are done for a criminal attorney?
Yes.
And how many of those were done for, say, a private attorney versus a public, like a government attorney? How are the ones that you've done?
Do you mean public defense versus private attorney, or?
Right, so private attorneys, out of all the things that you've done that we've talked about, that you've
Yeah.
done for criminal attorneys, how many of those that you've done were for private attorneys?
I don't know. We got a healthy mix of public defense offices sending us cases and private attorneys sending us. I don't know. I think it trended a little bit more towards the public defense office, but I honestly don't know.
And by public defense, you mean like a public defender or indigent defense, someone that's on the defense side, right?
Yes.
It would be that side of the courtroom, not the prosecutor side of the courtroom.
Right.
Now, how many of those that we talked about that you've done for a prosecutor?
Well, like I talked about earlier, none, because the prosecutors don't call us because they use the DB, I'm sorry, the
department.
Yeah, they use the department. Yeah. So prosecutors just don't call the group practice. And that's how it was in Oregon too. Like prosecutors they use the state psychologists.
Do you understand in the state of Georgia that prosecutors actually can use private experts?
Yes, and I had forgotten that because I hadn't ever gotten any until my husband reminded me just the other day. And he said, oh, no, they can, but they tend to call the same couple people. It's never us. So we can't control who calls us.
On a whole, you agree with me that the majority of your evaluations that you've done as you worked at this firm would be for criminal defense attorneys.
Right.
All right, let's talk about the types of expert consultation that your firm did. They could do things like research and prepare briefs regarding psychological issues.
Yes.
Assist with cross-examination of expert witnesses is on the website.
That wasn't ever anything that I did. That is more something that Dr. Richards and well, on here it says Dixon, but her name's different now, that they do in military courts. It's not something I've ever done.
And fair to say that your colleagues there at the firm that you work for, that those would be helping the defense prepare to cross-examine a government expert, right?
No, they get hired equally in the military on both sides.
Do you know the percentage of which would be for the defense and which would be for the government?
I don't, but since my husband does those, sorry, my husband is Dr. Richards, so just so I'm talking about the same person. I could flip a coin. I don't know. It's like defense or prosecution. It's both. It's all the time.
Sure, but you agree your he's not an expert in this case or relevant to this case?
No, I'm just saying that the people at Forensic Specialty Group who do consulting on cross-examination work for the defense and the prosecution. I'll stop talking about
now.
that.
Most of the income that you made at that firm and the firm made, a lot of that significant portion of that would have come from defense attorneys. Is that right?
Yes.
And as you've gone through your career, I noticed that in your CV that you worked in places like Portland, Oregon. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did that, and you would do things in mitigation of sentence. Is that right?
On my CV, then yeah. I don't
2019 forensic evaluation and disability matters.
Like I said, I don't have my CV memorized, so if it's on there, then sure.
If I'm going off your CV, would you have any reason to doubt that I've
No.
misrepresented it?
No.
2019 recreational drug use in forensic settings, correct?
Okay.
2016 providing psychological consultations in homicides.
Okay.
These are from yours. These are the ones that you put down.
Okay.
Was that for a prosecution or defense in those?
Either. If it says consultation, what does it say again?
Providing psychological consultation in homicides?
Yeah, that would just be consulting about homicides. They don't teach it to either side.
2013, you did malingering forensic psychological evaluations. Familiar with that one?
If it's on my CV, again.
Now, in some of your presentations, you did a 2014 presentation in cross-examination of a psychological testimony. Did you teach that? Did you present that?
Oh, I gave a 1-hour talk on that.
Okay. Was that to defense attorneys?
No, it was to civil attorneys.
Plaintiff's attorneys.
It was to plaintiff's attorneys.
And plaintiff's attorneys are people that sue people for money and things like that?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with oftentimes defense attorneys also plaintiff's attorneys?
I don't know.
But in that, you gave a presentation on, I guess, how to handle cross-examinations.
Yes.
Kind of, this is what to expect and this is what you should do or how you should answer questions type thing?
Yes, crafting questions that will make sense to us.
And then you've done other things. You've done other presentations. But my question when it comes to training presentations, is it fair to say that your audience have not been police officers or anything like that?
I'm trying to think if I gave any presentations to law enforcement. The reason why I'm having trouble remembering is because I did do some public safety stuff with a colleague of mine, but I don't think that I gave presentations.
Set that one aside if it's just one time.
It wasn't just one time, but it was like, I don't even know if it's how relative. I had a colleague in police and public safety, and
here's my question. Your training and teaching presentations that you do, they're not to things like the victims and the family of the victims, or victim advocates, or prosecutors, or police officers, or investigators, things like that. Is that fair to say?
I think so. I'm not positive, but I think so.
Now, sometimes I like on cross-examination with experts, I like to ask them, you got your phone with you today?
No.
You have your laptop or your phone, wherever it's at. If I would ask you if you would have more contacts in your phone or your computer, or your contact, would there be more defense-oriented contacts and, say, prosecutor contacts?
It's hard to say. I haven't had any forensic referrals in a couple of years. So right now, there aren't a whole lot of attorneys on my contact list.
I want to now turn to another topic, testifying as an expert. What are the total, I need specifics. What's the total number of times in your career that you've testified as an expert?
I don't know exactly. I know it's dozens.
What does dozens mean? Are you saying 24 or more than that?
No, more than that.
Okay.
Less than 100. I have not been keeping track. Yeah.
Doctor, I assume every time you testify for an expert, you got paid. Is that right?
Yes.
So there has to be a log of something where you will keep a detailed record of how many times you have testified as an expert. Would that be fair?
Well, there'd be an invoice, but there's also invoices for evaluations and reports. So I mean,
is it closer to 50 or closer to 100?
Give me a minute, because I'm going to do some averages in my head. Closer to 100.
All right. And has there ever been a time when you have not been qualified, where a court has said you're not qualified as an expert?
No.
Tell me the number of times in the last 5 years that you've testified in court, not at a deposition, not at a hearing, but at a jury trial, that you've testified as an expert and a judge has certified you, deemed you an expert.
In the past 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me think. Maybe 8.
And how many of those were criminal?
All of them.
And where were those at?
Georgia, in different counties, I don't remember.
And how many of those were murder cases?
Not all of them, not even most of them. I don't know if any of them were. I don't remember.
And how many of those were during the guilt stage, not sentencing, but the actual guilt?
I don't recall.
How many times have you been deemed an expert in forensic, not psychology generally, not general psychology or testifying about counseling, but forensic psychology in the last 5 years?
All those times.
And all those times that you've been called, were you called by a defense attorney?
Yes.
Now I want to talk about your focus, that's your standard focus. I think you left practice in 2021 from here in Georgia, is that right?
I think that at the end of 2021 is when I stopped taking new referrals.
And towards the end of the year of 2021?
Yes.
After you did your evaluation, your meetings in this case?
Yes.
All right, now, since then, you've got on several websites, is it fair to say that you're now online therapy for creatives who are overwhelmed, anxious, and depressed? Is that your focus now?
Yeah, that's my therapy practice.
And your specialties, as you advertise or as talked about online, is it accurate to say that you work with creative professionals and artists who are burning themselves out, and that you're accepting, warm, and perceptive?
Those are words from my website.
Now, on your website, specifically ballardphd.com, there's, under the personal view tab, do you remember saying that many therapists thinks it's not okay to share their personal views, but that's just not me?
Yes.
And then you go on to say, you give your personal views, and one of the things you say is, I am a defender of social justice. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And then you also talked about, in that same, where you're giving your personal views, that your personal work recognizing my own privilege and working through, quote, my own latent biases is challenging, lifelong, and humbling.
That is something that, yes.
And so you agree that everyone has a bias in some way or degree.
We all do.
Now, You also say on that website, I believe, as a therapist, I pay attention to the impact of systemic injustice. Is that something you pay attention to?
As a therapist, yes.
Now, some of you advertise that some of your things that you expertise are things like burnout, grief, life transitions, mood disorders, relationship issues, self-esteem, trauma and post-traumatic stress issues, PTSD, women's issues, open relationships, non-monogamy. Those are some of your expertise that you advertise, right?
That isn't on my website. That sounds like something from a therapist directory.
Okay. Are those things that you do focus on?
Those are referrals I would take that I can work with, but it's not something that I would advertise on my website because that's a lot. Yeah.
Is it objective to say that one of your specialties now is not forensic psychology?
Well, in my therapy practice, it's not. That would be inappropriate.
And I think you testified on direct that you're no longer really doing forensic psychology, except I think you said here today.
From the cases I took through to 2021, once all those close out, I won't have any open forensic cases. I still am doing continuing education because I'm taking a break, but I'm not sure, when I'll want to start taking more evaluations on.
Okay, I want to move to a different topic now. I want to talk about your knowledge or your worldview of what you understand, whatever concept term you want to give it, about the what you call the cult that the defendant was in. And I'm not going to battle you over whether it's a cult or not a cult. I'm not arguing over that. Whatever term you give the religious group that they're in, fair to say that when you look at that, do you know anything about 508c1a trust or anything like that?
No.
Do you know anything about 501c trust? Is a charitable trust, just general charity. If I told you that 508c is more of a religious trust, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I have no idea.
And fair to say you didn't really go into that with the defendant and ask her about trust and things like that?
We didn't talk about that at all.
Didn't really go into details about her and the group trying to get a house through that or try to get money through that?
We didn't talk about that at all.
Did you talk about, she tell you about any schemes about or plans to get money to avoid IRS or to get a house or anything through a trust?
No, there was something about trying to get a house, but that was the extent of it.
Okay.
So
fair to say that under this 508c1a, you don't know that they can get a IRS employee identification number, EIN, excuse me.
Like I said, I don't know anything about 508, whatever.
You don't know anything about this group's teachings or studies, right?
Only what I've heard from reading from this case, reading information and what Chloe said.
Don't know anything about their sermons or writings, correct?
Correct.
Nothing about their philosophy or theology, correct?
Again, only what I've learned from this case.
And did you learn in this case that when she was arrested in her bag, not only was there CBD, but there was a Bible?
I didn't know that.
Okay. Did you know they used a Bible?
It doesn't surprise me because a lot of the terminology around it is biblical.
But fair to say you don't know much about their culture, right?
Right.
Yes. Doctor, I'll hand you the DSM-5-TR. May I hand that to you?
Sure.
Go ahead and just look that for a second. I'm going to ask you some questions from that. But first, what I'm going to do is ask you about, this is, I don't know if you use the term, but some people use that this is the Bible of psychology or this is a learned treatise.
I've heard that term before.
Would you agree with me that the DSM-5 is a book that's relied upon by not just forensic psychologists, but clinical psychologists and people, psychiatrists all over the world?
Yes.
It is a learned treatise, right?
Yes.
It's a scholarly book or has lots of knowledge.
Yes.
All right. And the DSM-5, that's the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, right?
Yes.
And it took about 12 years to prepare the DSM-5, but then I think 2021 they came along and did text revision. Is that fair?
I don't remember the exact year, but yeah.
What version did you use when you were evaluating the defendant in this case?
Trying to see if I said it in my report. It was either 5 or 5 TR. I don't.
Right, and they're basically the same, the 5 and the TR, right?
That's why I can't remember,
Right.
because, yeah.
Well, you agree with me that this manual, as it states on page, you can turn to page 21 if you want, but the primary purpose is to assist trained clinicians. You know that, right?
Yes.
All right. Maybe it'd help if I just don't, I may turn you to a page in a second here or there, but let's do it this way. The primary purpose of the DSM-5 is to use for clinicians. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. If you turn to page 29 of that, I guess around page 29, but the DSM-5, in your expertise, my expertise is in law. I can't keep up with you in psychology, so you're going to have to help. But in your world, there is a cautionary aspect, or there's a cautionary aspect that when you use the DSM-5 for something similar to it, that you have to recognize that it's primarily designed to assist clinicians, right?
Yes.
What on page 29, does a DSM-5 actually have a cautionary statement for forensic use?
Yeah, that diagnoses can be misunderstood in forensic situations unless they're explained by a trained clinician. I'm not reading right out of this.
That's all right, but you agree with me that when you're using psychology or the DSM-5, you have to be careful that in a forensic setting, you have to look for some risk and limitations of the DSM-5 or the psychological application, correct?
Yeah, that's why I'm here, so that terms aren't just thrown around and people don't know what they mean.
Because ultimately, when it comes to forensic psychology, that is dealing with psychology that you would have in the DSM-5. So if you have a book, and you have that book there, this is the Georgia Code. So I have another book. You have that book and I have the Georgia Code.
Sure.
If I asked you, you could not do it. If I asked you to look up in the DSM-5 the Georgia law of insanity, it's not in there, is it?
Right.
It's not in there because insanity and any defense for that, you agree with me, is a question that is controlled by this book, the code.
Insanity is a legal term. The word insanity isn't in here.
Right, you couldn't find it if I asked you to, correct?
Right.
Right, insanity is a question of law that this jury has to decide in this case, right?
Correct.
Not psychology, not the DSM-5. This law applied to the facts of this case that this jury gets to say, right?
Right.
All right, let me ask you about when you look at some of these things, you talk about schizophrenia and you talk about personality disorders as your opinion of what the defendant holds. Is for academic discussion and for practical discussion, I'm not going to dispute that right now. But when it comes to the schizophrenia, it's kind of a spectrum, isn't it?
By spectrum, I mean, people have it in different degrees. Like someone could have schizophrenia with only mild symptoms, and some people have really severe symptoms that are really resistant to treatment. So if that's what you mean by spectrum, then yes.
And under the DSM-5, the book that you have in front of you, there are other mental disorders in this book, correct?
Yes.
There's lots of them, right?
Yes.
I mean, there's things like mental disorders that you have in the book. You have anxiety disorder, fear of injections or shots, correct?
Yes.
You have hoarding as a mental disorder, correct?
Okay. Is it?
I can turn to page 273 and see if it's there.
I haven't had any hoarders in a while.
It's 273.
I don't see it on body dysmorphic disorders on 273.
You don't see it there on 273?
273 is about body dysmorphic disorder.
Okay,
but anyway, I mean,
if we go back, I'll find a second here. Post-traumatic stress disorder?
That's in here, yeah.
Okay. Binge eating disorders?
Yes.
Insomnia disorders?
I believe so.
Sleep apnea?
Is that in the DSM?
See if I got this page right. Look at page 429.
Oh, sleep apnea, yeah.
How about 464, restless leg syndrome?
Yes.
All right, just these other ones. Alcohol intoxication, you agree with me that these are also caffeine-related disorders, cannabis use disorders, tobacco use disorders. These are all types of mental disorders under DSM-5.
Yes.
Then there's other things or condition or problems that you have to focus on. And part of that is religious or spiritual problems. Is that correct?
I believe so, but
Turn to page
like I said, I don't have this memorized.
834.
834. Oh, yeah. Okay.
And you agree with me that when you're doing the DSM-5 or trying to apply a psychological opinion, that the manual says that when it comes to questioning of spiritual values that may not necessarily be related to an organized church or religious institution, you have to take that in consideration, that it could be a religious group that's outside of mainstream, right?
Right.
And it's important to know that when you're giving a psychological opinion. You agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And you don't know anything about their religious teachings or spiritualism, do you?
I know, like I said, I know what I've learned in this case from what all the records and information say and what she told me.
The DSM and what you're supposed to do when you do an evaluation, especially if somebody's not mainstream, there's something called the Cultural Formation Interview, CFI, correct?
Yes.
And that's something you can take into consideration, their religion, spirituality, and when you look at the group or the individual, they use these things to fashion their own identities and sense of experience, right?
Are you reading to me from a certain page?
I'm asking you, as a psychologist, you would have to consider those things, correct?
In a therapy relationship?
In using the DSM-5.
In diagnosing someone that I was seeing for therapy, yes.
You agree with me that context and things matter when you're looking at a person's and their, whether or not they're telling you something that's true or not true?
Yes.
And part of that is you have to consider the words that they use.
Yes.
And that word may be, like if somebody could say insane, and they may mean that term to be I'm insane, but not in a legal sense or a psychological sense. It could just be an idiom they use, right?
Yeah, it's used in daily language often.
And the particulars of what a word is used by someone, including the defendant, you have to figure out, are they meaning I'm crazy or delusion in the same sense that you would mean as a psychologist, correct?
Right.
But the DSM-5, it recognizes this and it talks about cultural idioms, right?
It does.
And if you look at page 874 for me, because when you're evaluating someone's psychosis, you have to consider the words and the things that they're using. And some cultures have different ways of saying things. Are you familiar with the term ataque de nervos?
Attack of nerves.
Right.
That's what it means.
How about on page 876, there's the maladie de Yab. It's literally the devil or Satan illness found in Haitian cultures.
Right.
So there's things like voodoo, witch doctors, things like that. Even happen here in the United States, right?
Yes.
And so how they view the world may be strange or weird or delusional in some ways to the average person, but if they believe it, that could be a genuine belief that they hold, correct?
Right.
And you need to understand that the culture in order to give a diagnosis, right?
It's one important part of giving a diagnosis, yes.
All right. If you look on page 124 of the DSM-5, there it talks about the cultural and socioeconomic factors that must be considered. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And there, do you see where it says that cultural and socioeconomic factors must be considered, particularly when the individual and the clinician do not share the same cultural and economic background, right?
Right.
And the idea there is that you need to mitigate the impact of a clinician's bias, right?
Right.
So I want to turn now to something that you didn't talk about with the defense. If you turn to page 835 of the Bible, if you would, of the DSM.
835.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is discussing malingering, correct?
Oh, here, yes.
You agree with me that when you're in a context of a clinical setting, a person can come in and be the historian for their facts and what happened to them. That happens often, right?
Yes.
And when you're in a forensic setting, oftentimes that when that person comes in to give you a history, they are self-admitting or they are the historian themselves, correct?
Well, the history from the defendant is one piece of information to be compared against a lot of other pieces of information. Right. So yeah, we get our history from that person.
And in your practice, in your field of expertise, and specifically in the DSM-5, you are to strongly consider if somebody is malingering, right?
That's a foundation of forensic psychology, is that there's no forensic evaluation that doesn't take into consideration whether someone might have been malingering. There's even a paragraph in my report about why I thought that Ms. Driver wasn't malingering.
And malingering, like saying a ideation is a fancy way to say idea. Malingering is a technical term that means they are faking or lying or exaggerating, correct?
Right, to get some desired outcome, yeah.
You see number 1 under the malingering section there is number medico-legal?
Yeah.
Read that paragraph out loud to something you should consider when it comes to malingering.
Medico-legal context of presentation, e.g. the individual is referred by an attorney to the clinician for examination, or the individual self-refers while litigation or criminal charges are pending.
So off the get-go, if a person is referred to you by an attorney, you should consider that, correct?
Absolutely.
If the person is sitting with charges, you should consider that, correct?
Yes, this is basic, forensic psychology.
And if the person is being evaluated in a criminal setting, you should consider that too, right?
All of those.
Because there is a motive, whether you find it to be true or not. Technically speaking, structurally speaking, you would have to agree with me, would you not, that there is a motive to lie or to malinger?
A motive to what? To malinger?
To lie or
malinger. Yes.
Now, one thing you didn't discuss with the defense, and I'm in your report, I think it's around page 12. You did some psychological testing. You actually used a diagnostic or to the best of its ability, objective thing to see if the defendant was malingering or there were issues with her self-reporting or her assessments, right?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about this because the defense didn't ask you about this. But in your report, you used something to test her evaluation or her answers by using something called the MMPI-2-RF, right?
Yes.
And that is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2 restructure form, right?
Right.
That is a 338 true-false test or inventory that is, in this case, the defendant could take to answer certain questions, right?
Right.
Because her evaluation or that thing itself is a self-reporting instrument or self-reporting procedure in many ways, correct?
Right, because she fills it out, true or false.
And you did this to see if it had any correspondence to the validity of her scores or her testing, right?
I did what?
You gave her this test to see if she was malingering or if there was any issues with the validity of her test, right?
Of her test?
Of her evaluation.
Oh, her evaluation. That wasn't the only reason. The MMPI is, it measures psychopathology, symptoms, because it asks a lot about symptoms, but it also measures kind of more stable personality traits. So the only reason to give it it's not a malingering test. There are specific malingering tests you can give. This isn't.
You didn't use those tests, right? Malingering tests.
Right.
You chose not to use the malingering.
In this case, her self-report was so consistent with all the other sources of information that I did not use a malingering test.
But she has some over-endorsement of symptoms, right?
Yes.
In fact, you said Ms. Driver produced an invalid MMPI-2 RF profile due to over-endorsement of symptoms, right?
Yes.
And you agree with me that under the MMPI, the manual and the testing itself, that there is a F-R, which is infrequent responses measure, and then you put PF-R, but I think that's actually FP-R, right?
Oh, probably.
And I do typos all the time, but
Yeah.
there's two categories. There's F-R and PF-R, right?
Yes.
And you gave a score of 120 for the F-R and a 99 for the PF-R, right?
I didn't give it. That's a score sheet earned.
Right.
Yeah.
And you agree with me that the MMPI has a kind of a scale that if there is a scale for the FR that's 79 to 99, that there's a possible motivated response.
Possibly, but you'd never interpret test results without looking at all the other information about the case. So yeah, possibly.
And under the MMPI, if there is a score that's above 100 for the F-R, that it's not possible of motivated response or helping out. It is a motivated response, right?
Say that again, sorry.
All right. Under the MMPI, whether or not someone's helping themselves out or motivating in their answers or giving these type of answers, to test the validity, there's a range. 77 to 99, if it's in that range, it's possible that they gave a motivated response, right?
Okay.
Then there's another range, if it's 100 or above, in this case, hers is 120, that it is motivated.
I'm interested in your source for that.
Judgment approach?
Yes.
Bottom right there.
But where is that from? Like what textbook
manual or some
or
type of-
research article or book?
Yeah, something like that. Well, would you disagree with me that there is a scale?
Well, what I'm stuck on is that the MMPI.
Well, doctor, let me do it this way.
This is someone's take on it, but the reason why I'm stuck is because the MMPI doesn't tend to talk in terms of definite. So when you say something's definitely the case, that's not usually how we interpret MMPIs.
Let me put it this way. You agree with me that her scores are high
Yes.
and that they are above normal or abnormal, right?
Yes.
So you agree with me that maybe not you, but another psychologist could look at her scores and say, yeah, she was trying too hard, right?
Although they might have, it would be inconsistent with all the other sources of information. So they might decide that in all those other places, she was really not trying hard. She was presenting as herself, but in this place, she decided to, exaggerate or something. So
Answer to my question is yes, someone could disagree.
someone could, yeah, sure.
Judgment approach.
Yes.
Am I forgiving
Here.
them?
No, here.
And the same thing was true with her. You put PF-R, but FP-R.
Yeah.
So there are two, you agree with me that there were two things on some diagnostic where she was scoring abnormally high, right?
She scored invalid. Yeah.
All right,
I can explain what that means well, never mind, sorry.
Nope. By all means, if you want to explain, go ahead.
The MMPI has validity scales and then it has clinical scales. And you don't look at the clinical scales like the depression scale or whatever, unless you make sure that the validity scales are okay. In other words, they took the test without trying to fake good or fake bad or anything. So so I didn't interpret any of her clinical scales because her validity scales were all that she over-reported symptoms. And so one possibility for that is if somebody isn't a great reader and they misunderstand items, that they could end up reporting things. And I felt like that probably didn't explain it for her because she reads, you only need to read like an elementary school level for this test. Another possibility is that she was faking and like trying to report a whole bunch of symptoms like in a lying kind of way. And that's possible, like I just said, but she wasn't in every other like interview with me, with other people, and all the other information from police, from witnesses, there wasn't that lying present. So the third possibility for that invalid score is that she is continuing to experience psychotic symptoms and just, it's called a cry for help is the third option for being invalid, is that you're in distress and you're just endorsing everything because it's like you're in distress, you want help, so you're just like, yeah, like to everything. And so it's not faking bad, like, oh, I want to look really sick because I want, some particular end. It's a cry for help by dramatically endorsing things. And I think she took it that way. And so I didn't want to interpret the clinical scales because it wasn't really an accurate representation. There you go.
Right, that was your opinion on why it was
That's my
invalid.
professional opinion.
And doctor, you agree with me in that second option, the one that says intentionally attempting to present themselves as mentally ill, it's in order to obtain a secondary gain, right?
That's the whole definition of malingering.
So you'd have to concede that in the context of her doing this mental evaluation, she's been arrested for murder, and the secondary gain is not to be found guilty of killing, stabbing to death her own 13-month-old child, right? You'd have to concede that.
I'd have to agree. What am I agreeing to?
You have to concede that. That's one of the options, right?
Oh, it is one of the options.
You just didn't think it was that one.
Nor did Dr. Garrett or Dr. Zom or anyone else. Yeah.
Thank you for that, doctor. But in the end, when you actually interviewed her, you met with her on, I believe, March 29, 2021 and June 12, 2021, right?
Yes.
And you didn't write in your report how long you met with her for those visits. Is that correct?
I didn't put it in the report. It's somewhere in an invoice or something.
And who was present during this interview with you and her? Just the
two of us.
You had the ability to video record it, correct?
I don't think so.
You have the ability to audio record it?
I didn't ask. I've never audio recorded my forensic evaluations.
If you had, we could have heard exactly what she said and how she said it and things like that, right?
Well, although, yeah, I don't know anyone who auto records their forensic evaluations. That's not,
Are you familiar with I think it was the trial in Colorado for the theater shooting? I believe they had about 22 hours or so. Familiar with that trial?
I'm not.
You familiar with Dr. Gurr?
Oops.
Dr. Gurr?
Can you spell it?
I think it's Ghar maybe.
I'm not.
Well, going back to yours, when you interviewed her, did you know who she talked to before her interview? Do you know if she talked to her mom?
I mean, I know she had talked to her mom.
Do you know if she talked to her dad?
I know she had talked to her dad before I met her.
Do you know if she had talked to Benjamin?
I know she had talked to Benjamin at some point before I met her.
Do you know if she talked to any of her friends?
If she had friends, I assume she talked to them at some point before I met her. I mean, do you mean like in her whole life?
Before the interview, from the time she was arrested in jail before
Oh,
the
in
interview.
jail. I knew she had talked to her parents. I don't think she told me she talked to friends. And I believe I knew that she had talked.
Doctor, I apologize. That was a terrible question. From the time she was arrested to the time she was getting the interview. Before you walked in to do the interview, you didn't really know who she had talked to or what they talked about, right?
I don't remember. if I knew or not.
You don't know what all jail calls she's had or anything to discuss it, correct?
I don't think I knew when I first met her.
Do you know whether or not she had talked to her lawyers before she talked with you?
I know she had talked to her attorneys before she met with me.
Are you familiar with what's called a jailhouse lawyer?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not she talked to anybody else to give her any legal advice or things to say or not say?
I do not know.
You agree with me, though, that she had the ability to communicate with other people?
Yes.
She had the ability to sit around and talk about her case?
Yes.
And she was around people that could have been sympathetic to her position and where she was in that reality, right?
Yes.
And you don't know any letters she may have received or text messages or things in jail where they can actually communicate electronically? You don't know anything about that?
No.
And she saw you at the request of her attorney, right?
Yes.
And she was charged with murder at that time, correct?
Yes.
Some of the things that the sources of information that you got was from her mother, that you talked to her, correct?
Yes, I spoke with her mother on the phone.
And then also Angela Trethewey, her attorney, right?
Yes.
And did you meet with Angela Trethewey several times during this course of the evaluation, in your opinion?
No.
And when you talked to her, you went through and she told you when it came to family history that she was raised in an intact family, correct?
Yes.
She had normal pregnancy when she was born, right?
Let's see.
It's on page 2 and 3 of your report.
Thanks. I mean, if that's what it says in my report.
Normal childhood, correct?
Yes.
She was known as being headstrong, right?
Yes.
Quote, hard to handle, correct?
Yes.
Lots of arguing in the family?
Yes.
She had no learning difficulties, correct?
That's what she and her mom told me.
She had no special education needs, right?
That's what she and her mom told
She didn't repeat any grades?
That's what she and her mom told me.
Mom says that she was smart?
Yeah.
And the trouble she had in middle and high school, that was actually a defiance issue, not a mental issue?
Well, it was both.
Did you use the word defiance?
Yes. Defiant behavior.
I'm just going off what your report says.
Okay.
So you agree with me it was a defiance issue, right?
I'm talking about her defiance there, and a couple paragraphs later, I'm talking about her mental issues. So they both were happening at the same time, just not in the report at the same time.
Not related to any academic difficulties, correct?
They didn't report any academic difficulties for her.
You remember on direct to testify that her parents let her when she was about 15 go and live with a boyfriend, right?
Yeah.
But you agree with me that she was defiant there and had to come back, right?
That's what they told me.
She refused to attend school when she came back?
Yes.
She dropped out before her 18th birthday?
Well, she dropped out and joined Mr. Joyce. So, yeah.
Talked about the substance abuse history that she had. You've already described that. You agree that there was no history of mental health treatment before this event?
Right.
She cut her wrist, but you noted it was superficial, right?
Yeah, typical of borderline personality disorder.
And she diagnosed that there was a suicide attempt in 8th grade taking a bottle of sleeping pills. Is that right?
Yes.
So the only other suicidal act that you have here for her prior to December 8th of 2020 was herself reporting that it was sleeping pills in 8th grade.
Yes.
You don't know what they were, where they came from, or no one else corroborated that, correct?
I don't believe she told anyone else.
So that'd be correct. No one else corroborated. Right. And then you noted that there were periods of paranoia, and most of those, you agree with me, were not when Benjamin was around, but it would have been during the time that she was using drugs.
Yeah, she said that she started to have paranoia, and sometimes it was when she was using marijuana, and sometimes it wasn't. And it started years before she met Mr. Joyce, or Mr. Benjamin, sorry.
And then it came to relationship history. When she initially met with Benjamin and Michael, they were discussing spirituality that night?
Yes.
And then she reached out to him a few months later. She reached out, right?
Yes.
In fact, she lied to her parents and left and went to, I think, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
I don't know where it was, but she left to join him.
And she lied to her parents about where she was, correct?
Yes.
And in the beginning, you agree with me that she was, quote, all for having multiple women?
Well, she told me that she was all for it because he explained it in a way that made it make sense. Yes.
And that On page 5 of your report, if you look at the second paragraph, do you see where you wrote down when she explained that she was all for it, but she says, but she also reported that the reality of it was toxic and stressful. It was hard to get along.
Yes, I would expect that of any group of 4 adults living a nomadic lifestyle.
Well,
So,
my
yeah.
question is, did she say, not whether or not you expected, did she say that?
She did.
That's what she described, how she described the environment, correct?
She said it was hard for them all to get along.
She reported frequent arguments, right?
Yes.
She reported that third.
Sorry, Shari. I only just seen this now. I chat off. I did. Thank you so much for gifting memberships. Thank you, my darling. They went to, oh my God, some regulars. Rose Musling, Donna Sagrovagos, Archie, baby Archie, Texas Sunshine, Ms. Upper Thigh, Laura 77. Laura 77. I've not seen Laura for ages. Ages. That's a name for the past. I miss Laura. Sweep the Crete and the Goodmans and Amber KR and Melissa Simek. Oh, Melissa got one. Okay. There's about 3-4 regulars there. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shari, as well, for these. And yeah, and the hen's been a member for a year as well. Yes. Make sure your settings all set for gifted memberships, people, as well. Yeah, I've seen her around, but not here. Do you know what I mean? I like Laura. I liked her a lot. Make sure you settings that way, and I'll buy you one. There you go. Yeah, but there's something about here that Daffy Dill has been here for ages, and it doesn't work by chat. It works. It just goes randomly. So there you go. Tell her thank you, Ed. I bet she won't get it. You went to Weymouth 781. Thank you, though. We've been trying. We really have been trying. Thank you so much, everybody. Right, here we go.
When the third woman joined them, it added to the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And then she reported at some point she returned back to Benjamin, right?
When did she leave him? What?
Do you know of a time that she did leave him?
Yeah.
All right, look on page 5, third paragraph of your report. Do you remember saying that she returned to him?
I see what you're talking about.
And they continued their nomadic lifestyle.
She wasn't allowed, at one point she was allowed to visit her mom, and then she went back to him.
And then I think it's on page 6, the last paragraph. Do you remember the defendant telling you that when describing the relationship and the group that they're in, she says, you write that she became more frustrated in the relationship. And she reported that she began to take CBD to calm down.
Yes.
Right? But you described it as she became more frustrated in the relationship. And that's when she was taking CBD, correct?
Well, when I say that she became more frustrated in the relationship, it's referring to that above paragraph where the things she was getting frustrated about in the relationship was being controlled all the time, not being allowed to like go to the grocery store to get stuff for her daughter, not being able to pick out her own baby food. And so the frustration in the relationship was around the control and the isolation that the relationship was requiring of her. So it's referring to that. That's why I started it with the word as. So did I do it again?
It's okay.
Sorry.
Doctor, you're giving a lot of comments, and that's fine. I want all this again from the jury. On the same note, turn to page 7, fourth paragraph. You talk about these phone calls with Benjamin, some of the things, and using the urine. But you agree that, like in the phone call and the urine, I mean, that's weird. We get it, urine and all that. But you agree that in that, you don't understand their culture, that maybe for them, and actually in that phone call, he was telling her because you may get sick if you don't do it, correct?
Although that is part of it, the drinking the urine part isn't what concerned me. I mean, you're right. Okay, it's weird, whatever, but that's not what concerned me. What concerned me is even if he'd been telling her to drink more water or something, it was the way he was telling her, that he was ordering her. He was upset if she resisted at all, and he didn't move on until she broke down and said, "I do, Daddy, I do." So that was the part that bothered me, was the control. Understand that. Question.
Fucking bitch. Absolute fucking cunt. Right. Lady, hello to you, my darling. Hello to you. Thank you so much for gifting memberships. Fuck's sakes. Thank you so much for gifting memberships. Let's have a look to see who got them. I'm stopping here because I'm bored. So they went to Kevin, is Lizzie Bobo, okay. Maggie B, Auntie Deb going. Trixie's transcripts and briefs. Paul Osamo, T Wade, okay. Roll Tide, Lisa Hall, Eric Steele, Sarah, Seal It For Me. There you go. These are all people who watched the well, most of them who watched the Karen retrial with us. So yeah, that's good. That's making its rounds back. I love this from Hens. What's this? Dylan is bored and can't wait for Christmas. I love Christmas. Do you have yours up? As soon as you said that, you knew it too well. I was like, Hens, since you've been back, I've had it up all the time, all night long. Hens. So there you go. So thank you to everybody for that. Upside down penis. I know. I tried to do the penis, but it came out all wrong. Muted. I can't believe I was muted. I was there doing the whole cum thing in his mouth, and then he's muted. Fuck. No, no, Daffy. I don't know why Daffy did. Daffy, have you ever been a member of this channel? Have you ever had a membership for this channel? Because I'm just thinking, how the fuck do you end up not having one? I don't know. Anyway, go back to this. Yeah. Yes, I thought so. I know you got banned for making sex videos. So just to clarify, Daffy Dill made some homemade sex videos. She got banned from YouTube for a while. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's what it is, Daffy Dill. Maybe that's why. I had one a while back. Yes, she had one when I hit Corn Pop. There you go. Oh, I didn't know that. Hey, Disney Queen, not too many now, Disney Queen. You are an angel, but you are too good for me. You are way too good for me. Thank you, my darling. Who's got these? Suzanne Flynn, Truth Seeker, True Crime Girl, Eliane, and Kathy Sousa. Fucking hell. Yeah, it is making his rounds, Daffy, because these are people that were from Karen Reid. You came in during Karen Reid. Thank you again, Disney Queen, my darling. Thank you so much. And Daffy, I told you, right? Get that. Get your son to pay $3 for it, and I'll give you the money back. So if because he can do that, he can just pay for it, Daffy, on his card off his account, and then we'll just send you $3 a month or whatever to cover it. Just do it that way, because I don't have to worry about you fucking getting bloody hit though. And I think once you get a couple times, I think then you'll get it more regular. Yeah, exactly. Carol sending the money. Fuck. One of us are sending the money. Who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Just skew as a member. Right. Back to this guy. jizzing in his face. Right, hang on then. Yeah, tell him he'll get the money. Just tell him he'll get this like $3. He'll get the money. Just fucking needs to pay for it. If you make comments over this testimony, fine. We'll zoom this guy now. Hang on, let me get. We'll get this. Let's all send Duffy the money. Duffy will get the money. There you go, Robert G. Everyone will send it to you. You just need to pay for it. Right, hang on. Jingle bell, jingle all the way. All my fun there is to ride in one horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, but my smells. Shall I give you some green? Some green there. We'll give this and then we'll give it some nice hair there. Suck a cock, dee 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 dee. It's a bit bent, but it's okay. Dee 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 dee. You can't really see it. Right, here we go then. Oh fuck, how do we do it? Here we go.
You don't know whether or not the defendant has referred to other people in a relationship like boyfriend, girlfriend, and called them daddy, correct?
Called them what?
Daddy.
Oh, daddy. I don't know.
And you don't know what she said recently or anything like that, do you, when it comes to daddy and other people, right?
I don't.
And about all these phone calls that we talked about, these were in February of 2021, the ones that you listened to up around that time. Did you know that since that time to February 2023, there's about 617 calls with the defendant, between the defendant and Benjamin?
I found that out recently.
That's because she didn't tell you about talking to him, did she?
Well, remember, I haven't talked to her since, June of 2021, so.
It's pretty accurate to describe that she had a much more robust conversations and her reaching out to him than you knew about, right?
Well, again, anything that happened after June 12th, 2021, I wouldn't have known about because that's the last time I talked to her.
Turn to page 7, fourth paragraph. In the context, you're talking about the phone calls, I believe.
Okay.
She stated to you, we had a lot of good times. You see that? It's the next to last sentence in that fourth paragraph.
Yes.
We had a lot of good times when it was just us and our baby. You see that?
Yes.
And then she said, we were a normal family for a few moments. It's something I'm really struggling with, right?
Yes.
And then later on, I believe you reported that you talked about on direct that she was crying, had episodes. Is that right?
Probably when?
When she was in the jail, you met with her. You noticed that she was crying. She was upset.
During my evaluation. Yes.
Then on page 8 of your report, you talk about she reported frequent and lengthy crying episodes before I think she got on some mess. And it says, and feelings of, what was the word you used?
Let me find it. Where are we on page 8?
Page 8.
Yeah, where?
Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah.
All right. Last paragraph. You go back to the middle.
Okay.
You see in the middle there says she described her mood.
Yeah.
She described her mood as better recently since initiating medication.
Yes.
She reported frequent and lengthy crying episodes, sadness, and feelings of guilt prior to her Prozac, right?
Yes.
But before that, and feelings of guilt.
Yes.
You noted the word guilt, right?
Yes.
You also know that she was still talking about religious preoccupation.
Yes.
And that she was attentive and concentrated to, her attention and concentration was intact. She was oriented to person, place, and time, and she knew the correct date. She even knew the correct president, correct?
Yes.
And then when you went on to things about interviewing about the 8th, she would say things like, was she not, I felt like the other women were plotting against me. This is on page 9, second paragraph.
Okay, yes.
She said, I felt like other women were plotting against me, like they were on wavelength that I just wasn't on. They were all on it. They were mean to me and mad at me, and it played in my paranoia even more, right?
Yes.
And then when you get into the specific actions and conduct that she did on December 8th, 2020, she talked about the reason she needed to kill her daughter herself. She said, quote, to pay for the sins I had committed. Page 11 of your report.
Yes.
To pay for the sins I had committed. That's what she said, right?
Well, I mean, that was one of the things I said, and I quoted it in the report. It wasn't the only thing she said.
She was in the room. She described being in the room, correct?
Yes.
She said that she, quote, found a knife, right?
I mean, that might have been the word that I used. I don't think it's in quotes.
So it may not be her word. It may be your interpretation.
Yeah.
That she brought it back to the room.
That she had brought she had brought a knife back to the room.
And then that she stabbed herself and her daughter and then locked the door.
That's what she told me.
And have you read Dr. Zom's report?
Yes.
It's a little different what she told Dr. Zom, correct?
There's more detail in Zom's report, and
right. In Dr. Zom, she said, I walked down the stairs, correct?
I don't have her report in front of me.
Okay.
So
And we'll ask Dr. Zom what she said. Judgment approach?
Yes.
I'm getting towards the end, Dr. So just
Yeah.
finish up with some things here. Here's some State's exhibits. You agree with me that when the defendant was in the hospital after she stabbed her baby to death and stabbed herself, that she was able to give statements actually in writing, correct?
yeah, she couldn't talk because she had.
And you have in your hands State's exhibits 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, those exhibits there.
Yes.
All right. Those, just to be sure we're on the same page, those are exhibits where she wrote out, being in the hospital, her answers, right?
Yes.
It's her penmanship, her spelling, her dictation, it's her writing, correct?
Yes.
You agree with me that in the handouts that you had there, I think it's one of those, probably 104 and 106 maybe, that there were 2 Miranda waivers where she waived her Miranda rights, right?
Yes, she did.
She was able to give her social security information, correct?
Yes.
She was able to give her date of birth, right?
Yes.
She was able to give other information that she was tracking and had that in her head, correct?
Yeah, being disorganized wasn't part of her thought disorder. It was being delusional that was part of her thought. So she could give all this information. Yes.
Doctor, thank you for your commentary, but that was not my question. My question is, she gave that information from her head, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you're giving commentary. They can do that on redo.
Oh.
Doctor, in those statements, like, for example, State's Exhibit 103, you remember that when she was asked, when the detective thought maybe Ben Michael did this, she said, and she wrote it down, he did not do it, I did it, right?
Right.
I was going insane, is what she said, and no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him. I only wanted my baby and husband, but he refused. She wrote that, right?
Yes.
And then she also writes, how long will my prison sentence be for killing her, correct? It states 105.
Yes.
States 107, she says no. When asked about talking about the knife, she said, no, I went and got a knife.
Yes.
And she apologized. She felt bad about killing her, correct?
Absolutely.
Now, specifically, when you asked her, when asked if she thought her behavior was wrong, she stated, I'm asking your opinion. I have to be very careful in this, in the sense of the rules of evidence. I'm asking you what she said when you asked her if she thought her behavior was wrong. She stated, 1, yeah, as soon as it happened, I regretted it, correct?
That's what she told me.
2, I thought I shouldn't have done this, right?
After she did it, she thought she shouldn't have done it.
And 3, this was not supposed to happen.
Right.
Doctor, in considering your evaluation of the defendant, including her words and conduct, she described to you in connection with the act of her killing her own child. Is it accurate that the defendant was about 20 years of age?
Yes.
That the victim was 13 months old?
Yes.
That the defendant was the mother?
Yes.
The victim was the child?
Yes.
At some point, the defendant was armed with a knife?
Yes.
The victim was helpless?
Yes.
The defendant never said in any shape or form that the victim threatened her to do harm to her,
Right.
correct?
Oh, for fuck's sakes. You're taking a fucking piss now. Oh. People think I'm just making this shit up. So I unmuted myself. Was I off the screen at all times? Oh, I didn't realize off the screen. I unmuted myself to go, thank you, Toots, for all this. Went through all the new memberships. I said to everybody, how nice is everybody to give Daffy all this? They'll give you advice, Daffy, blah, 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 all that bullshit. Fucking. And I didn't realize until I saw Lady Di say muted or something. I was like, yeah, bullshit, I'm not muted. Then I looked down, I saw, fuck, I'm not on the screen. Anyway, it was just to say, thank you so much to Toots. Fuck. We're nearly done with this fucking guy, I think. Thank you so much, everybody. Fuck.
Whether it was right then or in the future, right? The defendant never said the victim, demonic or otherwise, attacked me and I had to defend myself, correct?
Right.
Whether immediately or in the future. She never said that, did she?
About
The
Hannah?
need to her own daughter attacking her.
Right.
And you will agree with me, would you not, that the defendant, this defendant right here, this is the defendant sitting here, correct?
Yes.
She never said she was in danger of harm, death, or peril from her own child, correct?
Right. It was by her own hand that she was in danger.
Doctor, the two books we talked about, Judgment Approach.
Yes.
You got a DSM file?
Oh, yeah. Do you want these?
No, man, I'm about to get this. There's actually 3 books I thought about, but changed my mind. We've referenced the Bible, so a religious book, if you would. A psychological book. This is your expertise in psychology here, right?
Yes.
The Rule of Law, or the book of Georgia law, you agree that in this case, you're adding an opinion to one part, mainly the psychological part, correct? For the jury to understand and take in context the law, correct?
Mainly the psychological part. That's what forensic psychology does. Yes.
Each, in a way, can help the jury decide the ultimate issue in this case. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And under Georgia law, part of the thing is that a person is presumed sane. You understand that, right?
Yes.
And that you also understand that under Georgia law that there is no defense of coercion or duress for murder, right?
Actually, sort of, but that's getting into the territory of like, I'm not a lawyer, so.
And that's what I want to get into. But ultimately, solely, at the end of the day, the decision that has to be made in this case, whether or not the defendant, as a matter of law, committed murder by stabbing her child 4 times, is a question of law under all the facts and circumstances that this jury has to make, not you, right?
Oh, yeah, it's the jury's job.
That's all I have you on.
All right. We are going to take a recess, and I will go ahead and tell you, I'm not quite sure how long we're going to go this evening. I'm going to hear from counsel about that while you are out on a 10-minute recess, and then if I need to give you some additional information at that.
Like, honestly, people are going to start thinking I'm doing this for fucking made up. Like, I think people are going to start thinking I'm bullshitting. Well, I'm not. I fucking generally, what a fucking tool. What a fucking tool. I know, I knew I'd muted, I knew. I was only for a second though I muted. I was basically saying that they didn't tell us anything about, we'll have to wait for the 15 minutes then, because there's cross-examination to come, so maybe that's why. Hey, babe. You love me, baby. So, hang on. Let me just check one thing here. All night long, all night, all night, all night long, all night, all night. Thank you so much to all of you. 73 new members. I hate that number. I hate it so much. That's probably my jinx number. Thank you so much for all of you that have contributed members. I am so pleased. Thank you so much. Thank you. And for the coffees that are on, whoever bought me coffees, thank you so much as well for that. Oh. No worries, Daffy. Talk to you when you come, darling. And by that point, you'll probably get a membership. Hang on, let me just check you now. There you go. No, that's fine. Right. We got that. I did see Bill being here. I didn't want to engage with him. The only thing I say, Bill, well, I mean, he's brave enough to come in here, but he's blocked me on Twitter and everything. So yeah, and I've done nothing wrong to the guy, so I don't really appreciate it. I was going to ban him had I seen the comment about the drunk stuff and things like that. I do not want that drama here. So see, it looks like it's Dana Shield. It's his shield. That's Dana's shield. He's going fighting. He's going to fight for the right to party. To party. Dana, you're going to party. Great update for YouTube added. You can pick 2 membership too. Yeah, no, I agree. Daffy, what about chopped liver? I love that saying, chopped liver. That does, Dana, that does look like a shield. You go into war. I'm going to fight for the right to party. Nah, 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 nah. Hey. Oops, wrong one. I need to do this. I need to respond to somebody here. I'm going to respond to Erin Hack. She gives me like 10 seconds to respond to her. I need to respond. Erin Hack, yes, I do love you. Yes, you're still #1 mod. Fuck, you're so needy. It's unbelievable. Okay, there you are. Yes, Erin Hack, you're the best. Yes, I know you're 4'2" and not 4'1". Yes, I know. I know. Okay, Shield. Did you call the courthouse? She should go there. She's in Central Time. Sorry, Lamb, but I had zero tolerance for him being unkind to you. I kept quiet most of the time, but not today. I didn't see the chat. I didn't see the chat. I just saw him. I was like, I'm not causing drama here. But yeah, I mean, I don't know why I deserve to be treated that way by him. Again, I don't want the drama, even though I'm saying that now. I don't get it. So I just want it peaceful. I think somebody messaged me the other day, right, and said this, right, that they feel like they can chat in my chat, that they feel like this in my chat. They see some people in chat, in different chats with different opinions and whatever, but they come here and they feel they think that you guys are very respectful towards me, and that we have a little bit of tolerance here, where it's like you can go back and forward a little bit, but there's a matter of respect here as well, and I love that about you guys. That you created that. So when people come in and start trashing the place like that, I have zero respect for that. I ask for certain things. Please don't do X, Y, and Z, and I just can't tolerate some of the things, especially what he's said I've done to him when I've done nothing wrong to him. But whatever. I've got you guys, all the angels are here. So I do not dismiss as well how much he has contributed to this channel. I am grateful. I am grateful. I do not dismiss anything that he's done here. I do not want to belittle him or anything like that, because I don't. But I do not. Basically, it's not what he said. Is more the fact that he was not happy that I didn't challenge Sean. He was not happy that I acted like a pussy. And he blocked me. Said something to me like "fuck you" and blocked me before I could respond. And I don't like that. Do you know what I mean? So that's basically what it is. Whatever. And again, I don't like Bill wanted to open communication for it by all means, but you know, I just, I don't know, whatever. I do feel bad because obviously he did donate a lot of money for me to go to Boston, and I didn't want it to end like this either. You know. No, it's all good. This is why I don't like to discuss stuff on this channel in some ways, because at the end of the day, I think the majority of people here are very respectful and great people. So I try and keep everything above board here. I know, for example, that a lot of you have got different views about current situations and stuff like that, one side or the other. But you're all respectful, and I love that. So. No, we have it back. Yes, exactly. But again, I use Bill as an example because I don't want to if Bill opened his message again and just spoke to me, I'm happy. Like, I know what Bill's like, but don't block me, dude, and say all those things and block me. Do you know what I mean? I don't remember what he said, but whatever. It doesn't even matter what he said. Just fucking hell, man. I would never treat any guest of mine like a pillock. I was a fucking show was already down to do. I'm explaining myself, and by the time I explain myself, I cause drama. So, I made the decision that I thought I had to do. I done it. I thought it went okay. Not, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, you're right. It's turned into a big shitstorm. I know. I agree with you. And I've said it publicly, I've said it privately. I do not agree with anything that's happened recently, with anything. And there's a lot of people, not just Sean, there are a lot of people I've lost a lot of respect for as well, and how they've handled it as well. So that's why I try and keep myself to myself. The best thing is, I said to Murphy, "Murph's turf's back. Look at that. Where's Les?" Yes. No attacks on each other or panel, and that was not tolerated. There was attacks, and I don't appreciate that. Even though you can hate them as much as you want, just if you attack anybody, attack me, because I made the decision at the end of the day. I'm not sure if he said those exact words. It was more the fact that he thought I was a pussy the way he was treating Sean. I'm not sure if he told me to fuck off. It was a private DM. Like, I shouldn't. This is why I don't want to talk about it, because it's private DM. Whatever. I mean, now I feel like a shitbag now. This is why you don't give me a fucking mic. Right, move topics now. Fuck it, because I'm gonna get myself into trouble. I'm gonna get myself into trouble. Right. Hey, the good news is Murph's Turf is here. Hey, it's Les around. Les has got a dog called Murph, so every time I miss Murph, I say, "Murph, walkies, Murph," and the dog loves it. No, just address that. No, I know, and I called him out on it myself personally, and a little bit publicly. Look, it's more than just that. I understand. Heather Taylor, the right. Do you know what? To be fair to Heather, I think she'd be quite a good mod. Heather's been here for quite a while, actually. We've not really changed the mods. This is one of the things I wanted to do when I was the mods. Daffy Dill thinks you're naked. Oh, fuck's sakes. Right, come on, Daffy. Come on. Look, these aren't also stains. I can't wear this because this looks like my pits are fucking. Da 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 da. Daffy Dill. Daffy Dill. Da da da. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm proud of my mods because when I had a shit show, whatever, ages ago, but you start off with then Sarah P and Josie, and I said I don't want to add people on until I know they're legit. And obviously, you've got Hens, she's legit. Jonathan, he's legit. Mexi, she's legit. They all are different. And then obviously Murph came on board. How the fuck did Aaron Hack come on board? I don't know. No, Aaron Hack's different. Aaron Hack, I've wanted Aaron Hack as a mod from day one because Aaron Hack has always had my back, same as everyone else. So, too legit, too quit. Noah's quit. So, what I have, so basically, Josie and Sarah P are here all day, every day. Obviously, with Hens and Murph and stuff, they can't commit every single day, do you know what I mean, and stuff like that. So it's nice to have them when they're around with big trials and stuff like that. And same with Mexi as well. She's a model on several other channels. So I think we've got a nice balance here. Jonathan as well, he's working hard at the minute, so he's not really modding or anything at the minute. But I do need to look at stuff like that. Yeah, vouch for Murph. Murph and Josie are the same person. They're basically the same person. Just, I think the main difference is Josie shouts at me, Murph shouts at me, but in a different way. She's basically, Josie tells me I'm a dummy. Murph will let me figure out myself that I'm a dummy. She'll explain it to me why I'm a dummy. And then I'll be like, yeah, I'm a dummy. Where Josie's like, you are a fucking dummy. I'm like, yeah, I'm a dummy. Yeah. So same thing, basically. No, what I mean is they're very straight talking. I like it. Murph is smart. Oh, everyone's smart. All the mods are smart. That's why when I add to the mod team, I always ask these guys because I don't like to add to the mod team. I think we've got a good drama-free mod team. The way I like it. Here we go. That's what these people do now. We get this here. No joke.
You can be seated.
No joke, right? But being a mod is a commitment. I will not joke with you. So a lot of people think, oh, I'll be a mod. But it's like, it's not quite what you think it is. It's a commitment. A lot of people don't like being mods, which I respect as well. I could never be a mod. Could never. I hate it.
Thank you. All right, redirect.
All right, Dr. Ballard, you said you had an opportunity to review Dr. Garrett, Dr. Zom's reports.
So this is Murph. You would have loved this trial because it's thought-provoking, right? So this lady here is accused of killing her 13-month-old baby. She's going for insanity, and she basically it's a cult baby trial. She was in a cult, and she's basically brainwashed. Is allegedly what they're going for. She tried to kill herself at the same time as killing the baby as well, but failed. So yeah, we love our mods at Greenlight is a lot. I don't forget that. I fought as long as I could. There you go. She did fight it, but she now is a mod, and I love it. And I like to think that we get, we've got good balance. I never put any pressure on my mods whatsoever. That's why I go off quite a few with them, so they can, come in when they can. It's good to have that. Our mods are amazing, always fair, and always on top of things. Yes, always on top. They don't like to be on bottom. They like to be on top. Yes. Yes, it is hard. Yes, our mods are the best. They do. There you go. With a well chatty. There you go. There you go. Right, here we go then.
Correct?
Yes.
Are either of those two evaluators board certified?
No.
Okay.
In this particular case,
Josie, I'm moved to
you've testified that you've done many, many
hundreds,
several hundreds of forensic evaluations, correct?
Correct.
And that includes the criminal responsibility evaluations,
Yes.
correct? In this particular case, just because we hired you and are paying you for this, did we ask you to come up with any particular opinion one way or another?
No, that's not how it works, not just with this case, but with any case.
Okay.
They hire me to do an evaluation, then I give them my opinion.
Okay. About how many reports do you think where you found somebody to be sane at the time of the crime?
Sane?
Yes.
Or
Or criminally responsible?
Yeah. No, I know what you meant. I just wanted to make sure you didn't say insane.
Mhm.
Like 90%.
Okay. Did you ever have to testify in court on those cases?
Not on those.
Okay.
No. Can I explain a little bit?
Sure.
Yeah. When an attorney gives an evaluation, they don't know, they know the legal requirements for insanity, but they don't know if their client, like they're not a mental health professional. So they often have some kind of feeling like something's not right here, or maybe they know from like a family member, like something's not right here. And so they're doing their job. So they were like, well, let me get like an expert in here to see what's going on. And most of the time, it's something that isn't really helpful to their case. You know, they might have some mental issues, but it's not anything that is like relevant to the case. And so I know we've only worked together once, but there are attorneys that I've worked together, you know, on cases, like many cases. And they know when they call me that they'll get my opinion, and then a lot of times it just won't help anything.
Yeah, she's not object, she's giving the narrative. She's just giving the narrative, it's not forcing the question.
All right, direct the witness.
Okay,
Yes,
sorry.
If Mr. Focus were to call you from his office and ask you to conduct a forensic evaluation on behalf of the district attorney's office, would you take that case on?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step in. Thank you. All right, call your next witness, please.
The defense will call Gabriela Kendall to the stand.
Right, so it's good to have Murphy back, right, Murph, because Murph's turf, people don't know, Murph's turf is the one that's on my ass all the time, and I'm not talking about hemorrhoids here, that's corn pop, but she's, so obviously I've been ill, and those that don't know, I have COVID currently, so, you know, I'm struggling, but Murph's the one that always makes sure that I put times on the videos. I've been slacking a little bit lately. So, yeah. So whenever you see it, this is why I cringe when I see it back. And I hope she doesn't check any of the videos because I've not done any of them. Timestamps at all. Hello, hang on. Dana, Keith. Right, if this one drinks piss, I'm going to be fucking pissed. If this one is one of these, I'm going to be pissed. Literally pissed. Slacking, sorry, dear. Right. So, just for context, the cult drink their own piss. And the defendant, her husband, was trying to get her to drink her own piss in jail, saying, yeah, just urinate in the bottle and drink it. It's like...
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat. Okay. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Yes, my name's Gabriela Kendall. My last name is spelled Kuyken.
Key. Maybe the water's dirty. No, baby. This is one of the wives. Well, can you imagine kissing her, going for a tongue in, and she's got piss all over her tongue? Oh.
Dall.
Okay. And how do you know Miss Driver?
I met her through Benjamin. about, I want to say, maybe 5 years ago when I met her,
Okay.
or longer than that now.
Now, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay. You've been talked about already in this case. Are you the first wife of Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you meet him?
I met him in 2013, and we had met at a March Against Monsanto rally that we were like both trying to create. Sorry, I'm a little nervous up here. I don't speak well in front of people. But we were organizing the rally together, and that's where I met him.
Okay. How old were you when you met him?
I was 17.
Do you know how old he was at the time?
I believe he was 33.
Okay. And you met him and you at this, I guess, activism type rally, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how did your relationship progress from there?
It quickly became very like emotional. Like I pretty much immediately, within a few months, became his girlfriend, and then a couple months later moved in with him at his parents' house.
Okay. When did he declare you to be his wife?
Probably like a year or so after I met him.
Okay. Did he give you a name as well?
Yes, he gave me the name Iliomah.
Okay. How would you spell that?
Ayliomah.
Did people just call you Oma for short?
Well, I went by Eily, and then once I had my daughter, our daughter, mine and Benjamin's, I just went by Oma, and we gave her the name Eily.
Eily. Okay. And when you first met him, you said you were living at his parents' house or staying with his parents' house?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about how that relationship progressed. Like, were you both working, doing anything like that?
No, neither of us were working. He was loosely affiliated with a financial group called Primerica. It was like a life insurance investment company. But that he didn't really make any money through that. It's like an MLM sort of thing.
What drew you to him?
Well, I'd never really met anyone like him before. He just knew a lot about like spirituality and, religious sort of doctrine, I guess, and just I was very naive at the time when I met him, so I never really heard any of those concepts before.
Was he kind of your first serious relationship?
He was my first serious relationship.
Okay, so you quickly moved in together, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and tell me about what happened pretty quickly within your relationship with how he treated you.
Well, things pretty quickly had gotten like controlling. He would just, kind of alienate me from my family and my friends, and just kind of.
Okay. Did he impose certain rules upon you or things that you had to live by?
You mean like early on, or?
Yeah, I mean about your ability to go out in public or hang out with other people.
Well, I mean, at first we just went out together and there was really no problem. But at a certain point, he, if I wanted to go see my friends or my family, he didn't want me to do that.
Okay. Did you have limitations on it?
Can I just ask a question then? As following on from Murph's question, has the husband testified? Is this the husband? Is this the piss guy's? Is her husband piss guy, or is her husband Jesus Christ? Do you know what I mean? Because Jesus Christ's husband is the defendant's husband. Do they share the same husband, or is this one the piss guy's husband? Benjamin. So the piss guy. So if this is a piss guy, so this is a piss guy, everybody. If that's the husband, which it is, looks like it, then Murph. Oh, it's not. Fine. Oh, okay. Jason is somebody you have to look at. What a pleb he was. Okay, so it's not the same guy. Fine, move on.
Any of your cell phones, emails, or social media?
He looks just like him. As in, he dresses up like him. He looks like him.
Yes, absolutely. I primarily used like Facebook Messenger to talk to like people that I knew, like my friends from high school and stuff. And he would always be controlling the conversation, or whenever I talked to my sister, which is mainly the only person in my family he would let me talk to, he would be right there. The phone would be on speaker and he would be telling me what to say, basically. Like I couldn't actually have a real conversation with anyone.
Did he go through your phone frequently?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did he take your phone away from you at times?
At times, yeah, when he thought, like when I wasn't like really happy, like being there with him and I might want to leave, he would like take my phone so I wouldn't be able to leave and call anyone or text anyone to come get me.
Okay. And you said he monitored your social media or your emails as well?
Yeah.
Okay. At what point did your relationship turn physically abusive?
I would say within the first 6 months.
Okay. What are some of the things that you experienced with him?
Well, he would, hit me. There's this one instance, it was one of the worst, I would say, where I wanted to leave. And he had took duct tape and duct taped my entire torso to where I couldn't really breathe very well. And he had just started like beating my face like really bad. Open-handed, not close-handed, but he just open-handed. I was like just seeing the light.
Okay. And there were some other incidents as well, some of that which got reported to law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes, there is a police report about the time where he had me in his basement, and he basically told me that he was going to kill me, and he had a machete to my throat, and he just went into detail like how he was going to do it and how he was going to get away with it. No one would ever know, and I was convinced at the time. It was very frightening. And his father came downstairs because he had heard probably me crying or something. And he, got involved, and then Benjamin kept his father and his mother and me all hostage and wouldn't let us use the phones to call the police.
Okay. After the machete incident, why didn't you leave?
It was just one of those like back and forth sort of like codependent toxic relationships. And it was really hard to get away because every time I left, I felt like empty, like I had no purpose to live. I just like would want to kill myself. And so he was like my main source of like everything, just like my reason to live. At a certain point, I was absolutely completely dependent on him emotionally.
When you would leave, would you all start talking or texting again? And
Yeah, I would leave and I would try to not talk to him. And then at a certain point I would, he would just be incessantly messaging me, usually is how that happened. And I would just text him back. I'd be triggered and I would just text him back. And then he had a way of sucking me right back in.
Okay. Did he proclaim you to be one of his wives before or after the machete incident? Do you recall?
I believe it was after that.
Did he make any kind of demands to you about wanting to have children with you or others?
Yeah, he said the only way that I could be his wife exclusively is if I had a child with him in the next year. He kind of gave me like a time limit for that, which is
And
weird.
so you ended up getting pregnant with your daughter?
Yeah, I believe within that time frame. Yeah.
Okay. After you got pregnant with your daughter, was he still emotionally or physically abusive with you?
Well, always emotionally abusive. Physically, it kind of dwindled a little bit because, you know, I was pregnant at that point, and there was a few instances where he would like to like suffocate me. And that happened once that I remember while I was pregnant.
Okay. And when you were pregnant, you kind of continued on this nomadic lifestyle, correct?
Yeah, we were just kind of all over the East Coast, just bouncing around from couch to couch. And right before, a few months before I gave birth to my daughter, we stayed at his parents' house and kind of settled in there. And I decided like that I would get I would see a prenatal doctor for, you know, to make sure everything was okay, because he didn't want me to have any prenatal care or give birth in a hospital or anything like that.
Okay, so you kind of tried to take the lead on that
Oh
one.
yeah, at a certain point I started realizing it was like I had a real person that I was about to create, and that they needed that sort of thing.
Okay. During this time, even continuing into your pregnancy, were you still not allowed to go out on your own, or did he regularly check your phone or still control who you talked to or communicated with?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Same with social media or email?
Yeah, that never really changed until the end, when I started gaining more like self-confidence and really realizing that I could leave really the relationship.
Okay. And so you had your daughter in August of 2016, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And where did you go from there? Where did you go stay?
We pretty much immediately left his parents' house, and we kind of bounced around for like a little bit, I think like 2 weeks or so, just couch surfing, like friends we knew. And then we ended up at Jerry's house, Jerry Ablin.
Okay. And how long were you at Jerry's house, do you think?
We were there a couple of months, at least 2-3 months.
Okay. And to clarify with you, you were his first wife, technically, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But you are somebody different that left Mr. Ablin's house at a different time. You only know about that through other parties, correct?
I only know about what through other
someone else leaving Mr. Ablin's house in a different way. We're not talking, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about your overall relationship. You're still living this kind of nomadic lifestyle. You had your daughter. Was he allowing you to take your daughter places or get any type of early care?
I believe we went to the doctor once after she was born, because DCF had gotten involved immediately at the hospital because his mother was there and told them like he was crazy. And so they immediately got involved, and we went to a doctor's appointment because we had to for the DCF case. And then we just left and sort of abandoned the case. And okay.
What was the first time you went to leave Mr. Ben Michael? What was the precipitating incident that finally, at least for that first time, got you away from him?
You mean after I had my daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Because before that, I tried to leave many times and did leave and would, you know, go back and forth. But let's see, like, I guess the straw that broke the camel's back would be when I was staying at Jerry's house with him, and my sister came down for a visit, and he was trying to rope her into the whole polyamory thing. And it's one thing for, you know, it just crossed the line for me with my sister to have her have to deal with that sort of thing, you know.
Was that the first time that your sister kind of got an inside look into the life that you had been leading with him?
No, she knew very well. Like when I would leave him at certain points, she, you know, I told her everything that happened, you know.
But ultimately, you would be drawn right back to him, kind of based on the bond that you had with him. Okay. Have you ever, and this is a personal question, have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues or anything like that? Okay. And when this incident with your sister, and he, I guess, invited your sister to be part of your group, how did you manage to get away from him on that particular occasion?
Well, yeah, my sister was there, so she had a car, and she was very, emotionally supportive of me leaving him. And so, I just told him we were leaving. At that point I felt like I could, and I said, we're leaving. I'm leaving with my sister, and I just left.
Okay. But yet, prior to that, you didn't have a car or anything else on your own?
Yeah, no, prior to that, it was just like me and him, or, we'd be at Jerry's house, so he would be there, but, there was no leaving, there was no going anywhere, like, unless I just took my daughter and walked away, and then that would be pretty difficult.
Okay, so you left with your sister and your daughter that particular time. How long were you away from him at that point?
I think I stayed away from him for about a month or so, and I moved into a farm in Florida, and I tried to establish some roots for myself and become financially stable and not have to rely on him. And then, he's just threatening me with, taking my daughter away and stuff like that, getting the courts involved. He said, oh, when we're done with you, you're going to be left drooling in a mental institution, stuff like that. And it scared me. I was like, I don't know what could happen. If he paid someone enough money, a good lawyer or whatever, I don't know what he could convince someone of, because he's very convincing. But yeah, so what was the original question?
So how did you end up going back to him with your daughter after that?
So yeah, we had been talking, and I didn't want to burden the people whose farm I was staying at. I didn't want to burden them with this crazy person, so I just left, and we stayed in Florida, in Tampa, and we lived in a tent, just homeless, with pretty much nothing.
Okay. What drew you back to him at that point in time?
Really just, he was incessant about wanting to see his daughter. And, as we spent some time apart, I thought, maybe it'd be okay if he saw her and, maybe it'll be okay. I don't know.
When you were apart from him, how would you describe how you felt inside, or what kind of feelings did you experience when you were not around him?
Well, for a really long time, I would just feel empty. I had absolutely no reason to continue on. And he always made me he tried to make me think that about myself, that I was nothing without him. And he was the entire purpose for my existence, basically.
And at times you were feeling suicidal?
Oh, absolutely. There are many times.
Okay. And so you are living with your daughter and him in a tent in Florida. How old was your daughter at that time?
She was about 6 months old.
Okay. And kind of what was the next, I guess, red flag or thing that happened with you in that regard?
Well, just after years of nothing ever really changing, and I was always struggling so badly, and we were just, living in this tent. We had nothing. We were beggars, and we had hardly anything to eat at really any point. My daughter was exclusively breastfeeding, so she was getting what she needed, but I could barely get by. It was just draining it out of me. And there's only so long, someone can do that for, before they become malnourished. So I just reached out to my dad and I said, please just come get me. I need to get out of this situation. This is like, it wasn't really rock bottom because there have been worse points, but that was a really low point.
Okay. Did he, during this time that you got back together with him, did he make threats about your daughter if you had left again, or what he would do?
Well, yeah, the last time that I actually ever saw him and that he saw our daughter, I was with Chloe and we were on a trip going to Asheville. And it was like over the course of like 3 days, and he had made threats that he would take my daughter and just disappear with her and I would never see her again. And that just like, scared me so bad. I was like, oh, that's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. I'm not going to let that happen. So after that, I vowed to never see him again. And that's how it's been so far.
Okay. And you currently have a case pending in the state of Tennessee with Mr. Ben Michael, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And because you've remarried, correct?
Yes.
All right. And your current husband is trying to adopt your daughter, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that your motivation for being here today, or trying to help Ms. Driver at all?
No, actually, when I told my lawyer about this to make sure it was okay that I came here and there was like no conflict of interest or anything like that, I said, oh, would you like to speak to her lawyer to just get a better idea of, who this guy is that we're dealing with? And he said, no, that there's, no reason. We have all we need for our court case because it's just simply based on his abandonment of his daughter. So there's really, and the fact that I feel guilty, because Chloe tried to reach out to me a few times, and I just, I spoke with her and kind of told her how my relationship with Benjamin went, but I just felt like I wasn't getting through to her, and that she would just kind of have to learn on her own, and I feel really guilty about like not trying to help her more.
Okay. So you have not seen or heard or talked to Benjamin since when?
We have spoken a few times over the course of the last like 6.5, 7 years since he's seen his daughter. Just mainly like through text or email, and just very limited,
Is it about your daughter? Generally speaking?
Not really, never really about her, but yeah.
Okay, so you left this relationship with your daughter and kind of didn't look back at this last time, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And then you got a call from the Canton Police Department on December 14th of 2020, correct?
Yep.
All right. And in that phone call, you kind of learned about this whole circumstance, correct?
Yes.
And you provided Detective Cruz at that time all of the information regarding your relationship with Mr. Ben Michael, correct?
Yep.
And kind of talked to him or her about your relationship with him and how things ended and that kind of thing, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Did you tell Detective Cruz anything about you being concerned about a potential abuse against Chloe? Do you recall?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Do you remember talking to Detective Cruz in that phone call about that you had been concerned about Chloe or that she might have been being abused?
Yeah, when I first got the call, I thought that Benjamin had, because she didn't tell me exactly what happened, and I just thought Benjamin had killed Chloe. That was my first thought because of his abusive nature. So I thought maybe it got out of hand, and yeah.
Okay. And you've talked to us today about some of the incidents of physical abuse, but is it fair to say that's just a small snippet of what you actually endured in that time that you were with him?
Yeah, there were multiple instances of abuse that went on.
Did you feel like that you were free to leave whenever you wanted?
Not really. I mean, There were good points, I guess, like just like more normal points where I guess his mental illness like would kind of relax, and then there would be points where it would ramp up like really bad, and he would just start acting totally crazy, like talking in tongues and screaming and, you know, being abusive physically. And so it was really at those points that I wanted to leave. And that's when he would have more of a grip on, like, he could tell that I wanted to leave, so he would be more controlling at those points.
Okay. Is he still trying to, I guess, take your daughter away is not the right word, but is he still trying to kind of manipulate that relationship with you?
But you mean manipulate?
Well, when you filed this adoption case, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he turned around and filed something different.
He wanted like visitation, like after like 6.5 years of not seeing my daughter, or like or even asking to see her. So he wanted visitation, and so I immediately filed the adoption.
But he hasn't seen your daughter in 6+ years, I guess.
No, and after after the whole incident with Chloe and him happened, and things kind of cooled down over a month or so, I told him that he could see his daughter for some reason, and so it was just over 9 months that I was telling him we were trying to make plans where he would come and see her. He's like, oh, I just need to get my RV fixed, and it was always like an excuse. It was like 9 months later after that incident that he never saw her during that entire time, even though I was like 100% like open and willing to it. And so at that point I was like, yeah, I just stopped talking to him, because it wouldn't be right for him to just go in and out of my daughter's life like that.
During this time period, have you kind of tried to live off the radar to avoid contact with him or him being able to find out where you are?
Oh, absolutely. Like, I'm constantly thinking about, like, at any point if he might show up, you know, and try to take my daughter or hurt me, you know.
In your experience with him and trying to leave, he would basically tell you that you would never see your daughter again, or he would take steps that way to make sure that happened?
Yeah, there are multiple instances where he threatened that I would never see my daughter, either because, you know, he would win in the courts, or he would physically take her, like abduct her and take her away from me, and I would never be able to find him or my daughter.
But it's your testimony here today that your experience with him in the relationship, you endured physical abuse.
Yeah.
Okay. And emotional and mental abuse as well.
Yeah.
Okay. And that he controlled your phone, who you talked to, who you spoke to, wrote emails to, or connected with on social media, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And that was kind of one of the rules that you had to live by to be in that relationship, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that it took you several different times of leaving and coming back before you were finally able to break away from that, correct?
Yeah. It was a terrible cycle of leaving, coming back, leaving, coming back.
Okay. And to this day, what do you attribute as to the reason why you were finally able to get away from him entirely?
I guess I would say, well, that one instance with my sister, you know, that really helped, having her there physically to help me leave physically and just emotionally. But I guess over the last few times that I kind of left, and then I would come back and ultimately left him for good, I think I had just gained like self-confidence in that area, like that I realized that I could actually do that, and that that I could, I guess.
In your kind of determination to become self-confident and get away from him, when you were with him, did he make you feel like that you were nothing without him and you couldn't succeed without him?
Yes.
Can I just have a moment? Yes. I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Is it Kendall?
Yeah.
You referenced that, what did you call him? Benjamin?
No, I called him Z. I just call him Benjamin now.
Z, okay. And you used the word to describe him as crazy, and you talked about sort of his mental illness. Do you know about, and you referenced his mom at the hospital telling the hospital something. What did they tell him about his mental illness?
What did who tell? Or like his mom, what did his mom tell me?
Sure. What do you know about him being diagnosed with a mental illness?
Well, when I first got together with him, he was with another woman, Jennifer. I don't remember her last name, but they had been together. They had met at an institution, a mental institution, and he was on medicine at the time for what I believe is schizoaffective bipolar disorder, is what she told me. And so they were together for 2 years while he was fully medicated. And then, he was just stable, had a job, and, they were engaged to get married, like a monogamous relationship. And then he stopped taking his medicine, even though I believe it was court ordered, is what she had told me. It was court ordered for him to be medicated. And so he had stopped taking it and just became a totally different person.
Okay. So he had been diagnosed with a mental illness.
Yes, from what she said and from what his mother has said, yes.
Okay. And you referenced the fact that there were a couple of things. When you talked to Detective Cruz in December of 2020, have you had a chance to listen to that interview?
I did.
Okay. And one of the things that you told her is one of the main reasons you left is because you wanted your child to be able to go to the doctor.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you also told her that him trying to sort of recruit your sister as one of his second wives crossed a line. And
yeah, that crossed the line for me.
That also sort of motivated you to leave. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And you told Detective Cruz that you had only ever met Chloe one time. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that what you referenced earlier when you were talking about
that Asheville trip we went on? Yeah, it was
when was that?
Oh, I don't know. My daughter was around just over a year old when that trip happened, so that would have been 2017,
Okay.
sometime in the summer.
All right. So the one and only time you ever met Chloe Driver was in 2017?
Yeah.
And you referenced the fact that at certain points when you left him that you wanted to commit suicide. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've never been diagnosed with any type of mental illness?
No.
Was that based on the reality that you were living in with him, that you wanted to end your life?
I just think he drives women to not even necessarily women, men too, but predominantly women. He just drives them to such a crazy point with all these crazy ideas that he puts in their head, making them question everything about reality, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but then it's like your reality is totally broken apart, and then he starts connecting all these dots for you and starts controlling the way you think, if that helps.
Okay. But that was based on your experiences were based on the real things that you experienced with him.
Yeah.
Okay. Not based on any delusions in your mind. Based
Oh,
on things
yeah,
you
no,
actually
yeah,
experienced?
exactly, yeah.
Okay. And is it fair to say, I know you said you only met Chloe one time in 2017. It's fair to say you don't know what her mental state was in December of 2020.
I really have no idea.
Okay. And you referenced sort of, I think you said you'd go back and forth, you'd leave him, you'd come back, you'd leave him, you'd come back. During that period of time, did you ever cause any harm to your child?
No.
And you indicated that back in 2020, when Detective Cruz called you, isn't it true that you told her that you didn't have any knowledge of his treatment of Chloe at all?
I didn't, only just from what I've heard from other people, you know.
Okay.
Like Brett Tabar, I think at that point, that's the only person.
Okay, you can't tell me what anybody else said,
Oh.
but from your own, every witness has to testify about their own personal knowledge,
Yep.
what they saw with their own eyes, heard with their own ears.
Gotcha.
From your personal knowledge,
Mhm.
you told Detective Cruz that you didn't have any information about his treatment of Chloe Driver, right?
No, I've never seen or heard anything.
Okay. And you said a moment ago that she had reached out to you, but that you didn't feel like you could get through to her. Is that the
Yeah, I
language you
tried to
used?
explain like my situation, like my relationship with him and the abusiveness and psychological torment. And I just don't think, you know, at that point she could like realize that was what was even, or maybe it wasn't happening at that point to her. I don't know. But she did reach out to me a couple of times. So maybe that's when that started for her and him, between them.
Okay. But your perspective at that point was that she was still choosing to stay in that situation?
Yeah, in that I mean, she had left. There was at least one point where she went to her parents' house and she had left. And she had called me when she was away from him, or at least I think she was. He could have been next to her, and he could have been telling her what to say, you know, just to get things out of me. I don't really know.
And when is the last time that you talked to Z?
I think it was when it was like over a year ago at this point. He called me because he thought I was going up to Connecticut, and so he called me and just to talk, and it quickly turned into just screaming.
Okay. So you don't maintain any kind of a relationship with him?
No.
Okay. Do you know where he lives?
I mean, I think his like physical address is like 425 Fall Mountain Road.
But he doesn't.
He doesn't actually really live there. He'll go back there sometimes.
All right. Fair to say that from your knowledge, he still has a lifestyle where he doesn't have roots.
Yeah.
Okay. You referenced that you and him lived in a tent at one point with your infant?
Yes.
Okay. But nothing further. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
Questions? Thank you.
Any reason to keep the witness? Oh, thank you. You can be excused. All right, so we are going to conclude for the day. We will ask you to return back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Leave us your notepads. Don't talk to anyone about this case. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9.
And that is 9 o'clock Central, which is 10 o'clock Eastern. I will go live at about probably 8:45 Central tomorrow, which is 9:45 Eastern. Because as we all know now, everywhere except for this courthouse is Eastern, but this courthouse is Central. Motherfuckers. Lady Di, see you tomorrow. Enjoy your free membership today as well. Right, let's see if they're going to say anything. Mofos, no, nothing. I wish you would ask them on TV how many witnesses left, where we are, all that malarkey. Right. We are now 23:36 here. So that means it's time for bed because I need to get up early. Oh, she came back. Hang on. Whoa, hang on. They're back. I think they're asking if she wants to testify. Hang on. Important stuff here. Oh, my darling, don't testify. Don't testify.
Chloe, can you stand up and raise your right hand? Do you swear the information and testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You're gonna have to answer out loud, so
Yes.
court can hear
Yeah,
you.
and if you need
Here,
to,
slide
I
over,
might
slide
want
over.
to switch that microphone around. All right, Mr. Driver, I just want to make sure you understand your rights in regard.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Whether you testify or not in this case. You have a right to remain silent. You cannot be compelled to testify in this case. That is the fundamental, I guess, threshold that I presume you've talked to your lawyers about, but that is your right.
Yes.
Many issues of whether or not a witness is called to testify or not are up to lawyers. It is what's called trial strategy. Lawyers can make decisions about what evidence to present and what witnesses to call. However, that's not true of your testimony. Nobody can force you to testify, but nobody can tell you you cannot testify. That is also your right. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you chose to testify, you would take the witness stand, you would be placed under oath, and you would be subject to cross-examination, just like any other witness. You understand that?
Yes.
As I said, the decision about whether or not you testify is yours and nobody else's, but it is a decision you should make only after you've had an opportunity to have a full conversation about that with your attorneys. They are obviously trained in the law and experienced in dealing with juries and in cases of this kind. And so you should have a full discussion with them and pay attention to what their recommendation is as far as whether or not you should testify or remain silent. But again, that is ultimately up to you. That is your choice. If you choose not to testify, the jury would be instructed that they could not consider that as any evidence that you are guilty. A little wrinkle in this case is that it is your burden to show the jury that you are not guilty but mentally ill, not guilty by reason of insanity or guilty but mentally ill. That is your burden to show by what's called a preponderance of the evidence. You understand that?
Yes.
So the decision about whether or not you testify should also be made in consideration of that. Generally, defendants are under no burden of proof. They don't have to prove anything. It's all on the state to prove guilt by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. But there is a distinction, a difference in your case with this not guilty by reason of insanity defense. You understand that?
Yes.
Do you feel like you've had enough time to talk to your attorneys about your decision?
Yes.
Do y'all intend to have any further conversations about that? Do you feel like you've adequately discussed it with your client?
Yeah.
Yes, we're fine.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I don't remember which one of you stated. Mr. Kessler, I think, stated that you wanted to exercise your right to remain silent. You didn't intend to testify. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. You're not bound by that at this point, and until your attorneys rest your case, you still have the opportunity to change your mind and testify if you want to. You understand that?
I do.
Okay. Thank you. You can be seated. Do you have any additional evidence that you intend to present, Ms. Trethewey?
No, I think we're ready to rest.
Okay. So you'll do that in the morning in front of the jury. As far as I know, we will have Dr. Zom available in the morning. At this point, does either side anticipate presenting any rebuttal?
We have some brief rebuttal, like for that prior to Dr. Zom's testimony. I guess the statute's kind of silent about rebuttal factually to other things. We'll do it whenever the court thinks is appropriate.
Well, I guess at this point, since I have requested that Dr. Zom be here tomorrow morning, I'd like to go ahead and get her up and down, and then if there's any rebuttal or rebuttal, then I'll allow you to do it at that time.
Understood. We have very brief rebuttal.
I do not have a final draft of the jury charge, but y'all correct me if I'm misspeaking, but it looks like there are a good many requests that are sort of in an abundance of caution, we'll ask for this. The request about lesser included offenses.
We were actually planning on talking about those tonight, Judge, to see what can be requested based on the evidence presented. You had requested our requested charge. We emailed them to you, but apparently we never actually filed them. So we've just filed the ones that we had emailed you officially right now.
Okay.
I do have a few extras that I've been working on that I forgot to bring with me over here this afternoon. So we may have those to file in the morning, but they are all in line with the idea of insanity provision, based on some of the arguments we've previously made in the case.
Okay.
You said you're going to file amended? Okay.
Yeah, there's like 4.
Are they pattern charges or are they other things?
Case law based.
Okay, well, as soon as you can get those to me and to Ms. Roper, I would appreciate that.
I'll try to email them to everybody tonight and then officially have them filed tomorrow morning.
Your Honor, the state's probably based on the testimony that came out today. Dr. Ballard kept using the term coercion in her testimony, so the state's probably going to be requesting a charge that the defense of coercion is not available for the crime of murder in the state of Georgia. Obviously, that's statutory, but.
Or not.
I just don't want there to be any confusion about coercive.
Well, what's the state say about voluntary manslaughter or involuntary manslaughter? Or I think was criminal negligence.
I would need to pull up the request charge.
Criminal or cruelty to children in the second.
Your Honor, I can provide the court with the case law that specifically says that an infant cannot provide the provocation necessary to justify that charge. That was one of the things that I had discussed with the defense in us communicating about potential plea negotiations. Additionally, I think there's no evidence that this was a negligent act. It is clear that it was an intentional act. Cruelty in the second or murder in the second relates to an act of negligence. There's no evidence of negligence in this case. The sole issue is whether she could form the intent or not. But if she could form the intent, it was clearly intentional and malicious and not a negligent act. The state would object to charging on either of those things. And I'm happy to provide the authority to the court.
You don't have to provide any authority. If y'all are, if the defense is moving forward with those requests, I need to hear some authority from you on that. I'm going to spend some time with the charge this evening as well. And hopefully, as soon as we get through it, the evidence, the jury may take a little bit longer lunch tomorrow because we'll have to discuss all that before closing. Anything else?
So we don't anticipate closing until after lunch, then, is what I'm hearing.
Well, I don't want to mislead you. I am just kind of guesstimating based on how long the other two experts have been on the stand that Dr. Zom's testimony may take some time. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Can I inquire what order she's being questioned in?
I'm sorry?
Dr. Zom, did the court make a decision about who's to question her first or whether you're going to give a preliminary instruction?
I thought I already said all this. If I didn't, the introduction or the instruction is that sometimes the law requires that an independent witness become involved in the case or third party evaluate. I don't know the exact verbiage. We talked about it in chambers, and that I thought that was everybody was in agreement with that.
Yes.
I also thought that it was again just for lack of. Somebody has to go first. I didn't hear any objection to the state going first. Is there any? Okay. All right. Anything else? All right. I will see y'all tomorrow morning at 9.
There you go. So that's that one done. I'm just setting up tomorrow's one now. So closings and rebuttal tomorrow. Who's this doctor? This is weird because it doesn't seem like it seems like the judge has requested this, but we don't know who it is. It's like Sarah P. stripping. Sarah P. Sarah P. P. Para P. Sarah P. Right, let me just change. I don't want fucking that. I want to be able to edit it. Edit it, please. Oh, you mofo. Can I edit that? No. Oh, no. Oh, no. I want to. Ooh. Mofos. I can't do what I want to do. Well, I'll have to just do it unprofessionally instead. Do it here, part 2. So tomorrow will be 2 parts because you heard what they said. There'll be a break once they go through everything. So what we'll do is we'll have a longer lunch break tomorrow. Then, yeah. Because you're the one I want, girl. You're the one I need, girl. Lady Di's taking her to father's house. Oh, Lady Di, what's her name? Let's embarrass her, shall we? Oh, Lady Di, what's her name? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Backstreet's back. All right. I love embarrassing. My teenage nieces are all embarrassed by me. Bye, Daffy Dill. Bye, everybody. Right, hang on. I'm just doing this. I'm just uploading this, and then I'll be going as well. She loves it. She loves it. Oh, that's the way. She loves it. Lady Di and her daughter on the way to their father. Lady Di with a daughter, embarrassing Oh yeah, that's the way I like it. Bear with me whilst I set up the stream. Da 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 da, da da da. Lady Di, it's good on me. Right, let me just set this up then. Oh, that's the way I like it. That's the way I like it. What time should I do the second one? About 7:30, shall we? 7:30, and then if we need to change it, we'll change it. Upload, 5, apply, and then we are family. 19th, that's the one, yeah. So right, everybody, I've set the streams up for tomorrow. I will go and put them on as well. But yeah, there you go. Right. So what I've done is set it up first one for 2:45 Eastern, because sorry, 10 Eastern, because they start at 10 o'clock Eastern. So and they don't start all the time, so we'll probably have half an hour beforehand. And the second stream will just start whenever they start. So that's the plan. Right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Many Little's live. I think there's a lot of people live. There's a few people live that I will not promote because, in my opinion, they're causing more and more drama for no reason. But Many Little doesn't seem to be causing drama. Please go and support her or whoever. Support whoever the fuck you want. It doesn't matter. I just see some creators causing drama and I don't like it. But that's me. That's me. You can watch whoever the fuck you want. Right, everybody, love you all. See you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Dana, fucking need to fucking Dana's face there. Right, take care. Love you all. Most of you. Take care. Bye bye. I do love you all. Ta-ra. That's